Chapter 1. Crossing the Little Iron Gate. 26 plus 12 plus 28 after a whole day. I sold a total of 66 kwai, including the principal and interest. Oh heavens, this business is utterly unsustainable. Inside a daily necessities supermarket, a young man sat at the cash register, counting the money while wearing a dejected expression, finally collapsing backward into a half-hearted version of the reclined lounging pose. His name was Lu Yang, a fourth-year student at Nan City University nearby. It was early October, and graduates were fervently submitting their resumes everywhere. Yet Lu Yang remained steadfast at his family's supermarket, venturing nowhere. There was little choice. His mother had tragically passed away in a car accident 2 years ago, and his father, whose health was steadily deteriorating, eventually succumbed as well, leaving behind a legacy of a modest supermarket of over 20 square meters, an 80 square meter apartment, and most burdensome of Alice staggering 400,000 yuan in housing loans. Overall, Lu Yang was a nostalgic soul. He had no desire to part with the possessions his parents left behind. Otherwise, he could have easily rented out the supermarket, sold the apartment, paid off the debts, and lived a carefree life. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided against job hunting and officially took over the business from his uncle in July. However, fortune would not have it. He suddenly found himself amidst a wave of demolitions, with the adjacent old residential complex beginning to relocate, resulting in a massive decrease in residents. To make matters worse, the school had relocated to a new site over 10 kilometers away just last month. What was once a thriving area had turned desolate within 3 months, leading to a dramatic decline in the supermarket's revenue. Truly dismal. Alas, if this continues, I won't be able to pay the mortgage, let alone support myself. Lu Yang sighed deeply, clasping his hands behind his head as he lay back in his chair, lost in thought. Though he had considered moving to another location, the reality was that relocating required money. Ironically, what he lacked most was exactly that money. Forget it, he'll go check the stock. If things don't improve, I might have to hold a clearance sale and close shop. With a determined grunt, Lu Yang made his decision, grabbed the keys, and headed straight for the storeroom. Although the supermarket was small, it had everything necessary. The upper floor housed the sales area, while the basement served as a small warehouse, stocked with everything from fresh vegetables and basic necessities to fast food products and even essential medicines. As Lu Yang opened the door as usual, gazing at the pile of slow-moving goods, he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Dad, Mom, don't blame your son. No one could have anticipated that the residential complex and school across the street would relocate at this time after I make this big sale. I'll have to start looking for a job during the fall recruitment season, otherwise I can't manage the mortgage. With hands pressed together in a gesture of prayer, Lu Yang offered an apology to the heavens before beginning to meticulously count his inventory. 6 boxes of pure milk, 5 boxes of red date milk, 6 items of 2-liter yogurt, plenty of bread and snacks, 7 bottles of soybean oil, 2 sacks of potatoes, 12 heads of cabbage, weighing about 8 kilograms. It doesn't seem like much. Clatter, clink. Suddenly, the sounds of frantic rummaging came from next door, interspersed with a few screams. What's happening? Startled, Lu Yang hastily set down the milk and, following the noise, hurried over to a small iron door, pressing his ear against it. The storeroom shared a wall with an underground parking lot. This small door provided a direct passage to that area, which had been convenient for his father when he parked and exited his car. The noises he had just heard clearly originated from beyond that very iron door. Go die. Kill him. Kill him. Ah, that beast bit me. They're coming. Run, run. Good grief. This sounds intense. Listening to the chaos, Lu Yang's heart raced at the suggestion that someone might be in peril. Snatching up an iron rod used for moving goods, he stealthily opened the iron door and peered through. What he saw, however, left him astounded. Where are the people? In the underground parking lot beyond the door, 2 businessmen were chatting amiably, shaking hands before departing in their vehicles. In fact, not far off, he spotted a graceful girl sharing a passionate kiss with a balding middle-aged man, after which they hurriedly climbed into their car, and a large Range Rover soon began to sway. Such scenes were common and rather harmonious, completely at odds with the earlier sounds of struggle. Have I become so fatigued that I'm experiencing auditory hallucinations? Lu Yang shook his head and took another glance at the parking lot, confirming that everything was indeed normal before suspiciously locking the iron door. Ugh, I haven't had a decent night's sleep these past few days. I must make up for it tonight, right? How many boxes of milk did I have again? Muttering to himself, he picked up a small notebook and began calculating once more. 40 minutes later, he finally finished inventorying the goods, stretching his arms as a wry smile crossed his face. What used to sell out in a day or two now required a major clearance sale to even move. Never mind selling everything is the only way to seek a new path toward a brighter future. Lu Yang chuckled softly, casually grabbing a bottle of mineral water and taking a few gulps. Time to move. In order to clear the inventory, everything needed to be transported to the first floor. Lu Yang hoisted a box of milk, preparing to ascend the stairs when he suddenly halted, turning his head with a peculiar expression toward the small, iron door. At that moment, voices of argument echoed once more. You shameless vixen! If you dare to tempt my man again, I swear he'll tear you apart. Bah! Shameless harlot! Sister, let's go. Those things might show up again. Here we go again. Lu Yang's eyes widened. He set down the milk and cautiously approached the iron door, fixating intently upon it. The ruckus continued, with a woman hurling crude insults, and it sounded like another person was dragging her away. Good God, am I suffering from schizophrenia? Lu Yang muttered to himself, gripping the iron door and resolving inwardly to take one last look. If it remained unchanged, he would seek psychiatric help the following day. 3, 2, 1. Lu Yang counted down, yanking the iron door open with a flourish. As he opened his eyes, they gradually adjusted, yet before him lay the parking lot, unchanged from before. Lu Yang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Oh no, it seems I really do need to visit the hospital tomorrow. With a bitter smile, he prepared to shut the door when a thought crossed his mind. It recalled a novel he had previously read on his phone, where the protagonist stepped through a door and instantly entered another world. Could he be experiencing something similar? I must be out of my mind. How could such a thing happen? Another world, indeed. While he berated himself, his feet inexplicably took a step toward the iron door. Just one last time, it truly is the final time. With that thought in mind, Lu Yang stepped over the threshold, slowly opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings. Then his eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock, as if he could fit an egg inside it. This is another world? Chapter 2. My God, zombies! Yang gazed around him, utterly bewildered. One thing he was unequivocally certain of was that this place was neither a parking lot nor any familiar vicinity. The surroundings were dilapidated beyond belief. The towering skyscrapers, even those that appeared somewhat intact, were marred by peeling paint, while others were riddled with gaping holes, as if they had endured a bombardment. Some leaned at precarious angles, dangerously close to collapse. Upon a closer inspection, he noticed dozens of vehicles crammed together on the street, their bodies severely damaged, with many already exhibiting signs of rust, resembling a junkyard for abandoned automobiles. That Yang diverted his gaze downward. The asphalt pavement was pockmarked and uneven, as though it had not been maintained for decades. Just 5 meters ahead, a utility pole lay toppled on the ground, crushing a dog beneath it. The poor creature was a grotesque sight, its body devoid of any unblemished skin, as if someone had brutally torn away its flesh. Fur lay scattered all around, creating a chilling scene. Could it be an earthquake? No. Yang quickly dismissed that notion. The place indeed bore the scars of a calamitous disaster, yet the collapsed buildings had evidently remained in this state for several years. Many had even sprouted patches of grass and foliage. Especially the cars, a significant number of which were rusted beyond recognition. Even the air was permeated with an odd scent. Yang couldn't help but shudder. Where on earth was this ghastly place? Even from the news or the various obscure geographical magazines, he had never encountered such a bizarre locale that it felt akin to a scene from an apocalyptic world. More specifically, it resembled the aftermath of a zombie outbreak. My goodness, could there really be zombies? Yang startled himself with that thought. In novels, protagonists traverse to extraordinary realms. Shouldn't he be discovering treasures in ancient times or celestial realms? How could he have stumbled into a world overrun by zombies? Creak. At that moment, a sound suddenly pierced the silence. Oh! Yang shouted in alarm, turning towards the source of the noise, only to see a wooden door nearby swaying back and forth. There was no wind. Why would the door move? Yang swallowed hard, tightening his grip on the iron rod in his hand, and cautiously approached the door. He was confident that even if a zombie lurked behind it, he could shatter its skull with a rod. If it were another mutated creature, he was prepared to flee at any moment. His heart raced as he advanced with deliberate slowness, the target drawing nearer. 0.3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, taking a deep breath. Young exhaled slowly, gripping the iron rod tightly and assuming a striking stance, then kicked the door. With a resounding crash, the door collapsed. A thick cloud of dust enveloped him, prompting Young to spit twice in disgust. As he focused his gaze, he was taken aback. This appeared to be a toy store, though the shelves were thick with dust, and numerous toys lay strewn haphazardly on the floor that the back of the shelves. A little girl curled up, her head buried in her knees, quietly sobbing. Clad in a pink dress and adorned with cat ears, she reminded Young of his cousin, a mischievous little girl who always melted his heart whenever she called him Brother Young. Recalling the little imp, Young's anxious demeanor softened somewhat as he approached, squatting beside the girl, and gently inquired, "Little sister, what is your name? Where are your family? Why are you here all alone?" The girl remained silent, still hiding her face. An idea struck Young. He reached for a toy and held it before her, shaking it gently. "Little sister, look what I have." The tiny bell on the toy jingled, and as if sensing something, the girl finally ceased her sobbing and slowly lifted her head. Young smiled, ready to hand her the toy, but in the next instant, a wave of terror washed over him. His scalp prickled with dread. The girl had raised her head, a gaping hole marred her forehead, exposing her skull, and her eyes were entirely devoid of color, the whites overtaking any semblance of normalcy. Her once rosy skin was now riddled with decay, and maggots wriggled upon it. "My God!" Young let out a horrified scream, collapsing onto the ground. In that moment, the little girl lunged. She screeched, a sound reminiscent of a cat's wail, as she sprang forward, gripping Young's throat with surprising strength. Her mouth, torn and gaping, lunged towards his face, ready to bite. "Get away!" Young pressed his left hand against her forehead while his right attempted to pry her hands away. To his shock, her strength rivaled that of an adult. Her grip tightened like a vice around his neck, and no amount of force could loosen it. Soon, the sensation of suffocation surged in his mind, and he realized he would soon succumb to oxygen deprivation. No. He was a traveler from another world. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Young strained to turn his head and spotted the iron rod just a short distance away. But it was too long to maneuver effectively. What to do? The pressure around his throat intensified. He could scarcely breathe. Chapter 3. Young's back pressed against the cold floor, a beam of golden sunlight streamed down, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. In that instant, his heart raced uncontrollably, his cheeks flushed from the girl's iron grip, and his mind spiraled into chaos from the lack of oxygen. "Am I really going to die like this?" he thought, feeling his body weaken, as if he were on the verge of losing consciousness. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, blocking the light before him. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Young forced his eyes open. He beheld a figure clad in black standing above him. A black mask obscured her face, revealing only a pair of deep-set eyes, complemented by a mane of thick black hair. She appeared to be a young woman. Before Young could react, she raised her right leg swiftly into the air and then delivered a powerful kick. The force of her leg struck Young's cheek with a refreshing breeze, while simultaneously smashing into the little girl's head. The girl was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against a white concrete wall. Boom! The sound of impact reverberated through the air. The girl's features contorted in pain as she let out a furious roar, revealing rows of sharp, beast-like teeth mixed with bits of flesh. "Roar!" She glared at the mysterious woman with fury, attempting to charge forward. However, her movement was swiftly halted. The woman, her expression impassive, drew a silver throwing knife from behind her. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled it forward. The knife, about the length of a hand, danced through the air, trailing a red ribbon. Swish! The blade glinted in the sunlight, slicing through the air towards the girl. Just as she prepared to leap, her legs froze in place, her growling abruptly silenced. Instead, a sound akin to air rushing from an open wound echoed through the air. Young, finally regaining his composure from the earlier suffocation, looked up to see the knife piercing the girl's neck, embedding itself into the concrete behind her. The girl continued to claw at the air, seemingly oblivious to her dire state as blood gushed from her severed artery, drowning out her cries. Thank you. After a moment of stunned silence, Yang managed to stand, brushing the dust from his clothes, and expressed his gratitude to the masked woman. Although he had witnessed numerous violent scenes in films, he had never experienced such an intimate encounter with death, be it of a human or a zombie. His heart raced uncontrollably, but with a woman standing before him, Yang forced himself to muster the courage to ask, "May I inquire who you are?" The masked woman cast a cold glance at Yang before walking towards the lifeless body of the little girl. Delivering a flat, emotionless response, Su Shuang, Yang awkwardly chuckled, thinking to himself how aloof she was. What just happened? Was that girl a zombie? How did the world suddenly transform into this nightmarish landscape? Gathering his thoughts, Yang posed 3 questions in quick succession. Su Shuang withdrew the knife, and the girl's body fell limply to the ground. She then used the red ribbon to wipe the blood from the blade, revealing its purpose. Suddenly, Su Shuang raised an eyebrow at Yang's words, scrutinizing him from head to toe. 10 years ago, a lethal virus erupted in the Arctic region, one that surpassed all known viruses in its contagiousness. Swiftly spreading across the globe, this virus was named the Tianman virus, and within a year, it had devastated and conquered much of the world. To this day, the number of survivors is alarmingly scarce. The girl you just saw is a product of this virus. Su Shuang exhaled deeply, a rare glimmer of sorrow flickering in her eyes that Yang remained silent. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. To his astonishment, he found himself truly immersed in a world overrun by zombies. But surely, I ought to have received some sort of advantage, like a system or a safety net, that I don't even have anything to ensure my survival. I nearly met my end just now. Yang internally grumbled. Yet, since he had arrived in this place, he could only strive to acclimate himself. Where are we right now? Su Shuang's brow furrowed even deeper. Did this person before her truly know nothing? Was he merely pretending? But what would be the purpose of such pretense? Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and replied coolly, "The outskirts of Qinghua City." A hint of confusion crossed Yang's face. Perhaps it was due to his repeated failures in geography. But he had never heard of this place. That moment, he slapped his forehead, realizing he had yet to introduce himself. "By the way, my name is Yang. I appreciate your guidance." Su Shuang's eyes remained as frigid as a glacier. Offering no response, Yang, understanding her disposition, smiled awkwardly, the moment of discomfort swiftly passing. "Right, didn't I have my phone on me? Let me check if there's any signal." Suddenly, Yang had an epiphany and swiftly reached into his back pocket. Retrieving a black phone, he lit up the screen and glanced at the signal icon, which, as expected, displayed no bars. Just as he raised his head, uncertain of what to do next, the phone vibrated in his hand. Was that not the sign of an incoming message? Yang quickly looked at the screen, and his cheeks lit up with palpable excitement that a line of black text emerged. "The interdimensional supermarket system has been successfully activated. Congratulations. Host, you have encountered a female and earned 5 points. Host, please note, your time remaining in the other world has been extended by half an hour. You now have 30 minutes left. If your stay exceeds this limit, you will be banished. Exiting the other world will cost 5 points. Likewise, each entry will also incur a cost of 5 points. I knew it. How could I be left without any means of protection?" Yang was now brimming with excitement, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the phone. That Su Shuang observed Yang's reaction, her gaze betraying a hint of astonishment. The unfolding events led her to genuinely question whether Yang had experienced amnesia or if his mental faculties were somewhat impaired. Chapter 4. The supermarket system. At that moment, Yang was too engrossed to pay Su Shuang any mind. His entire focus was captured by the text displayed on his phone. This supermarket system will provide a goods exchange feature. All items can be redeemed using points. Almost immediately, the phone screen projected a 3D virtual image into the air, showcasing a variety of products available in the small supermarket back on Earth. Yang was taken aback and quickly glanced at Su Shuang, only to find her unresponsive. Could it be that she cannot see this virtual image? He pondered. "Do you see anything unusual?" Yang waved his phone in front of her. You. Su Shuang regarded the phone with indifference, looking at him as if he were a fool. Fantastic. She truly cannot see it. This is excellent. No need to worry about others discovering the system's secret. Liu Yang's spirit soared as he scanned the virtual shelves. A bottle of whole milk, priced at 1 point, a loaf of bread priced at 2 points, a can of fresh meat priced at 5 points, a bottle of purified water priced at 1 point, a pack of instant noodles priced at 2 points. So, I simply need to sell these items from the small supermarket to amass a fortune in points. But what use do I have for so many points? Liu Yang was puzzled. Just then, the text displayed on the phone struck him like a thunderbolt. Points can be exchanged for martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. No way. This is incredible. Genuine means of survival have arrived. Liu Yang's eyes gleamed as he gazed upon the array of books materializing in the virtual projection. Basic combat technique? Redeemable for 500 points. Basic firearm skills. Redeemable for 1,000 points. Advanced boxing techniques. Redeemable for 1,500 points. Are the prices for cultivation methods really that steep? Liu Yang thought, astonished as he navigated to the cultivation section of the virtual projection, his jaw dropping at the prices displayed. Basic Qi cultivation technique, redeemable for 10,000 points. Basic foundation establishment method, redeemable for 100,000 points. Advanced 5-element method, redeemable for 500,000 points. Liu Yang opened the cover of the Basic Qi cultivation technique and found a line that read, Basic Immortal Cultivation Method. Laying the foundation for becoming an immortal. Achieving perfection may lead to transcending mortal boundaries. Redeemable for direct learning. Becoming an immortal. This is my chance. Liu Yang had read numerous web novels and harbored an endless yearning for those beings who were ageless and possessed boundless powers. He opened the cover of the Advanced 5-element method, which displayed Advanced Immortal Cultivation Method. Reaching the pinnacle may allow one to become a terrestrial immortal and ascend to the immortal realm, redeemable for cultivation. Is there truly an immortal realm in existence? Liu Yang's heart raced with anticipation. Just then, Su Shuang, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Why do you keep staring blankly into the air? Surely, you can't be mentally unwell. How could that be? I merely recalled some past events. Liu Yang deflected casually. You seem quite abnormal. Whatever. I can't be bothered with you. Su Shuang shook her head and turned to leave the toy store. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had encountered numerous individuals who were mentally unstable to avoid unnecessary burdens. She had long since adapted to solitary survival. Thank you for saving me earlier, Liu Yang called after her retreating figure. No need for thanks. You won't be alive for long. Anyway, Su Shuang's voice echoed back, laced with coldness. Without the system, I truly wouldn't know how long I could survive. But now, Liu Yang recalled his newfound ability to traverse two worlds, and a bold idea sparked in his mind. I shall open a supermarket in this apocalyptic realm to rapidly accumulate points for exchanging cultivation methods. Establishing a supermarket seemed an excellent strategy. But how to address the currency issue? Can I utilize the money from this world back on Earth? Acquiring stock would require a substantial amount of money. Liu Yang felt a twinge of concern. At that moment, the omnipotent system once again illuminated the screen with text. Host need not worry. The common currency in this world is gold coins. Once the host acquires gold coins, they will be stored directly within the supermarket system. When the host returns to Earth, the stored gold coins can be exchanged for an equivalent amount in renminbi. My goodness, this is incredibly generous. System, I simply adore you. Liu Yang exclaimed joyously, just as he reveled in his excitement. An eerie sound reverberated in his ears. Creak, creak. The ominous sound of gnashing teeth sent chills down Liu Yang's spine. The noise emanated from outside the toy store, growing increasingly closer and louder. Soon, Liu Yang spotted a figure stumbling through the doorway of the toy store. More accurately, it was a terrifying middle-aged man, missing an arm, with raw, bloodied skin exposed and writhing maggots crawling upon him. The most horrifying aspect was that this zombie was gnawing on a blood-soaked leg. Its razor-sharp teeth crunched through the bone, greedily devouring the flesh and blood. Having never witnessed such a scene, Liu Yang turned pale with terror. He crouched behind a counter, using a tattered teddy bear to shield half of his body, desperately attempting to obscure himself from the zombie's line of sight. However, the zombie did not rely on sight. It was guided by its keen sense of smell that IT had been feeding in the adjacent clothing store when it caught a whiff of Liu Yang's scent and pursued him. Bah! The zombie pushed aside the shelves, lumbering toward Liu Yang with deliberate slowness. Damn it, this zombie has a nose sharper than a dog's. Please don't come any closer. Liu Yang steeled himself, shouting fervently that he hoped Su Shuang had not strayed far and might return to rescue him. Alas, as the zombie approached, Su Shuang's figure remained absent from the toy store. Liu Yang had no choice but to calm himself and search for a glimmer of hope. His gaze roamed the toy store until, suddenly, he noticed a rusty iron rod tucked away in a corner. Bang! Liu Yang hurled the teddy bear at the advancing zombie and darted toward the iron rod. The 1.5-meter-tall teddy bear, while not light, had no effect upon the zombie, which continued its relentless advance. In a moment of panic, Liu Yang grasped the half-meter-long iron rod tightly in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the rod toward the zombie's head. Although he had never engaged in combat with a zombie, he had watched enough zombie movies to know that destroying the brain was the only surefire way to kill them. Thud! Whether due to sheer luck or an instinctual surge of power, the iron rod penetrated the zombie's skull, causing a splatter of dark, unidentifiable liquid to erupt from its head. Simultaneously, the virtual text projection of the supermarket system reappeared before Liu Yang. Congratulations, host. You have slain the crippled zombie and earned 10 points. Your time remaining in the other world has been extended by 1 hour. You now have 1 hour and 20 minutes left. Chapter 5. Basic Combat Skills. Liu Yang could hardly believe that he had managed to take down the terrifying zombie with a single blow. And even more astonishing was the fact that killing zombies yielded points. The head, thoroughly mangled by the iron rod, resembled a grotesque mass of mush. Dark and exceedingly repulsive, Liu Yang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, causing him to gag. Have I committed murder? As a model citizen of the 21st century, Liu Yang had never even harmed a chicken, leaving him unsettled. But wait, can zombies truly be considered human? This is merely akin to slaying monsters. Much like the zombie-themed video games I used to play, there's no way I should feel guilty. Liu Yang reassured himself, finding some solace in this thought. Congratulations, host. You have slain your first zombie. Your courage is commendable, and you are rewarded with 500 points. Rewards are only granted for the first zombie kill. Your stay in this alternate world has been extended by 50 hours. You now have 51 hours and 20 minutes remaining. The system's message appeared out of thin air, instantly dispelling Liu Yang's discomfort, replaced by an overwhelming sense of elation. How moving! I initially thought that surviving in this terrifying post-apocalyptic world would be arduous, yet the system has bestowed upon me a warmth akin to spring. This 500 points has come at the most opportune moment. As Liu Yang expressed his gratitude, he mentally opened the points exchange shop. With this second encounter with the supermarket system, he felt an increasing familiarity, to the extent that he no longer needed to retrieve his phone. He had realized that as long as he kept his phone on his person, he could access the supermarket system at any time and place, free from the fear of being discovered. What can I exchange for with 500 points? Let me indulge in some shopping. Liu Yang experienced the thrill of sudden wealth, having seen his points surge from a meager 15 to 515 in the blink of an eye. However, this exhilaration swiftly dissipated within half a minute. Glancing at the items available in the supermarket system, he discovered to his dismay that he was, in fact, quite impoverished. Basic combat techniques, 500 points to exchange. Basic grappling techniques, 500 points to exchange. Basic bludgeoning techniques, 500 points to exchange. Basic swordsmanship, 500 points to exchange. Basic fencing techniques, 500 points to exchange. After perusing for some time, Liu Yang found that he could only redeem a few basic martial arts skills. Undeterred, he glanced at the intermediate techniques, each price starting from 5,000 points. Without the initial zombie kill reward, slaying a single zombie would only yield 10 points. To accumulate 5,000 points, he would need to kill 500 zombies. My heavens, there's no way I could possibly slay 500 of them. Liu Yang sighed heavily. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, the middle-aged zombie I just killed was classified as a disabled zombie by the system. Does that mean there are healthy or robust zombies? Wouldn't their point rewards be even higher? As he pondered this, a chilling sound echoed from the street outside the toy store. Ugh! Cautiously, Lu Yang approached the glass window. Peeking outside, the scene before him was desolate, littered with abandoned vehicles and storefronts, with a few dry, yellow leaves fluttering about, creating an atmosphere of profound melancholy. At that moment, a healthy zombie was sprinting toward the toy store, emitting its signature terrifying wail. This zombie was clad in a tattered black suit, smeared with dark grime and congealed blood, its bare feet marred by numerous abrasions, suggesting it had been scraped by sharp objects many times. Yet the state of its feet did nothing to hinder its speed. Compared to the disabled middle-aged zombie I dispatched earlier, this one is remarkably swift, almost akin to a normal adult male jogging. But wait, is it coming directly toward me? Lu Yang's heart raced. As the zombie reached the toy store's entrance, he had no time to hesitate and promptly exchanged for the basic combat techniques from the supermarket system. Congratulations, host! You have acquired basic combat techniques, deducting 500 points. You now have 15 points remaining. Time left in the alternate world: 1 hour and 18 minutes. 5 points will only be deducted after 1 hour. Following the successful exchange, Lu Yang felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind, a wealth of information regarding combat techniques. Once devoid of any fighting prowess, he now felt akin to a martial arts master. The most apparent change was that as he observed the approaching zombie, he perceived its every flaw and vulnerability. Its shoulder, acting on instinct, Lu Yang delivered a straight punch aimed at the zombie's shoulder. Thud! A dull sound reverberated as the young zombie was sent reeling, its left shoulder twisting awkwardly backward, causing its body to topple. Unstable center of gravity, excessive sway in the left shoulder. A strike could topple it. A thought inexplicably surged within Lu Yang. Once the young zombie fell, Lu Yang seized the opportunity to leap high into the air, executing a powerful axe kick that sent the young zombie flying. Its head tumbled like a rolling gourd, spinning several times before finally coming to a halt. Goodness! That was incredibly effective. Did I just kick its head off? As Lu Yang marveled at the potency of the basic combat techniques, the system's notification appeared once more. Congratulations, host. You have slain a complete zombie, earning 15 points. Your total points now amount to 30, and you have 2 hours and 47 minutes remaining in the alternate world. So it turns out that these fully intact zombies yield 15 points. With such formidable basic combat techniques, I could traverse this world with ease. Not necessarily. Since there are disabled and complete zombies, there must surely be even more advanced types that IT would be wise to remain cautious. But before encountering any advanced zombies, let me thoroughly enjoy taking down these lesser foes. Little zombies, your grandpa is here to indulge you. Lu Yang, naturally cheerful, regained his buoyancy after shedding the fear of zombies that he boldly stepped out from the toy store into the desolate street, brimming with enthusiasm. Strange, where are all the zombies? Why can't I see a single one? Lu Yang meandered aimlessly down the street for 3 to 5 minutes, yet encountered not a single zombie. This sports car has a nice design. If it were before the apocalypse, it would likely fetch over 200,000. Alas, it seems it hasn't been driven in a decade. The engine is probably ruined, and it's covered in rust. I doubt it could even run. Lu Yang approached a faded sports car, attempting to open the door, only to find it firmly shut. He circled to the other side, discovering it equally unyielding. Indeed, after enduring 10 years of exposure to the elements, even the finest sports car would succumb to ruin. In truth, the vehicle appeared beyond salvaging, and Lu Yang was merely curious. If I can't find any zombies, I may have to return to Earth. Otherwise, I risk running out of points and being unable to return. After searching the street for a few more minutes, he still turned up empty-handed. Just as he contemplated giving up the search for zombies, a shrill scream pierced the air in the distance. The voice was unmistakably that of a woman, sharp and piercing. Could it be a fair maiden surrounded by zombies? Lu Yang quickened his pace, racing toward the source of the sound. Lady, do not despair. In this remote town, there are hardly any zombies, let alone people. Submit to me, and I promise you an experience beyond your wildest dreams. I assure you. I can last at least half an hour without faltering. Indeed, we have lived in this town for 5 years. The other inhabitants have long perished at the hands of the zombies. You could say our leader is the local overlord. By aligning with him, you would become his queen. Get lost. Oh, feisty little lady, it seems you've suffered an injury. Should you continue to resist? I cannot guarantee that this large knife won't sever your head. In an alleyway, Lu Yang beheld 6 men encircling a woman clad in black, their hands roaming as they uttered lewd remarks. The woman's exquisite face was breathtakingly beautiful, as pure as a Tianshan snow lotus. Yet at that moment a narrow, elongated wound marred her back, oozing bright crimson blood. Each of the 6 men brandished weapons, machetes and iron rods, while one, sporting a bushy beard, wielded a blood-dripping machete. Nearby on the ground lay a small white throwing knife, its handle adorned with a red ribbon. Su Shuang. Lu Yang ventured to call out. Is that you? Lu Yang. Su Shuang replied, momentarily taken aback. Sister, it's Lu Yang. Your accent is rather thick. Lu Yang was taken aback, as it was the first time anyone had pronounced his name in such a manner. Ah! Su Shuang fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, someone else spoke up. Where did this foolish boy come from? Seeking death. The bearded man pointed his bloodied machete at Lu Yang, displaying palpable annoyance. It's a miracle you've survived this long. Can't you see our boss is busy? Scram, or prepare to meet your end. Another scruffy youth brandished an iron rod, barking at him. Lu Yang felt conflicted. Although he had just acquired basic combat techniques with his 500 points, granting him a modicum of survival capability, he was uncertain how effective those techniques would be against human adversaries. However, upon witnessing the knife wounds on Su Shuang's back, if he were to retreat now, the fate of such a beautiful woman would be all too predictable. As a man, Lu Yang was unwilling to be a coward. Moreover, at this moment, he sensed a peculiar confidence that perhaps he would not be defeated. Lu Yang's gaze roamed over the 6 unfamiliar men exuding a sinister aura, as he sought out their vulnerabilities. Although these individuals appeared robust, each with broad shoulders and a hefty build, they were not as formidable as they seemed. Their frames may be large, but their muscles lack substance. Their sallow complexions and sunken cheeks suggest they have endured prolonged hunger. As Lu Yang began to scrutinize the group, this information inexplicably flooded his mind that in the past, such occurrences would have been inconceivable. It could only be attributed to the formidable nature of the system. What seemed to be a mere basic fighting technique had transformed him instantaneously into a seasoned martial artist with formidable combat instincts. Lu Yang fixed his sharp gaze upon the middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the leader. If he could subdue this ruffian, the others would be manageable. His footwork is light, and his center of gravity is unstable. I can exploit this weakness. As the combat insights surged through his mind, Lu Yang had already begun to sprint forward. In an instant, he closed the distance to the bearded man and executed a left roundhouse kick aimed at his knee. This maneuver, a fundamental technique from the 18 styles of roundhouse kicking, although simple, was highly effective. A successful strike to the bearded man's left knee could incapacitate him. Lu Yang's decisive attack stunned the bearded man, for he and his associates had been entrenched in this small town for 5 years. Living in fear and avoiding confrontations with outsiders, they had always preyed on the weak, and given the town's remote location, encounters with outsiders were rare. Their existence revolved around battling zombies that ate as long as they could secure food and water. Survival was not an issue. But to their astonishment, Lu Yang, who appeared frail, transformed entirely in combat, exuding an imposing aura that suggested he was no amateur. Yet, having survived for a decade in this post-apocalyptic world, he possessed some skills. Relying on his innate combat instincts, the bearded man swiftly raised his large cleaver to intercept Lu Yang's incoming kick. No matter how skilled you are on your feet, you cannot surpass the might of my cleaver, he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. This cleaver had claimed many lives, and he had dispatched numerous zombies with it. The other 5 ruffians closed in, intent on overwhelming this audacious youth with a flurry of strikes. Seeing them expose themselves, Su Shuang quickly retrieved the throwing knife they had knocked from her grasp, preparing to assist Lu Yang. The cleaver's speed was formidable, rapidly approaching Lu Yang's calf. Yet he maintained his balance on one leg, subtly shifting his weight, completely altering his trajectory. The leg he had raised merely bent slightly, allowing him to effortlessly evade the cleaver's attack, before delivering a powerful kick to the bearded man's left knee. Ah! The bearded man felt his leg fail him entirely, collapsing to the ground, supported only by his right leg to avoid falling completely. He had thought this was the end, only to be taken aback as the young man unleashed a follow-up attack. After landing, Lu Yang pivoted, turning his other leg into a pillar of support, and struck out at the bearded man's face with a swift kick. Bang! The bearded man was sent flying, a deep imprint of a shoe marking his face, with the sole clearly embossed with the letter Z. The consecutive roundhouse strikes had him writhing in agony, clutching his face as he emitted pained cries. Chapter 7. Escape, damn it, you're seeking death. The other 5 ruffians, witnessing this, hastened their approach towards Lu Yang. You're leaping too high. With no foundation to support you, and your attacks lack form. You are full of openings. Lu Yang shook his head, lifted his leg, and sent a young ruffian, soaring, who had attempted to strike him midair. The man landed, clutching his abdomen and howling as if he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, his stomach feeling as though it might burst. This one possesses decent footwork and a solid center of gravity. He must have trained in boxing. But alas, it is clear he lacks proper technique, leaving his upper body completely exposed. Lu Yang delivered a rapid left hook to the man's face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Rendered immobile, Liu Yang deftly avoided a bald, middle-aged man wielding an iron rod aimed at him, swiftly aligning his fingers to strike with his knuckles against the unbalanced man's spine. The impact was devastating, causing the man to collapse face-first into the ground, his face scraping against the rough, debris-strewn street, leaving several bloody marks. Having felled 3 opponents, Lu Yang inadvertently granted the remaining 3 ample opportunity to ambush him. These 3 were notably more cunning, avoiding direct confrontation and instead attempting to flank him from the sides and back. Their fighting prowess was inferior to that of their fallen comrades. In previous brawls, they had relied on sneak attacks, often finding success in their deceitful tactics. Yet the basic fighting technique Lu Yang had acquired from the system was anything but rudimentary, standing at just over 6 feet tall. His keen observational skills allowed him to monitor not only the situation in front of him, but also to maintain awareness of his surroundings. Were he to play basketball, he would undoubtedly excel as a guard, with a broad field of vision and quick reflexes. What a cowardly tactic! Is ambushing considered the mark of a true hero? Lu Yang decided to unleash a left and right straight punch, targeting the faces of his adversaries. The 2 men, already slow to react, failed to insert their cleavers into Lu Yang's sides before he struck them squarely in the face, causing them to double over in pain. Clutching their injured noses, the impact shattered their nasal bones, blood gushing forth, leaving them devoid of the strength to continue their assault. The best offense is a good defense, and Lu Yang epitomized this principle. Whoosh! Hearing a rush of wind behind him, he recalled that there was still one foe remaining. He quickly crouched down and executed a rolling maneuver, springing back to his feet. Swish! The long-haired youth, who had attempted to ambush him from behind, had barely registered his failure when he felt a sharp object pierce his throat. Instinctively, he reached for his neck, only to find his hand drenched in crimson blood. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a white throwing knife embedded in his neck, the source of his demise. Death! Su Shuang's voice was cold and resolute as Lu Yang rose. Witnessing this scene, he barely had the chance to express his gratitude before exhaustion overwhelmed him, as if he had just run 3,000 meters. He leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, appearing utterly spent. Do these basic fighting techniques possess side effects? Lu Yang pondered. Unbeknownst to him, the fighting techniques had an additional effect of unlocking human potential, granting him a temporary surge in combat prowess. While activating this potential was not typically problematic and bore no significant side effects, it did result in greater energy expenditure. However, given Liu Yang's frail physique, standing just above 6 feet and weighing over a mere 120 pounds, he lacked the strength for sustained combat. Relying solely on those techniques, his diminutive power rendered the notion of delivering a decisive kick to incapacitate someone entirely implausible. Thus, in his quest for a lethal strike, Liu Yang had tapped into the combat instincts provided by the system, allowing his body to autonomously unleash a significant amount of latent potential, thereby channeling greater strength. "Thank you." Su Shuang hurriedly expressed her gratitude upon witnessing Liu Yang's struggle to save her, although she was proficient with throwing knives and possessed commendable combat skills. In this post-apocalyptic world, she could at most contend with 2 or 3 adult men. Had Liu Yang not intervened in time, she would have had no choice but to sacrifice her life to protect her honor. It was but a trivial effort. Besides, how could I bear to let someone as beautiful as you fall victim to these beasts? Liu Yang replied bashfully, scratching his head at that moment. Su Shuang had retrieved the white throwing knife and was picking up a tattered scarf from the ground. The scarf, now torn beyond use, could no longer conceal her face as before. She gazed at it wistfully before tucking it into her pocket. Observing this, Liu Yang chuckled. "Now I understand why you were wrapped in a scarf when we first met, with looks like yours. It would be a crime to expose yourself?" Thank you for the compliment." Su Shuang responded awkwardly, a smile tugging at her lips. Before Liu Yang could say more, a cacophony of voices erupted in the distance. "Ha! Our people have arrived. You two are finished." A lecherous man, who had been feigning death on the ground, suddenly sprang up, grinning maliciously. From the southern street, approximately 20 mature men wielding cleavers and iron rods rushed toward them, closing the distance swiftly. "Run!" Realizing the imminent danger, Su Shuang urgently grasped Liu Yang, who was still catching his breath, and sprinted northward. "Damn, are there still more of them?" Liu Yang, utterly exhausted and unable to continue fighting, had no choice but to flee alongside Su Shuang. "Hurry, catch them. These two killed Ah Huang. I want their lives. Quickly, don't let them escape." "This way." They went this direction. The two fled desperately, zigzagging through the streets for about 10 minutes before finally shaking off their pursuers and darting into a dilapidated house. "Finally, we've lost them." Su Shuang leaned against the window, vigilantly observing the situation on the street. Having escaped danger, Liu Yang finally noticed that Su Shuang's small hand, which had been clasped in his, was exceedingly white, tender, and soft, akin to cotton candy, with an exquisite texture. As the two huddled together, Liu Yang could even catch a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from Su Shuang, a delicate scent that seemed uniquely feminine, albeit accompanied by a hint of perspiration. "So women do have a scent of sweat," Liu Yang mused, gazing at Su Shuang's profile, the sunlight streaming in from outside illuminating her face, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. "What did you say?" Su Shuang turned her head in response. Just as Liu Yang was about to answer her, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, followed by the voices of 2 men conversing. "I saw their shadows heading this way just a moment ago. How could they have vanished?" "Stop talking nonsense. Let us go inside and see." As the voices drew nearer to the dwelling where Liu Yang and Su Shuang were hiding, he steeled himself, cautiously picking up a piece of rotten wood beside him, preparing to strike at the moment they entered. The two outside continued their conversation. "What are you doing? Hurry up and come here. I'll hold them off for you. If any zombies jump out, I'll keep my distance to give you space to escape." "Enough of that. You're just scared, aren't you? Don't pretend you're doing this for me. It's really about you trying to secure your own escape route." "Phoenix." "Fine, you're so brave. Why don't you go in then? I will go in." Once their banter ceased, Liu Yang heard the footsteps approaching the door. Creak, accompanied by an unpleasant metallic scraping sound. Liu Yang saw the door being pushed open. Just as he was about to strike with the rotten wood, he noticed Su Shuang in the shadows vigorously waving her hands, shaking her head in a frantic manner. From her expression, Liu Yang understood that she was trying to prevent him from attacking, so he halted his movement. The person who had opened the door, however, stood at the threshold, unwilling to step inside. He called out loudly, "Is anyone there?" Before turning to leave, Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear the 2 men growing more distant as they continued their exchange. "What is there to be afraid of? Look at me. I'm fine." "You're not scared. If you're not, Why are you shouting at the door? If you're so brave, just go in. If there is no one inside, what is the point of going in? It would just be a waste of time. All right, let us go. The boss has moved on ahead. Lu Yang waited until he could no longer hear their voices before speaking up. Didn't you say survivors are exceedingly rare? How come so many people have shown up? And they all look so fierce. In response to Lu Yang's barrage of questions, Su Shuang remained noncommittal. She reached back to touch her wound before furrowing her brow and saying, I truly doubt how you've managed to survive. Those people we just encountered are known as bandits. They often appear in groups to rob solitary individuals of their supplies. Yes, I did mention that survivors are scarce, but wherever there are living people, they come sniffing around like dogs, drawn by the scent. Have you really never encountered bandits in the past decade? Lu Yang found her explanation to be somewhat reasonable. However, he struggled to respond to Su Shuang's question. With a vague smile, he replied, Perhaps I'm just incredibly lucky. I really haven't run into any bandits. Su Shuang, taken aback, stared at Lu Yang in disbelief. His discomfort under her gaze prompted him to say, You must be joking. I've encountered countless victims of bandit attacks, and considering their sheer numbers, several people I know have perished at their hands. How could you possibly have never encountered them? Lu Yang, still grappling with the realities of this world, did not wish to reveal his background too soon. For now, his ability to traverse between two worlds and the phone system were his greatest assurances of survival, although Su Shuang appeared quite captivating. He had yet to ascertain her true nature, whether she was friend or foe. Thus, Lu Yang resolved to keep his origins a secret unless absolutely necessary. As I said, perhaps I'm just fortunate. Now, enough about me. What about you? What brings you here? Lu Yang shifted the topic. Me? I'm here to find food and water that I in this world. You must constantly seek sustenance to survive. Someone like you, with nothing to your name, would do well to gather some food quickly. Otherwise, you might starve to death without anyone to claim your corpse. As Su Shuang spoke, she had already bandaged her wound and stood up. Seeing her intention to leave, Lu Yang stepped forward to block her path. Food and water, you say? That's easily arranged. I can provide you with an abundance, but you must agree to one condition. Su Shuang said. Surprised, she had thought Lu Yang was merely another survivor like herself, not someone attempting to deceive her with grand claims that if he were truly of ill intent, he could easily become a bandit in the future. Noticing Su Shuang's skeptical expression, Lu Yang quickly added, You don't believe me? That's all right. You don't have to trust me now. But you could take a gamble, tomorrow, at this same time. I will return to this dilapidated house, bringing ample water and food. Even snacks that if you are bold enough, come meet me then, and you'll see whether I'm lying. Nuh? Su Shuang retorted before slipping past Lu Yang and leaving without a backward glance. Once she was gone, Lu Yang hurriedly retrieved his phone to check the system. The 500 points he had just earned had already been spent on skills, leaving him with only 20 points remaining. System. I want to return. Lu Yang summoned the system in his mind. The portal is now open. Please select your destination. Upon seeing that message, Lu Yang immediately set the location to the dilapidated house. Please note, each portal can only transport once round trip. To upgrade to an arbitrary portal, 5,000 points are required. At that moment, Lu Yang had no time to lament the exorbitant cost of these skills. He was keen to assess the combat skill he had just acquired and see if it would function in the real world. As he passed through the portal, Lu Yang felt a blinding flash before he opened his eyes to find himself standing in the supermarket storage room, a shimmering blue wormhole hovering beside him. Back in the real world, Lu Yang circled his supermarket a few times, internally marveling at his decision not to sell it off sooner. Otherwise, he would be regretting it now, just as he was surveying the supermarket he had nearly abandoned. He heard banging on the door from outside. Open up! Damn it, open the door! The shouts outside were incessant and chaotic. Lu Yang could easily guess that it was the demolition crew demanding he vacate the premises. Chapter 9. Skills cannot be transferred. As Lu Yang contemplated making a bold move, the shouting at the door only fueled his excitement. What a perfect opportunity to test the value of these 500 points, he thought to himself as he opened the door. Perhaps taken aback by Liu Yang's sudden compliance, several thugs leaning against the shuttered door stumbled to the ground, scrambling to get up while cursing. Why the hell didn't you make a sound when you opened the door? From the tone of their voices, Liu Yang could tell that these were the same thugs he had been dealing with for a long time, led by a notorious local bully known as Gunzi. Liu Yang, aren't you tired of us bothering you all the time? Look at this rundown supermarket of yours. No one comes to buy anything. Instead of losing money here, wouldn't it be better to move on and find a new path? That way, we can finish our business and get paid. And you won't have to hide from us every day. It's a win-win. Gunzi approached Liu Yang with an oddly polite demeanor. Liu Yang recalled that back in school, Gunzi, who was already a senior at the time, would often hang around with his cousins to bully him and his friends, snatching their pocket money. Liu Yang had vowed several times with his companions to settle the score with Gunzi when they grew up. Yet now, faced with him again, he found himself unable to utter a single defiant word. However, having acquired a combat skill worth 500 points in the other world, Liu Yang felt emboldened to fulfill his childhood aspiration. Gunzi, listen closely. This supermarket was left to me by my parents. Don't even think about making me move. You can't even touch it. Liu Yang, who had always been honest and non-confrontational, now attempted to sound fierce, adopting a posture that felt utterly awkward, one hand on his hip, the other pointing a finger at Gunzi, legs apart, chest puffed out, resembling a clumsy rooster. Even so, Gunzi was taken aback by Liu Yang's sudden bravado. However, he quickly regained his composure, and upon noticing Yang's expression, Gunzi and several of his subordinates could not help but burst into laughter. Yang, ha ha ha, you mustn't deny it, your expression is truly hilarious. Ha, you look just like that widow from the next alley. Ha ha, when she curses on the streets, it's exactly your visage, ha. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore, ha. Upon hearing this, Yang glanced at his own stance, feeling quite proud of it. What was so amusing to them? Enough with the laughter. If you want to laugh, go somewhere else. If there's nothing else, I'll close the door. Seeing that Yang was not joking, Gunzi stifled his laughter and leaned in to ask, Yang, are you serious? Are you really that foolish? If it weren't for our childhood bond, I'd flatten this shabby place of yours in no time. Go ahead and try. Yang, mustering all his courage, dared to confront Gunzi. At that moment, without waiting for Gunzi to speak, two of his subordinates charged at Yang. The first one approached, raising his hand to seize Yang by the neck. Yang swiftly dodged to the side, evading the grasp. Following this, the second individual, seeing that the first had failed, raised his hand in a slapping motion aimed at Yang's face, only to be evaded as well. Having successfully dodged two attacks, Yang's confidence surged, and he called out to the stunned Gunzi, Come on, unleash whatever moves you have. I'm not afraid of you. Gunzi, infuriated by Yang's audacity, gestured for the other two behind him to join in, thus encircling Yang. When faced with the onslaught of four individuals, Yang remained assured, discovering that his reflexes had indeed improved significantly, allowing him to evade their assaults with relative ease. However, when he attempted to grab one of them by the neck to throw a punch, he found that the blow he landed caused him considerable pain, while his opponent stood unfazed. Hiss! Yang gasped in pain, clutching his fist and crouching down, and it was evident what would follow. After years of enduring, he found himself getting a beating due to his moment of bravado. All right, everyone, stop. Gunzi timely commanded his eager subordinates to cease their actions and approached the crumpled Yang on the ground. Observing Yang's bruised face, Gunzi couldn't help but chuckle. Yang, I was curious where you found your confidence that it appears you are still that useless little worm from back in the day. You think you can challenge me? You lack the qualification. Your father lacks it, and together, neither of you qualifies that do you understand? At that moment, Yang was indifferent to Gunzi's insults. He was preoccupied with the thought of why the skill he had exchanged 500 points for had suddenly ceased to function. Noticing Yang's silence, Gunzi kicked him twice and pressed on. I asked you a question. Did you hear me? In order to avoid further disruption to his thoughts, Yang reluctantly replied, I understand. I understand. However, Gunzi misinterpreted this as submission, spitting on Yang before stating, Good. Since you understand, I'll grant you 3 more days, that if I see you here again after 3 days, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Gunzi led his subordinates away. Once they departed, Yang slowly rose from the ground, disregarding the pain coursing through him as he closed the door and summoned the system. With a beep, a line of text appeared before Yang's eyes. System activated. Please enter command. System, what happened to my skill? Why has the skill I exchanged 500 points for stopped working? Yang inquired. Host, please note, the energy conversion ratio between the 2 worlds is 100 to 1. This means that the abilities you acquire in the other world are reduced to 1% when transferred to this world. What kind of setting is that? How can I become stronger in this world? Host, please be aware that I am referring to the energy conversion ratio. To become stronger in this world, you must enhance your own physical capabilities. However, the combat techniques learned in the other world do not adhere to this conversion ratio. The skills acquired in the other world can be utilized here as well. Oh, that explains why I felt quite agile during the fight earlier. It's just that my strength couldn't keep up. The host's understanding is correct. May I assist you with anything else? Not at the moment. You may withdraw. Chapter 10. The failed crossing after the system exited. Yang began to ponder. Firstly, it seemed impossible to relocate the supermarket. Otherwise, not only would he lose the sentimental value left by his mother, but he might also lose the passage to the other world. Secondly, since relocating the supermarket was not an option, he would need to find a way to deal with Gunzi and his gang. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that brute force would not suffice, and he had no alternative methods to drive them away. Thus, a dilemma arose. Yang desired to venture into the other world, which meant the supermarket could not close. If the supermarket remained open, he would have to confront Gunzi, and to confront Gunzi, he needed to become stronger in order to grow stronger. He had to access the other world that a perfect circle had formed. Yet he had only 3 days to figure out how to grow strong enough to face Gunzi. Yang found himself in a mental turmoil. After contemplating for a while, he decided not to worry about it. After all, that was a matter for the future. He patted the dust off his clothes, tidied himself up, and returned inside. Upon seeing the clutter of his parents' belongings, he felt a wave of sadness wash over him. In the past, whenever he faced bullying outside, he could at least turn to his parents for comfort. Now, he had to suffer in silence, with no one to care for him. Yang vividly remembered how his father, in his frail state, would reach out a bony hand to caress his face tenderly, saying, it's all my fault for being so useless, leaving you with nothing but the sight of your suffering. Yang, perhaps you should move out. You needn't worry about me. Now, he truly had no need to worry about his father, yet he also no longer had that nagging presence. The house was now filled with decay, and aside from the old furniture left by his parents, nothing of value remained. Since Yang entered university, the family's financial situation had become strained. Over the years, his tuition and his father's medical expenses had been sustained by his mother's management of the supermarket. However, 2 years ago, Yang's mother tragically passed away in a car accident. Though they received some compensation, most of it went toward his father's medical treatment, effectively severing Yang's financial support. Previously, Yang could manage to keep the supermarket afloat with the help of his mother's compensation and some assistance from relatives. However, now the supermarket could no longer operate due to the developer's interference, and the compensation money had dwindled with his father's illness. Relatives and friends had distanced themselves due to their own financial burdens. Suddenly, Yang found himself facing the dire situation of being unable to put food on the table. Nevertheless, Yang persevered, running the supermarket as best as he could. When the supermarket closed, he took on odd jobs. And when it opened, he slashed prices relentlessly, managing to keep it afloat with the stock in the warehouse. Now, however, the developers were causing trouble again, and the already struggling business was nearing collapse. Fortunately, just when Yang was about to lose hope, the other world appeared. It was as if a guiding light had ignited before him, and he believed that the emergence of this other world was no mere coincidence. It would undoubtedly transform his life. And he was filled with confidence that in truth, whether the supermarket remained open was no longer relevant. What mattered was that it was a legacy from his mother, along with the inventory and the portal in the warehouse. Thus, on that day, Yang undertook 2 significant actions. The first was to load all the items from the supermarket onto the large truck his father had used for transportation. This box truck, with its front 4 and rear 8 wheels, had been purchased by L. Yang's father. Initially, the family intended to sell it due to his father's illness, but because of its age, they couldn't fetch much for it. Furthermore, it was his father's only remaining connection to the past, so it remained and used that L. Yang was uncertain if the truck could still start. The second action L. Yang took during this time was to conduct an experiment. He used his remaining points to attempt relocating the wormhole to another location and, unexpectedly, succeeded in moving the portal into the truck's cargo area. However, to ensure that the supermarket retained its purpose, L. Yang left only food and beverages in the truck while placing the rest of the items, including the warehouse stock, on the shelves. After completing all of this, L. Yang drifted off to sleep, dreaming of a future filled with wealth and prosperity. However, lying in bed, Lu Yang found himself unable to sleep. Although he had cast his worries onto his future self 3 days hence, whenever he quieted his mind, the question resurfaced. How could he protect the supermarket from the clutches of the developer? In comparison to the developer, the matter concerning Su Gunzi seemed trivial. 3 days later. Even if he devised a plan to rid himself of Su Gunzi, the developer would not be so easily dispatched. Many of his neighbors, once resolute in their refusal to move, had succumbed to the developer's coercion and enticements, one after another falling to defeat. Thus, while expelling Su Gunzi was a minor concern, eliminating future troubles demanded a strategy to topple the developer. Yet this was easier said than done. In the eyes of the developer, Lu Yang was but a mere ant, easily crushed beneath a careless foot. How could he possibly contend with such a formidable opponent? Presently, despite having acquired skills in this alternate realm, Lu Yang still felt uncertain when faced with Su Gunzi, while he was confident in his ability to amass wealth in this strange world. He had no inkling on how to vanquish Su Gunzi and his cohorts. Nevertheless, the following day, he forced a smile and, under the watchful gaze of his neighbors, locked the supermarket's doors. Then, he hastily climbed into the back of the truck. "All right, our supermarket is moving," Lu Yang exclaimed excitedly from within the vehicle, lifting a large box of bread, eager to dive into the wormhole. However, upon closing his eyes and traversing the wormhole, he found himself still standing in the truck. "Did I go the wrong way?" Lu Yang pondered. He tried again from the opposite direction, but the outcome remained unchanged. He was still in the truck. "System, what is happening?" Beep. System activated. "Host, please note that points are insufficient." Chapter 11. Farewell, Su Shuang. Insufficient points? Impossible. I clearly had 5 points left during my previous experiment, Lu Yang replied, somewhat irate. This system was truly capricious. Host, please note that exceeding backup weight requires point expenditure. Lu Yang was bewildered. He had never heard of any backup weight. Could you clarify? Host, please note that upon the host's first traversal, the system backed up the weight. Each traversal exceeding the backup weight consumes 5 points per kilogram. Are you implying that I cannot bring anything with me? Host, please note that exceeding backup weight incurs a cost of 5 points per kilogram. Now Lu Yang understood. He could not simply transport items at will, that he pondered how he might carry some food. Otherwise, Su Shuang might genuinely think he was boasting. After some contemplation, Lu Yang's gaze fell upon his clothing and shoes. Perhaps if he removed his coat and shoes, he could lighten his load. However, once he shed his clothes, he was uncertain about the weather on the other side. The last time he saw Su Shuang, she was dressed quite comfortably, but who could guarantee that the temperature wouldn't drop at night? What if he caught a cold? He wasn't sure if there would be any medicine available over there. Nevertheless, Lu Yang reconsidered. These trifling details seemed far less significant compared to his dreams of wealth and prosperity. Resolutely, he stripped off his coat, pants, and shoes. Balancing his clothing in one hand and the weight of the bread in the other, he compared and removed the excess bread until he finally determined the bread's weight. He prepared to attempt the wormhole once more. However, at the threshold of the wormhole, he paused, suddenly recalling Su Shuang's mention of food and water. Glancing at his half-full box of bread, he retreated, taking out some bread and replacing it with drinks. Finally prepared, he approached the wormhole, leaped, and felt a flash of golden light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in that familiar, dilapidated house. At least my efforts were not in vain, Lu Yang muttered to himself. Yet, apart from Lu Yang, The house was devoid of any other presence. Outside, the howling wind and heaps of garbage were the only signs of life. It seems Su Shuang still doesn't believe me. Lu Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. The sky in this alternate world appeared as it did in films, overcast and gloomy, with occasional flickers of light, all tinged with a haunting red hue. This world was indeed fittingly linked to the concept of zombies. Dressed only in his undergarments, Lu Yang stood in the decrepit house, feeling surprisingly warm. With nothing better to do, he resolved to tidy up the place. Perhaps it would become his future refuge. The magic of love spins in circles. Thinking of you makes my heart bloom. Lu Yang hummed cheerfully as he cleaned, lost in his own world, until he suddenly heard footsteps outside that he quickly ceased his movements, holding his breath and listening intently to the sounds outside. Talp! Tap, tap. The footsteps were soft and measured, suggesting that the individual approaching was cautious. Lu Yang gently set down what he was holding and stealthily moved to the door, remembering to grab a stick along the way. Talp! Tap, tap. The footsteps grew nearer, and Lu Yang could even hear the person's breathing. Clearly, they were headed towards the house. In an intense moment of tension, Lu Yang momentarily forgot about the skill he had exchanged for 500 points the previous day. Gripping the stick with both hands, he raised it above his head, ready to strike the moment the intruder entered. Creak, the door swung open. Lu Yang swung down the stick. Ouch! He clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground in discomfort. After a series of chaotic movements, Lu Yang lay on the floor, groaning in pain. Lu Yang, what are you doing? The newcomer was a woman. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yang opened his eyes and saw none other than Su Shuang. Ouch! I thought you wouldn't come. So you decided to prance around the house in just your underwear? Su Shuang turned her head. The sight of Lu Yang in his undergarments was rather unappealing. I wore my underwear solely to bring you food. Ouch! Ha, you really hit hard. Ha, how crude. What does bringing me food have to do with you being in your underwear? Ah, you wouldn't understand that if you find it so unpleasant, why not take off your shirt for me? My shirt? Why should I give it to you? So I can cover myself? Aren't you embarrassed? Upon realizing Lu Yang's intention, Su Shuang reluctantly removed her shirt, which Lu Yang swiftly snatched and wrapped around his waist. One good deed. And you treat me like an ingrate. Lu Yang muttered as he tied the shirt. Enough already. It was just a little hit. Stop whining like a woman. Su Shuang replied impatiently that Lu Yang shot her an annoyed glare. But this glance left him momentarily stunned that Su Shuang, having shed her shirt, was clad only in a tank top, her curvaceous figure instantly becoming apparent. Though her skin was grimy, it exuded an undeniable allure. The olive-green tank top clung to her, slightly dampened by sweat, giving her a wild and enticing appearance. Yet, Su Shuang remained oblivious to Lu Yang's fiery gaze. She seemed to catch a scent she had never encountered before. Her mind consumed by curiosity about its origin. Well, I've come as promised. What about you? Where's the food you were supposed to bring? Su Shuang instinctively associated the enticing aroma with food, recalling Lu Yang's words from the previous day. In response, Lu Yang dragged the cardboard box from the corner of the room. Here, it's all right here. As soon as the box appeared, Su Shuang realized the delightful scent emanated from it. She approached it with curiosity, cautiously peering inside. What is this? Inside the box lay a collection of yellow items wrapped in plastic, their fragrance enticing yet unfamiliar. The strange red and green bottles only deepened her suspicion. Bread. Haven't you ever seen it before? Bread. What is that? Lu Yang was taken aback that someone from this world had never encountered bread, perhaps just as Su Shuang had once thought of him as someone who had never seen a bandit. He was now experiencing the same bewilderment. Chapter 12. Points Harvesting Base, to be precise. Bread is a fusion of plant and animal products, crafted from flour, eggs, and butter, Lu Yang stated, adopting the demeanor of a scholar. Su Shuang furrowed her brow and inquired, I've heard of flour and eggs, but those are precious commodities. I've never had them. But what on earth is butter? Observing Su Shuang's skeptical expression, Lu Yang realized that explaining these items could take days. And even then, how much would she truly comprehend? Thus, he chose not to respond, instead picking up a piece of bread, unwrapping it, and offering it to Su Shuang. Why bother with all that? Just eat it. It's a pineapple bun. a flavor girls typically enjoy. Su Shuang, with a hint of skepticism, gingerly accepted the bread and took a delicate bite. Did I in that moment? Lu Yang beheld an exquisite scene. Su Shuang's face, initially taut, gradually unfurled as if she were savoring sweetness for the first time. A look of surprise and happiness blossomed on her face, akin to a bud transforming into a resplendent flower. It was truly breathtaking. However, this enchanting tableau lasted but a few seconds, for shortly after tasting the flavor, Su Shuang devoured the bread with the fervor of a ravenous beast. Liu Yang mused that even the beggars on the street would not indulge in such a voracious manner as Su Shuang now exhibited. Soon, the aftermath of her gluttony became evident. Liu Yang observed that although she had yet to swallow the bread, she was already gasping for air, her eyes rolling back in distress. "Hey, slow down. There's plenty more. It's all yours," Liu Yang exclaimed, hastily opening a bottle of beverage and handing it to her. Yet, Su Shuang hesitated, eyeing the drink with suspicion as she rolled her eyes at him in inquiry. "Drink it. It's fine. It tastes great." Liu Yang was genuinely concerned that if she persisted, she might choke on the bread. Upon hearing his words, Su Shuang took a few sips from the bottle. Managing to wash down the food lodged in her throat, she then scrutinized the beverage. "The taste is quite pleasant, but what is this water? What's in it?" She burped, seemingly unperturbed. "It's called carbonated drink. And by the way, it's all yours." Su Shuang, though still uncertain about this new concoction, found it enjoyable and began to consume it with abandon. After a hearty meal, she had devoured 3 loaves of bread and downed 2 full bottles of carbonated drink. Liu Yang was genuinely curious how such a petite woman could possess such a formidable appetite. After wiping her mouth, Su Shuang inquired, "You must keep your word. All of this is for me, right?" "Haha, I keep my promises. What I say is what I mean. However, I did mention earlier that if I'm not boasting, you must agree to one condition." Su Shuang immediately became vigilant, asking, "Condition? What condition?" "It's quite simple. Tell me, if I were to sell these breads and drinks, wouldn't they be in great demand here?" "That's a certainty. Here, food and drink are far more valuable than gold coins, that if you could provide these regularly, people would surely flock to buy them." "Excellent. My condition is that you assist me, and together we shall sell these goods." "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed, it is that simple that if you help me, all food and drink will be free for you. But you must also ensure my safety." "All right, I can agree to that, but it's a prerequisite that all my meals are complimentary." "Haha, no problem. Everything is on the house." With that, Su Shuang walked over to the box and picked up another loaf of bread to nibble on. Meanwhile, Liu Yang fell into deep contemplation. Having ensnared Su Shuang, he had succeeded halfway. Now, he needed to devise a plan to accumulate points, seizing the opportunity while Su Shuang munched on her bread. Liu Yang gently summoned the system. "System, how much time do I have left?" "Beep, system activated. Host, please note that you have 37 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. To extend your time, 100 points can be exchanged for 1 additional hour." Time was of the essence, and Liu Yang began to feel anxious. "Su Shuang, do you know whether there are any zombies around here?" With her mouth full of bread, Su Shuang mumbled, "This is a world of zombies. You should rather ask where there aren't any." "Oh, enough chatter. Take me out to slay a few zombies." "Why? You wouldn't understand if I explained. Just lend me a hand." "Fine, I'll help out since you're providing the bread for free." Thus, Su Shuang led Liu Yang outside. After walking for a while, Liu Yang spotted an unfinished construction site, and Su Shuang showed no signs of stopping. After walking a few hundred meters, Su Shuang pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "There! The zombies you wanted!" Liu Yang followed her gesture and felt elated. The place she indicated was indeed a construction site, cluttered with steel rods and concrete pillars, all festooned with incessantly wailing zombies. This was, in essence, a base for harvesting points that if he dealt with this batch of zombies and cleaned up the bodies, he could devise a strategy to attract more zombies, thus alleviating his concerns about accumulating points. In a moment of excitement, Liu Yang cupped Su Shuang's face, poised to plant a kiss, only to be met with her expression that clearly conveyed, "Release me, or I shall dislocate your arm." Realizing his reckless enthusiasm, Liu Yang quickly withdrew his hand. The two stood awkwardly for a moment before he cheerfully bounded into the construction site. He casually picked up a steel rod, thinking to himself that even the tools were conveniently at hand. Subsequently, Liu Yang engaged in a manner reminiscent of playing Mario, scoring 5 points with one prod, then 10 with another. After toiling for over 20 minutes, Liu Yang glanced back and noted that about half of the zombies remained unprocessed. Yet he had already amassed 400 to 500 points. Need any assistance? Su Shuang, perhaps bored, floated the question. No, please don't help. This task must be done by me alone. With points in hand, Liu Yang felt a sense of calm. System, extend my time. I'll take 2 hours. Chapter 13. Others with the extension secured. Liu Yang felt at ease. Observing the remaining zombies, he decided to reserve them for later. He surmised that in this alternate world, perhaps he alone would employ the strategy of accumulating points through slaying zombies to survive. These zombies, left unaddressed, would not remain untouched like a pile of food. Inevitably, they would be seized by others. Once he clarified this to himself, Liu Yang began to dispose of the deceased zombies, aiming to clear out these traps to amass even more zombies. I truly don't understand. While they are zombies, they have lost their capacity to harm us. Why must you kill them? Su Shuang expressed her confusion regarding Liu Yang's actions to Liu Yang, unwilling to explain. Knowing she wouldn't comprehend, simply replied, consider it a good deed. These individuals would certainly not wish to end up in such a state. I am merely helping them find peace. Liu Yang piled the foul-smelling corpses together, intending to incinerate them. But lacking fire or fuel, he inquired, Hey, do you have any gasoline? What oil? You can't be serious. You don't even know what gasoline is. As soon as he spoke, Liu Yang realized that in this desolate world, the human industrial system had likely been nearly obliterated. If gasoline still existed, it would undoubtedly be a rare commodity. That Su Shuang's ignorance was thus understandable. Are you looking to burn them? Su Shuang asked. Thank heaven. You know the term cremation? Yes, that is precisely what I wish to do, but without fuel or fire, it's unfeasible. I suppose I'll bring some tomorrow. With no other option, Liu Yang led Su Shuang back to the house. His points were now sufficient, and he could bring more supplies next time, but the issue of meeting Su Shuang arose that if he left her in the house, his secrets would be at risk. Yet if he allowed her to leave, when would she return? He couldn't possibly set the teleportation point on Su Shuang herself. Su Shuang, where did you stay before? After much contemplation, Liu Yang asked. Of course, I stayed where I reside. And where is that? For instance, where did you stay yesterday? Why do you want to know? Su Shuang became wary. Oh, I'm not plotting anything. I merely think that if we are to sell these items, we need a suitable location. I plan to use that dilapidated house as my residence. If you could help me find another place, that would be splendid. Liu Yang, I admire your ability to gather such food, regardless of whether you can consistently provide these items. Even if you do have stock, do you think just the two of us can manage to sell them here? Have you forgotten how we escaped from those bandits yesterday? Su Shuang's words struck a chord with Liu Yang. Indeed. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of wealth, while neglecting the potential obstacles of establishing a supermarket in this alternate world. That it was only after Su Shuang's reminder that he realized he needed to bolster his strength first. By the way, Su Shuang, you frequently encounter bandits. I presume your impressive skills have been honed against them. Liu Yang shifted the conversation, inquiring about Su Shuang's combat experience. Absolutely. In this world, survival necessitates continual self-improvement. Even children as young as 6 or 7 must learn to contend with this reality. All right, let me ask you this. How should a person devoid of martial skills, or one who merely possesses superficial techniques, fend off multiple adversaries simultaneously? Why are you asking this? There won't be a fight, and it's multiple against one. If you're not going to run, what are you waiting for? Su Shuang thought to herself, bemused that such a simple question needed to be posed. Wondering how this person had survived thus far. What if I can't escape? Does that mean I have to fight them? How can I possibly win? Su Shuang gazed intently at Liu Yang, noting that he was not joking, and then inquired, Are you referring to yourself? I observed your skills yesterday, and they seemed quite commendable, certainly not merely flashy. Well, consider it me. For instance, I could execute the moves from yesterday, but I lack the same vigor as before. One punch from me wouldn't hurt anyone. How do you suggest I defeat 4 or 5 individuals? The moves from yesterday, Su Shuang asked. Yes. Exactly the same? Yes. If you can't win, can't you simply evade? Her succinct remark was akin to a splash of cold water awakening Lu Yong from his reverie. He realized that his fervent desire to assert himself before Su Shuang had clouded his judgment. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to strike him down, neglecting the fact that it wasn't necessary to defeat him to drive him away. Indeed. How foolish of me. Why must I resort to violence? Well then, do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I'll be taking my leave, Su Shuang declared, gathering her bread box and preparing to depart. What do you think you're doing? Lu Yong interjected, blocking her path. Did you not say that all these items belong to me? Am I not entitled to take them? Su Shuang asked, her tone matter of fact. Indeed, these items are yours, and there will be more delectable offerings in the future. However, you may only consume them here, for free, as much as you desire, but you cannot take any away. Are you certain? Su Shuang, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I provide you with food and drink at no cost because you can assist me that if you were to take all this bread away, who knows if you would return or when? Fine, Lu Yong. First and foremost, I keep my word. If I promise to help you, I shall do so. Secondly, since you have stipulated that I cannot dispose of the items you promised, we shall consider our agreement null and void. I shall no longer require your provisions, and you need not seek my assistance, Su Shuang proclaimed, setting down the bread and turning to leave. Wait, we can still negotiate. Lu Yong grasped her arm, saying, I apologize if I have offended you. You may take the bread, but you must not disclose our arrangement to anyone else. I can assure you that I will continue to provide food and water, and you are welcome to collect it whenever you wish. But the condition is that no outsider must know. Can you manage that? What about the people I know? Chapter 14 Su Shuang's dwelling. Lu Yong quickly responded. Others will not receive free provisions. And remember what I just mentioned. This place must remain a secret. When you come here, be vigilant and ensure that you are not followed. What if I bring someone to purchase? Will you sell? Of course, I will sell. That is indeed my purpose here. However, until we possess the strength to protect ourselves, it would be prudent not to sell just yet, that if word gets out, those bandits could come to rob us. I mean, if I bring someone I know to make a purchase, how much will you charge? Lu Yong comprehended this time. Su Shuang had others with her, possibly companions or family. Su Shuang, be honest with me. Do you have any companions? Su Shuang immediately grew wary, shaking her head vigorously. Realizing her lack of trust, Lu Yong added, If they are not companions, then let us raise the price. These breads and beverages are strictly for your use. Others must pay. Do children have to pay too? Su Shuang sopti inquit. Children? Where did children come from? Su Shuang recognized that since the conversation had reached this point, further deception was futile. Even a fool could guess that she intended to bring food back for others. All right, I do have one companion, but she is just a child, and she is injured that I need to get some food for her. You said you would sell. How many gold coins? Lu Yong could tell without guessing that Su Shuang was not lying. At this juncture, there was no point in her fabricating a story. Where is she? Take me to see her. But Su Shuang halted him, stating, No need. She does not wish to see strangers. Even now you still do not trust me? If this child is real, I might even allow her to eat for free as well. Su Shuang's expression brightened significantly at this, and she replied, You promise? I promise, but you must take me to meet her. Otherwise, how can I ascertain the truth of your words? Su Shuang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately consented. Upon arriving at Su Shuang's dwelling, Lu Yong discovered that it was located not far from his own dilapidated house. Watching Su Shuang lead the way, he realized she was guiding him toward a cluster of towering buildings. Anxiety gripped him. What if Su Shuang was a cunning brigand, leading him into a trap with her accomplices? He had no means to defend himself. After a tense trek, Lu Yong finally saw Su Shuang dart into a nearby high-rise, but he followed her inside to find that although the building was in disrepair, it remained structurally sound. Su Shuang led him directly to the stairwell and elevator area that Lu Yong had expected her to take him up the stairs, but instead, she approached the dimly lit elevator shaft. She picked up a piece of rubble and tapped rhythmically on the elevator door. And soon, he heard a sound emanating from the dark elevator shaft. Moments later, a hoist descended, capable of accommodating one person. "Wait here. I'll go up first. Then you can follow," Su Shuang instructed before climbing into the hoist. The Liu Yang watched as she gradually ascended. After she departed, he took the opportunity to examine the elevator shaft. Clearly, the elevator was out of service, currently stranded 2 or 3 floors above him. With the faint light filtering in from outside, he could discern several rusty cables on the elevator's ceiling. While he was peering inside, something suddenly struck his head from above. It was the hoist descending from above. Mimicking Su Shuang's earlier actions, he climbed into the hoist, and as he pondered whether it could support his weight of around 150 to 160 pounds, he felt it steadily ascending. After a few minutes, Liu Yang finally arrived at Su Shuang's abode. Her residence was situated on the top floor, and it appeared she had somehow severed access to the floors below. The only entrance was through the elevator shaft. Curiously, Liu Yang inspected how they had managed to hoist themselves up and discovered that Su Shuang had modified a few pulleys at the top of the elevator, creating a crank system. This allowed even a small child to easily lift over 100 pounds. That Su Shuang's so-called child companion was a little girl with unkempt, dirty hair, who was currently devouring the bread Su Shuang had handed her. Whenever she choked, Su Shuang spoke to her in a voice far gentler than the one she used with Liu Yang. "Slow down. There's more. All of this is for you." The tone was in stark contrast to her interactions with him. Liu Yang noticed that the little girl had a cloth bandage tied around her leg, the very injury Su Shuang had mentioned. The bandage was not tightly bound, indicating that Su Shuang was mindful of the girl's discomfort. He could see that the skin around the wound had begun to darken, suggesting it might be infected at that moment. Liu Yang also noticed the wound on Su Shuang's back, which appeared as it had the previous day, merely hastily bound with a scarf. It seemed that in this alternate world, not only was food scarce, but medicinal supplies were likely in short supply as well. "Su Shuang, it appears you have not deceived me. That I promise that she too shall be able to eat and drink for free in the future. But as a condition, I must borrow this place for my use." "Borrow this place for what?" Su Shuang inquired. That Liu Yang had realized that since Su Shuang had partitioned off the top floor, she and the little girl only required a small room to live in. However, given the ample space on the top floor, he intended to utilize it as a storage area. "It's quite simple. I plan to stockpile goods, and when I move my supplies here, you won't have to travel far for food. The dilapidated house can serve as a market for those wishing to purchase food. What do you think?" At this moment, Su Shuang was primarily concerned with her and the little girl's sustenance. Since they only needed a small room for themselves, the vast space was of little concern to her. If she could exchange this seemingly useless space for free food and drink in the future, she would certainly agree. Chapter 15. After a brief planning session at Su Shuang's residence, Liu Yang realized that his time was running short. "Su Shuang, I must take my leave now, but I shall return tomorrow. That I noticed that the child's wound seems to be infected. I intend to bring some medicine." "Medicine? You have medicine?" Su Shuang appeared quite astonished. "Indeed. Just a bit of anti-inflammatory medication that if this child's wound continues to fester, amputation may become necessary." "No, I must have misheard you. Did you say you have medicine?" Su Shuang's expression was filled with excitement. "Ha! I do have some, though not much. However, I can find a way to acquire more." "What is the matter?" "Liu Yang, who exactly are you? Do you realize what possessing medicine means in this world?" Liu Yang, unfazed, replied, "Having medicine simply means one can heal the sick and save lives. What else could it signify?" "Haha, in this world, once a wound becomes infected, all we can do is wait for death. That if you can procure medicine, not only could you earn money here, but you might even have the means to dominate this world." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang was taken aback. He had initially thought that medicine was merely scarce in this realm, but he never anticipated the situation to be so dire. However, this also presented a new avenue for his aspirations of wealth. Combining a supermarket with a pharmacy would render him invincible in this world. Let us not dwell on that for now. That I must be off. Tomorrow, I assure you I will bring the medicine. Just wait and see." With that, Liu Yang climbed into the basket, and Su Shuang cautiously lowered him down. Upon returning to the dilapidated house, Yang summoned the system and discovered he had 275 points remaining. Although insufficient for upgrading his skills, it was ample for the supplies he would bring tomorrow. After traversing the transport portal back to his compartment, Yang hurried home, but he recalled that when he had a bit of money previously, he had purchased a plethora of medications for his father, including a substantial amount of anti-inflammatory drugs. Later, when his father's condition was diagnosed, it turned out that he did not require nearly as much medication as he had bought, which had left Yang regretting his impulsive decision. Yet now, it seemed those medications might come in handy. After paying respects to his parents, Yang sorted through the pile of medicines his father, having suffered long-term illness, had become somewhat knowledgeable about medications. And Yang had picked up some knowledge during his years of care that he categorized the medicines, identifying which were anti-inflammatory, which were for colds, and so forth. After sorting, he labeled each item and transferred them into the compartment. Yang, what are you doing with those medicines? I can no longer use them. Yang's uncle suddenly appeared behind him, inquiring. Ha, Uncle, these are all leftover medications from Dad, since they're no longer of use. I thought to sell them. Sell them. Who would come here to buy medicine? Moreover, how much could you possibly make? Ha, Uncle, a little money is still money. Whatever I can sell, I will. Faced with Yang's predicament, his uncle felt powerless and sighed as he departed. After organizing the food and medications, Yang stood by the supermarket shelves, lost in thought. Initially, he had believed that only medicines could be effective in that alternate world. But now it seemed that many items on the shelves could be immensely valuable, with some potentially even more lucrative than food, such as the simplest of items, batteries. Thinking of Su Shuang, Yang noticed a corner of the shelf displaying women's lingerie, sanitary products, and cosmetics. Women like Su Shuang would undoubtedly have an interest in such items after satisfying their hunger. With this realization, Yang concluded that the supermarket his parents had left him was a veritable treasure trove. Furthermore, the supermarket had connections with numerous suppliers, meaning that as long as he had sufficient funds, these goods could continuously flow into his possession. Thus, Yang increasingly felt that he could not relinquish this supermarket. He had to safeguard it at all costs. However, protecting the supermarket entailed more than merely driving away Su Gunzi. For the developer could send someone else, likely Gunzi, the very next day, to retain ownership of the supermarket. Yang needed to address the issue at its roots. As he pondered, fatigue overcame him, and he lay down on a makeshift bed in the supermarket's storage area. The following day, Yang brought 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory medication, which his father had once claimed were particularly effective for external injuries. Additionally, he carried some ham sausages and luncheon meat. Not much, as he felt that the bread from yesterday would still suffice for Su Shuang and her companions for a few days. And today, as provisions were merely to add some flavor. Besides that, he also brought a flashlight and several batteries. Beep, system activated. Host, please note, the weight of the items exceeds the backup weight by 7 kilograms, requiring a deduction of 10 points. Please confirm whether to exchange. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang replied, Exchange. Then, as usual, a flash of golden light enveloped his vision, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the shabby house. When Yang had departed from this location yesterday, he had deliberately placed the wormhole in a discreet corner of the dilapidated structure to avoid detection. Even if someone entered, they would not notice unless they scrutinized carefully. Upon entering the small house, Yang intended to make his way to Su Shuang's dwelling when he heard a series of muffled sounds from the front of the house. Has someone come in? Yang immediately became alert, setting down his belongings to grasp a wooden stick that had been nearby as he stealthily approached. To his surprise, when he got closer, he nearly lost control of his senses. The source of the noise was none other than Su Shuang, who, believing the room to be vacant, was in the process of removing her clothing to tend to the wound on her back. Yang happened to appear on her left side, and her upper body was instantly laid bare before his eyes. However, Su Shuang was too preoccupied with caring for her injury to notice Yang's sudden presence. Ahem. Yang could no longer bear to take advantage of Su Shuang's vulnerable state and turned away, clearing his throat. Oh! Su Shuang exclaimed in shock, hastily retrieving her clothing with astonishing speed to cover herself. Once she realized that it was Yang, she called out loudly, Yang, when did you arrive? How come I didn't see you? Well, Please put your clothes on first that I came a while ago and was just sleeping inside. You simply didn't notice. Chapter 16 More Zombie Traps after Su Shuang had dressed. Yang turned back, anxious that she might dwell on his sudden appearance, so he hastily asked, "Your wound isn't healed yet?" At this, Su Shuang's face flushed crimson, and she exclaimed, You said you were sleeping. Did you see?" Yang, feeling embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and nodded. I have some medicine here, both topical and oral. You can use them, and the little girl can benefit as well." Su Shuang pointed toward the door and shouted, "Get out! I also brought some other items you might need. Just take a look." Yang replied, holding out the collection of lingerie and sanitary products for Su Shuang to see that Su Shuang did not take what he offered, but instead drew a flying knife, aiming it at Yang as she shouted, "Will you leave?" With no choice but to suppress the heat rising in his chest. Yang stepped outside. He waited outside for quite some time until Su Shuang finally emerged, fully clothed, and opened the door to Yang, then handed over the medicine and clothing, repeating his earlier words. The packaging of these items bore instructions, so Yang need not worry about Su Shuang being unable to utilize them, that Su Shuang took the items and examined them closely. Afterward, her expression remained unchanged, but she appeared greatly intrigued by the medicine Yang had provided. "This is wonderful. Xiaokuo is saved," Su Shuang murmured. Perhaps due to the earlier incident, she fell silent after this remark. And Yang, feeling awkward, also refrained from speaking, leading to an atmosphere of discomfort. Ultimately, it was Su Shuang who broke the silence. She carefully organized the items Yang had brought before saying, "Let us go. Xiaokuo is waiting for this medicine." Thus, Yang silently followed behind Su Shuang, carrying the remaining ham sausages and luncheon meat. Upon returning to Su Shuang's residence, she first administered the medicine to Xiaokuo, who then tremulously returned the favor by applying medication to Su Shuang. Once both had tended to their wounds, Yang produced the ham sausages and luncheon meat. Xiaokuo, likely having never tasted such food in her life, relished every bite, and Su Shuang's mood improved slightly at the rare opportunity to enjoy meat. After they had eaten their fill, Su Shuang finally inquired, "Yang, who exactly are you? The items you brought, let alone using them. Many people may not have even heard of them, that in this world, we strip clothes from the deceased and dig our food from the earth. If luck permits, we might encounter a couple of animals, but if fortune is lacking, we even resort to consuming the flesh of the dead. As for those medicines, the average person once injured can only wait for death like Xiaokuo. Those with some knowledge can only forage for herbs in the wilderness to treat their wounds, yet most cannot escape their fate. In this world, everyone eagerly anticipates the arrival of spring, wishing it would linger a little longer. For it is only during that season that resources are relatively abundant. However, as winter descends, people begin to perish in droves. Some fall victim to marauding bandits, others succumb to the bitter cold, and the majority are ultimately starved. The items you brought these past few days are utterly foreign to me. I find myself doubting their very existence in this world. Could you kindly divulge to me the source of these items?" After listening to Su Shuang's words, Yang pondered carefully. Yet despite his thoughts, he felt it prudent to withhold his true identity from Su Shuang, that he feared that revealing it might lead her to regard him as an outcast. And he also questioned how long this identity, or rather, this system, could endure. Perhaps tomorrow, at any given moment, the system might cease to exist. Su Shuang, you are partially correct. These items do not originate from this world. However, I cannot disclose their source just yet. You merely need to understand that I pose no threat to you. My arrival here is not intended to harm anyone. As for my identity, I shall reveal it in due time. Su Shuang regarded Yang with eyes brimming with questions. For reasons unknown, she felt compelled to trust his words, sensing that he was a reliable ally. Indeed, since Yang's arrival, her and Xiao's food shortages had been alleviated, and even their injuries had begun to mend. Moreover, he had addressed the monthly concerns that once plagued her. "Very well," Su Shuang conceded. "For the time being, it appears you are not a villain." Upon hearing this, Yang finally felt a sense of relief. With Su Shuang's predicament resolved, he now needed to focus on enhancing his own strength. Not merely in physical prowess, but in rallying more allies. As Su Shuang had pointed out, the numerous bandits posed a significant threat. Even if he and Su Shuang were formidable, they could not possibly confront such multitudes alone. Therefore, Lu Yang needed to earn money swiftly, grow stronger, and enlist more followers. However, an urgent matter remained. He must harvest the remaining points from the construction site. This system was exceedingly frustrating, and only by amassing more points could Lu Yang progress further. Su Shuang, you both stay here. I shall descend and finish off the remaining zombies from yesterday. Lu Yang, what purpose does killing zombies serve? If you truly have such a need, I know of several nearby locations, much like yesterday's, where numerous zombies are trapped. Perhaps it was due to the food Lu Yang had provided. But Su Shuang's mood had significantly improved. She had also lowered her guard against him, likely influenced by Lu Yang's attentiveness in bringing some personal items for her, regardless of the reason. Lu Yang sensed that the chilliness in Su Shuang's demeanor had dissipated, and he perked up and inquired, "Are you saying there are many such construction sites?" Not construction sites per se, but rather, it was mere coincidence that those zombies became ensnared. The locations I am aware of have been set up by people who constructed traps to protect themselves from the zombie threat, luring the creatures in and confining them. There are likely thousands, if not tens of thousands of zombies. Lu Yang could not contain his joy, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. So many. This is a windfall. Chapter 17. Upgrading combat skills in the ensuing hours. Lu Yang expended 100 points to extend his time by an hour to eliminate the remaining zombies at the construction site. After clearing the bodies, he checked his system and discovered he had accumulated 895 points. Although this figure still fell short of his ultimate goal, Lu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, based on Su Shuang's information. There were several more locations nearby where points could be harvested, alleviating his worries for the time being. Upon returning to Su Shuang's residence, Lu Yang recalled that tomorrow marked the final day of the 3-day deadline set by Su Gunzi. Whether the supermarket could survive depended on his actions the following day. When Lu Yang emerged from the basket, he noticed Su Shuang's clothing was disheveled, as if she had hurriedly dressed. This likely occurred when Xiao Kuo had attempted to treat her wounds. Su Shuang, your wounds remain untreated. Do you want me to assist you? Rest assured, I will only look at your back and no other areas, Lu Yang said, placing his hand on Su Shuang's shoulder, attempting to help her remove her outer shirt. Having been astonished by the items Lu Yang had provided over the past 2 days, and feeling a shift in Su Shuang's attitude, he became a bit overconfident, believing himself to be her savior, thus neglecting his decorum. However, Lu Yang did not anticipate that the moment his hand touched Su Shuang's shoulder, she reacted as if a switch had been flipped, swiftly seizing his hand and twisting it behind his back. Before he could react, Su Shuang had leaped behind him, and he felt a sharp pain radiate from his shoulder joint. Lu Yang, I warn you, my recent kindness is due to your generous provision of goods. I am grateful, but that does not grant you the liberty to touch me at will. Lu Yang was taken aback. He had not expected the warm demeanor Su Shuang had shown him to vanish so suddenly. Reverting to the coldness he had first encountered, that a sense of betrayal washed over him, igniting his frustration. I merely wished to check your wounds. I had no ulterior motives, so why such an exaggerated reaction? At that moment, Su Shuang released Lu Yang, giving him a gentle shove that nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. It is best if there were no ulterior motives that I appreciate your kindness, but I am capable of tending to my own wounds. Additionally, I must inform you that consider your provisions and medicines as rent for my space. Rent? Lu Yang mused inwardly, recognizing her cunning that I in a place as expansive as this. A token of rent seemed reasonable. However, in this desolate world, she audaciously mentioned such a concept. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Once his goods arrived, someone would indeed need to oversee them. Moreover, he would inevitably require Su Shuang's assistance in the future. Though Lu Yang understood her intent was to use the notion of rent as a means to feel unencumbered by a debt to him, he deemed it a fair exchange. Very well, I will provide food and water to you, and in return, you will offer me the use of this space. Thus, neither of us will owe the other anything. It is best that you comprehend this. Lu Yang, that I hope you remember that the food and drink you provide are exchanged for my assistance in selling your goods, that if you wish to withdraw your provisions or cease providing them at any time, you are free to do so. However, Do not presume that your generosity entitles you to command us as you please. Lu Yong smirked, replying, Understood. I shall remember. After departing from Su Shuang's residence, Lu Yong returned to the dilapidated building, his mind racing with the impending deadline set by Su Gunzi. Despite having acquired knowledge of how to confront their adversaries from Su Shuang, he had yet to put it into practice. The memory of the previous beatings still lingered in his mind, and he was determined not to relive that experience. System, Lu Yong called out in exasperation. Beep, system activated. System, aside from those firearm skills, are there any more affordable combat techniques available? Attention! Host, basic combat skills 500 points, basic firearm skills 1,000 points. I'm already aware of this, that I am inquiring if there are any other, less costly fighting methods. Attention, host. Upgrading to intermediate combat skills, 800 points. Upgrading to ultimate firearm skills, 1,200 points. Upgrading. Alright, no need to elaborate further. Assist me in upgrading to intermediate combat skills. Attention, host. Combat skill upgrade in progress. 800 points required for exchange. Please confirm. Confirm. Lu Yong closed his eyes after speaking, expecting some transformation within his body. Yet, after waiting in silence for a considerable time without perceiving any change, he stripped off his shirt and examined his body for any alterations. System. Lu Yong expressed his doubts. Beep. System activated. System, have my combat skills been upgraded? Attention, host. 3 minutes ago, you expended 800 points to upgrade to intermediate combat skills. The TO upgrade to advanced combat skills. An expenditure of 1,200 points is required. Lu Yong felt a pang of disappointment. When he had first acquired combat skills, he could confirm his newfound prowess by taking on zombies and bandits, but this recent upgrade offered no tangible proof of improvement. With uncertainty creeping in, he sighed, Well, I suppose I will have to test it out in front of Su Gunzi. Yong sighed and spoke that in a flash of golden light. He found himself back in the carriage. He currently had 90 points remaining, which was sufficient for the items he intended to bring next time. However, Yong felt disinclined to sort through what to take with him. His sole focus now was to conserve his energy in preparation for the impending confrontation with Su Gunzi the following day. After returning home, Yong prepared himself a lavish dinner, for regardless of whether he would face a beating, he needed to nourish his body. Otherwise, how could he muster the strength to contend with Su Gunzi tomorrow? Early the next morning, Yong stood at the supermarket entrance, transferring fragile items into the warehouse. Still feeling uneasy, he decided to shut the supermarket's doors completely. Chapter 18. Driving away Su Gunzi, perhaps due to excessive anxiety. Yong arrived at the supermarket entrance by 8 a.m., waiting until shortly after noon when Su Gunzi and his subordinates ambled over lazily. Who would have thought? Your abilities may be limited, but your perseverance is commendable. Yong, you remember what I told you 3 days ago? Su Gunzi and his crew appeared disheveled, their hair in disarray, and Yong could immediately tell they had likely overindulged the night before. Only rising at this late hour, that a wave of delight washed over Yong. The fact that they were nursing a hangover was indeed good news for him, significantly enhancing his chances of victory. Not wishing to engage in unnecessary banter, Yong understood that the survival of the supermarket hinged on this very confrontation. Since a fight was inevitable, there was no point in prolonging the dialogue. If he emerged victorious, he would have to rush to Su Shuang's side. If he lost, he would need to devise another strategy to ensure the supermarket's survival. Given his lack of experience in challenging encounters compared to Su Gunzi, any display of ineptitude would only bolster his opponent's confidence while diminishing his own. Ah, so you've decided to remain silent and put on a show of bravado, have you? Quite an improvement. However, Yong, we haven't come here merely to give you a beating. After we're done, we intend to help you move. You might as well save us some effort. That can only be discussed after you've finished your beating. Yong retorted indignantly. The aura Yong exuded today was markedly different from 3 days prior. Although he himself had yet to perceive the change, Su Gunzi had already noticed that Yang's eyes, once filled with panic and uncertainty, now radiated a fierce determination. However, Su Gunzi dismissed it, reasoning that a person could not undergo significant transformation in such a short span. Perhaps Yong had merely watched a few more films and picked up some posturing. Very well. We shall see about that after we've dealt with you. Su Gunzi snorted coldly, gesturing to his subordinates. That as Su Gunzi's men charged forward, El-Yang suddenly raised his hand, halting them. Wait! Su Gunzi, thinking El-Yang had succumbed to fear and was reconsidering, chuckled. That's more like it. Since you're bound to move eventually, why not do it without enduring a beating? El-Yang, you're showing some cleverness. Su Gunzi, you've misunderstood that I intend to keep this supermarket running. If we fight here and damage the merchandise, wouldn't that be counterproductive? Let us choose a more spacious area. The decision to move will depend on how you choose to handle me. Su Gunzi was perplexed by El-Yang's sudden surge of confidence. The boy's demeanor was now a stark contrast to that of 3 days ago. Could it be that he had mastered some advanced technique? Su Gunzi's doubts did not extend to his subordinates, who, feeling deeply aggrieved by El-Yang's words, rushed at him angrily. Seeing them approach without hesitation, El-Yang quickly darted a few steps forward, not wishing to damage the supermarket in that moment. He realized his movements were significantly swifter than those of his adversaries. He found he could stride further and felt remarkably lighter. As he marveled at his newfound agility, Su Gunzi's minions reached him, launching punches, kicks, and grabs in unison. Yet to El-Yang, it all unfolded in slow motion. He deftly pivoted his body and, with a subtle exertion of his legs, executed a graceful spin akin to a ballet dancer, maneuvering behind the 4 attackers. Suddenly deprived of their target, their momentum carried them forward, and they lost their balance, tumbling ahead. That Su Gunzi witnessed this scene unfold. 3 days prior, El-Yang had indeed evaded their assault, but that had been a desperate reaction. This time, El-Yang appeared composed and assured, almost as if he could anticipate their movements. The 4 soon regrouped, cursing as they encircled El-Yang. Remembering Su Shuang's advice not to confront them head-on, El-Yang fluidly navigated through them like a slippery eel. After some time, he could distinctly hear their heavy breaths, while he himself felt no fatigue at all. Inwardly, he marveled at the worth of the 800 points he had spent. As their energy waned, their movement slowed, allowing El-Yang to become increasingly relaxed. He began to seek opportunities for counterattacks, opting not to take them down in one fell swoop, but instead slapping them or scratching them occasionally. Before long, their faces bore the marks of his strikes, red and bruised, until they finally collapsed in exhaustion. Just as El-Yang was reveling in his triumph and contemplating a gesture of defiance towards Su Gunzi, he felt a sudden rush of wind behind him, and an assailant appeared at his back. Instinctively, El-Yang reached behind him with his right hand and seized the intruder's groin. The attacker, attempting to wrap his arms around El-Yang's neck, found his efforts thwarted as El-Yang had already crouched down, exerting a powerful grip. El-Yang heard a pained cry as the assailant collapsed, followed by the sound of metal clattering to the ground. Upon turning, El-Yang realized that the person who had attacked him was none other than Su Gunzi, who had dropped a dagger and was now writhing on the ground, clutching his injured groin and emitting increasingly distressing cries. The grip El-Yang had applied was instinctual and reflexive, leaving him unaware of the force he had exerted. However, judging by Su Gunzi's reaction, it was evident that it had caused considerable harm, perhaps even irreparable damage. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for Su Gunzi's plight, El-Yang attempted to assess his injury, but Su Gunzi vehemently refused to let him near. Exasperated, El-Yang resorted to calling for an ambulance and reporting the incident to the police. Chapter 19. Su Shuang earns money when the police arrived. El-Yang succinctly recounted the events. Given Su Gunzi's reputation as a frequent visitor to the station, the officers did not question him extensively and allowed him to leave, merely advising him to refrain from going out for a while, as he might be needed for further inquiries. After the police departed, neighbors who had initially hidden upon hearing the commotion emerged, whispering among themselves about how this impoverished youth had managed to drive away the notorious Su Gunzi. Returning to the supermarket, El-Yang tidied up the items that had been knocked over and broken, making some arrangements before intending to venture into the other world to find Su Shuang. Just as he was about to leave the supermarket and head to his vehicle for the transition, he suddenly spotted his uncle approaching with several relatives. That El-Yang had always wanted to avoid this uncle, who had persistently harassed him for a portion of the compensation money following his mother's tragic accident. This uncle had lent money to El-Yang's family before his mother's passing, insisting that he was entitled to a share of the compensation. Initially, Yang's father intended to repay part of the debt from the compensation funds. However, as Yang's father fell gravely ill and desperately needed financial resources, Yang had to refuse his uncle's demands. Since then, the uncle had been relentless, demanding repayment each month. Yang had managed to scrape together a small amount to appease his uncle through the meager income from the supermarket and odd jobs. However, following the recent disturbances caused by the developers, the supermarket had ceased to generate income, and Yang had become so preoccupied with the matters of the other world that he had forgotten today was the due date for repayment. Yang, where are you off to? His uncle's laughter always reminded Yang of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh, it's you, uncle. Right, today is the day for repayment. Unfortunately, I currently cannot manage to come up with the funds. Would you consider granting me a few more days? Upon observing the relatives accompanying his uncle, Yang recognized them as those who had previously lent him money. These relatives, all from his mother's side, had always harbored disdain for his father. When his mother was alive, they exhibited a modicum of restraint, but with her passing, they seemed to disregard familial bonds entirely. Uncles, please grant me a few more days. I assure you I will repay every penny owed, that I beg you. Do not disturb my father. The leading uncle chuckled. Yang, it is not our intention to make things difficult for you in these times. Every household is short on funds that we are in dire straits ourselves, so naturally, we are anxious that it matters not that you lack money for now. There is still that supermarket, is there not? Once you sign the contract with the developer, their compensation will be promptly disbursed, and you will have the means to repay us. Upon hearing this, Yang quickly grasped the situation. It appeared to be yet another ploy by the developer. Gunzi had failed to drive him away, and now they had sent relatives to do the same. Uncle, that supermarket was left to me by my mother, your sister. How could I possibly relinquish it? Yang, your mother has passed. Why do you cling to this supermarket? Look around. Your doors are shut, and it seems you have little business. I suggest you sign the contract. It would be wiser to secure some funds for your livelihood. Yang, observing the seemingly benevolent yet malicious demeanor of his uncle, realized he was not easily dismissed. Therefore, he devised a cunning plan. Uncle, if it is money you seek, very well, I shall sign the contract. However, the funds will take a few days to materialize. How about this? You all return and wait for a week, and I promise to repay you in full then. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing Yang's agreement to sign the contract, the eyes of his relatives sparkled with anticipation. If Yang indeed relinquished the supermarket, not only could he repay them, but the developer also promised a bonus, which explained their elation. The relatives feigned a desire to enter the house to pay respects to Yang's parents. But he declined, citing that he had already done so. His father had always been burdened by these debts, fearing that should he pass, they would fall upon Yang's shoulders. That Yang wished to spare his parents any further unrest and death. Thus, he did not allow his relatives entry and bid them farewell outside. After they departed, Yang retreated into the vehicle, this time without any food, armed only with a dagger. That in his heart, he had always regarded the discovery of this alternate world as the inception of his path to wealth. However, several days had elapsed without earning a single cent, and he had lost a considerable amount of food. Consequently, Yang resolved to devise a practical plan to earn money swiftly to repay his relatives. However, upon returning to his dilapidated dwelling, he was startled to find Su Shuang pacing back and forth inside, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Su Shuang was taken aback by Yang's sudden appearance, repeatedly inquiring from where he had emerged. Yang, feeling helpless, resorted to the excuse that he had been sleeping, but this time Su Shuang was not convinced. She searched every corner of the room for any hidden passage but found nothing. Yang, do not deceive me. I inspected this place before coming here, and you were not inside. Now tell me, how did you appear? Realizing that Su Shuang could not perceive the wormhole he had left, Yang replied, do not concern yourself with how I arrived. It seems you have come here for a reason. Pray tell, what is it? Su Shuang, her face marked with confusion, kicked a nearby pouch, and Yang immediately heard the clinking of metal from within. What is this? Yang inquired. Money. Money? What kind of money? What other money could it be? Obviously, the money from selling bread. Upon hearing this, Yang quickly crouched down to examine the pouch. discovering it contained an assortment of irregularly shaped metallic coins. The metal appeared to be neither gold nor anything particularly precious, resembling more of a common aluminum. Thus, he discarded the earlier notion of bringing the currency back to the real world. For if it were not gold, it held little value for sale. The pouch held thousands of coins. According to the system, one coin equated to 1 Chinese yuan, meaning there was quite a sum here. Lu Yang was astounded. Those half a box of bread, a bit of sausage, and some luncheon meat, which had cost him almost a few hundred yuan, could fetch over 1,000 here, yielding him at least a 50% profit. Is this all? Did you sell everything? Lu Yang asked excitedly. Yet Su Shuang appeared unmoved, her expression devoid of emotion as she replied, I calculated it. 10 loaves sold for 300 gold coins. And a single anti-inflammatory pill went for 1,000 coins. Counted, it's all here. Lu Yang's mind whirled. He had anticipated that Su Shuang had sold all her goods for that sum. But to his surprise, she had only sold 10 loaves, and he was even more astonished that one pill had sold for 1,000 coins. However, Lu Yang's curiosity piqued, since arriving in this world. Aside from Su Shuang and Shao Ke, the only living beings he encountered were a band of bandits, to whom had Su Shuang sold her wares. Furthermore, were the prices pre-established or determined by her? Su Shuang seemed to read his thoughts and explained, I initially intended to sell the bread for 1 gold coin each, but demand was high, and people began to bid against one another, eventually driving the price up to 100 gold coins for each loaf. The anti-inflammatory pill was purchased by the leader of a nearby tribe. I had no intention of revealing that I had medicine. But upon seeing his 6-year-old son in dire need, I could not help but sell it to him. Intrigued, Lu Yang asked, A tribe? What do you mean by tribe? Did you sell your bread to that tribe? Su Shuang regarded him as if he were a fool, seemingly at a loss for words. But she eventually sighed and explained, In this world, it is exceedingly difficult for an individual to survive alone. So many choose to cluster around a strong leader. Gradually, as the number of followers grows sufficient to fend off external threats, they settle in one place, forming a tribe. Indeed, the nearest tribe to us is called the Stone Forest Tribe, located in the hills behind this city. It is there that I sold my goods. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang felt a surge of excitement. Having a market made business easier, and with business comes profit. It seemed his trip today had not been in vain. Grateful, he cast Su Shuang a thankful glance. But just as he was about to express his gratitude, she interrupted him. If you intend to thank me, it is unnecessary that we had an agreement. You provide me with sustenance, and I assist you in selling your goods. That was my promise to you. Su Shuang's icy demeanor left Lu Yang feeling displeased. He regretted his decision to utilize her dwelling as a storage facility, for had he not done so, perhaps Su Shuang would still feel indebted to him, that he preferred the more courteous version of Su Shuang to the current unyielding individual before him. After making her statement, Su Shuang turned and exited the dilapidated house. And Lu Yang did not follow. Instead, once she was gone, he activated the system. The system had previously informed him that he could deposit money into it, which would convert to Chinese yuan upon returning to the real world. But it had not specified how to make the deposit. Beep, system activated. System, how do I deposit gold coins? Lu Yang inquired. Host, please note that when gold coins pass through the wormhole, they will automatically convert to Chinese yuan and be stored in the account linked to your mobile phone. So, if I toss the coins into the wormhole, they will be deposited, correct? Host, please note, that is correct. With that, Lu Yang opened the traversal portal and tossed a bag of coins inside. When he checked his phone to confirm whether the funds had been credited, a message appeared. Your account ending in 2235 has been credited with 1,300 yuan. Lu Yang jumped up in excitement, exclaiming softly. His efforts over the past few days had finally yielded their first fruits. From this point forward, he envisioned a future filled with vast wealth, ascending to the pinnacle of life as a CEO, marrying a beautiful and affluent partner. However, this modest sum was still far from the 80,000 owed to his relatives, prompting Lu Yang to contemplate how to earn nearly 100,000 yuan within a week. Relying solely on selling bread would require him to sell over 1,000 loaves, but he currently lacked that much stock. And the suppliers would take several days to deliver. It now appears that an anti-inflammatory pill can be sold for over 1,000 coins, which presents a swift opportunity to earn a substantial sum. Each bottle contains dozens of pills, and with several bottles remaining at home, coupled with other medications, it seems plausible that he could quickly recoup his expenses. With this thought in mind, Lu Yong hurriedly dashed out, catching up with the already distant Su Shuang. Su Shuang, could you take me to that tribe? I was thinking they might need more anti-inflammatory medicine. Without turning around, Su Shuang continued walking, but upon hearing Lu Yang's words, she couldn't help but glance back with a disdainful look. So, you believe that since a single pill can fetch 1,000 coins, you wish to sell more? Let me tell you, abandon that notion at once. This world certainly needs your medicine, but not everyone can afford to spend 1,000 coins on it. Oh, don't worry about that. Isn't the chief wealthy? Just take me to see him. Perhaps he needs other things as well. Phoenix, I can take you there, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? I won't stop you from selling your goods to make money, but when you encounter those unfortunate souls, I hope you won't prioritize profit. Many people will require your anti-inflammatory medicine, and as demand increases, prices will only soar. That I don't want your medicine to be accessible only to the wealthy. Lu Yong nonchalantly nodded. He was solely focused on making money as quickly as possible. The higher the price surged, the more delighted he became, without a care for the plight of others. Thus, under Su Shuang's guidance, Lu Yong arrived at the Shilin tribe, nestled among the hills that he found that the tribe truly lived up to its name. With oddly shaped stones scattered throughout, and the houses constructed from these very stones, that Su Shuang pointed to a wooden shed perched high above and said to Lu Yong, "The chief resides there. You can go on your own." Chapter 21. The chief's family. After indicating the way, Su Shuang turned away. Lu Yong wished to ask her something more, but when he turned back, she had already walked a considerable distance. That Lu Yong was singularly focused on making money, indifferent to Su Shuang's demeanor or feelings. Following Su Shuang's directions, Lu Yong arrived at the chief's door. It was only upon standing there that he realized why the chief had chosen to build his house in such a location. It was the only elevated spot in the vicinity, providing a panoramic view of the entire tribe, and there was only one path leading up, with steep cliffs surrounding the area, even the gently sloping paths having been deliberately excavated. Just as Lu Yong prepared to knock, the door swung open, revealing a short, stout figure emerging. It was a middle-aged woman, plump and stern-looking, who glared at Lu Yong and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Yong quickly donned a friendly smile and approached her politely, saying, "Good day, madam. My name is Lu Yong, and I am here to see your chief. Is this the chief's residence?" The middle-aged woman seemed displeased with the term madam, scoffing derisively before scrutinizing Lu Yong from head to toe, ultimately replying, "Madam? Do you even know who I am? Just calling me madam?" Lu Yong observed her peasant attire, yet her demeanor radiated authority, that he surmised that this madam was no ordinary person. However, the title of chief still held weight in his mind. He envisioned a robust, imposing figure, someone who could instill fear simply by standing there. Thus, he did not consider this madam as a member of the chief's family, assuming she was merely a servant. "May I ask who you are?" Lu Yong endeavored to maintain a courteous tone, hoping to secure a potential retreat should this madam prove to be someone of significance. "You seek the chief. The chief is my husband. Who do you think I am?" The middle-aged woman's tone remained aggressive, as if she regarded the fashionably dressed youth before her with disdain. Upon hearing her claim to be the chief's wife, Lu Yong was taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. If the chief's wife appeared so unremarkable, what could the chief possibly be like? Struggling to suppress his amusement, he replied, "Ah, so you are the chief's wife. I truly failed to recognize your significance. I apologize. The medicine your child previously consumed was sourced from me, and I have come to discuss this matter with the chief." The chief's wife clearly doubted Lu Yang's words. He did not seem like someone who possessed medicine, since her child had fallen ill. She and the chief had sought help from numerous individuals, even pleading with wandering bandits. Yet they had only found a handful of herbalists. Since the outbreak, both humans and animals had suffered significantly. And the reduced plant life due to ecological imbalances meant that while herbal remedies were effective, they required time to cultivate, and the local herbs were insufficient for treating her child. The chief couple knew that only one person in the area could possess the medicine, but that person was not easily accessible to them. They had scavenged many items from the tribe's members, intending to seek that individual if all else failed, but then Su Shuang informed them she had medicine. The chief's wife regarded Lu Yang with skepticism. He bore no resemblance to the legendary figure, nor had she heard from Su Shuang that the medicine was acquired from anyone else. "How do you know my child is ill?" The one selling the medicine never mentioned anyone else. Realizing the chief's wife did not believe him, Lu Yang retrieved the anti-inflammatory medication he had brought from home, shaking the bottle before her. "Madam, I understand your skepticism, but surely you must trust this medicine." However, the chief's wife continued to eye the bottle with uncertainty, unfamiliar with its contents. "What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so large?" she inquired. Lu Yang smiled wryly, having forgotten that few in this world had encountered anti-inflammatory medication, let alone its packaging, that he opened the bottle, poured out 2 pills, and offered them for her inspection. Upon seeing the small pills, the chief's wife immediately changed her demeanor, eager to snatch them from Lu Yang's hand. He swiftly dodged her grasp and said, "What are you doing, madam?" "The last pill sold for 1,000 coins. I did not come here to give you medicine." The chief's wife quickly responded, Yes, 1,000 coins each, I know. Please come inside. My husband is waiting for you." Observing the rapid shift in the chief's wife's attitude, Lu Yang finally believed Su Shuang's assertion that this world was in dire need of medicine. Otherwise, it would not be possible for a few pills to so swiftly alter the disposition of a chief's wife. Thus, under her guidance, Lu Yang entered the home of the Shilin tribe's chief. As he stepped through the threshold, the system displayed a message before his eyes. "Congratulations on meeting the chief's wife, earning 10 points. Elated, Lu Yang realized that each new acquaintance rewarded him points. And it seemed that the higher their status, the more points he would receive. Perhaps this system was not so burdensome after all. Upon entering the chief's home, Lu Yang noticed a child lying on a floor covered with animal skins, guarded by a tall man with shifty eyes. The man's gaze was filled with tenderness, while the child's face was flushed. Without the chief's wife needing to introduce them, Lu Yang deduced that the man must be the chief of the Shilin tribe, and the child was undoubtedly the unfortunate one Su Shuang had mentioned. The child's flushed visage indicated a high fever, likely due to an inflamed wound. The chief's wife brought Lu Yang before the chief, facilitating their introductions and specifically mentioning Lu Yang's possession of medicine. After the introductions, Lu Yang learned that the chief's name was Chun Hu, and his son was named Chun Dong, died a few months prior. Chun Dong had sustained an injury while playing with another child from the tribe, which subsequently became infected. Chapter 22. The first deal. After a brief inquiry, Lu Yang learned that Chun Dong's injury was caused by a rock. And due to the child's pre-existing frailty, it was unsurprising that his immune response had faltered. Chun Hu informed Lu Yang that after taking 1 anti-inflammatory pill, Chun Dong's condition had improved slightly. But for full recovery, he would likely need more of the same medication. This was precisely why the chief's wife had reacted so favorably upon seeing the pills. However, Lu Yang observed that the situation was not so straightforward. If Chun Dong's wound had merely begun to inflame, that would be one matter, but according to Chun Hu, the injury had persisted for several months, and the fever had only manifested weeks prior. Thus, Chun Dong's injury has transcended the mere consumption of a few anti-inflammatory pills. Initially, he must reduce his fever, followed by the administration of anti-inflammatory medication. Moreover, it is imperative to bolster Chun Dong's immunity. Since his injury, he has been suffering from a lack of appetite, which elucidates the prolonged duration of his ailment. Chief, in my humble opinion, relying solely on a few anti-inflammatory pills might not suffice to remedy your child's condition. That if you place your trust in me, I possess other remedies that, when combined, will ensure that Chun Dong will be lively and vibrant within a week. However, the cost of these medications could be somewhat. Lu Yang chuckled and refrained from elaborating. Before the chief could respond, the chief's wife interjected, saying, "The price is negotiable, Mr. Lu Yang, as long as you can restore my son to health. I shall spare no expense. Rest assured, we are not short on gold. I want to be seeking credit." Lu Yang was particularly pleased with the chief's wife's address of him as Mr. Furthermore, her assurance of ample funds was precisely what he sought. Thus, Lu Yang promptly stood and declared, "Very well, Chief and Chief's lady, please wait a moment while I fetch the medicines. I shall return this evening." Perhaps out of gratitude for Lu Yang's potential to heal her son, The chief's wife halted him, inquiring, "Wait, Mr. Liu, you Haven Tea mentioned what you need from the chief, that if this delays your matters, we would feel quite embarrassed." Liu Yang smiled and replied, Madam, let us first prioritize saving your child. All other matters can wait until he is well." Thus, the chief couple, filled with gratitude, escorted Liu Yang to the door. On his way out, Liu Yang could not resist asking, "By the way, Chief's lady, why Haven Tea I seen the other members of your tribe? Have they ventured outside?" Little did he know, the chief's wife immediately reverted to her fierce demeanor and retorted, "The others. Those servants who harmed my son dare to leave. My husband has decreed that until my son is healed, no one is permitted to step outside. The able-bodied youths of their families must seek medicine or funds for my son. Otherwise, if anything befalls him, I shall ensure their sons pay the price." At this, the chief added, "Mr. Liu, you need only focus on procuring the medicine. Rest assured, you shall not be deprived of a single coin. Those individuals are out gathering funds for me." Liu Yang swiftly understood that this chief couple was not virtuous, and that the tribespeople had likely been subjugated under their oppressive rule for years. Nevertheless, this arrangement suited him. Initially, he had no intention of profiting excessively from the plight of the poor child, and now he felt free to extract every last coin from them without remorse. Thus, he returned to Su Shuang's residence, gathered the remaining anti-inflammatory medications and ointments, and then sought a secluded spot to open a portal back home. After becoming acquainted with the chief family, Liu Yang effortlessly accumulated 70 points. He was astonished that merely befriending a chief could yield 50 points, along with an additional 10 points each from the chief's son and wife. It appeared he need not worry about points today. His father's stock of medicines remained plentiful, with a particular abundance of anti-inflammatory drugs and fever reducers, common necessities, as Liu Yang's father often suffered from high fevers during his lifetime. Upon locating the fever reducers, Liu Yang also unearthed some health supplements gifted to his father by friends and relatives, primarily designed to enhance vitality. Uncertain of their expiration, he presumed they were merely protein and glucose variations that posed no risk of harm. Thus, he tore open the packaging, placed the powdery contents into a somewhat upscale box, and returned to the alternate world. Upon his return, Liu Yang sought out Su Shuang to share his lucrative plans. Su Shuang listened to his ambitions with an expression devoid of emotion, and after he finished articulating his scheme, she finally spoke, "Your methods of earning money are of no concern to me. I promised only to assist you. Whose money is appropriate to earn and whose is not, I can only caution you. Thus, you need not elaborate further." Liu Yang's fervor was doused like cold water, nearly extinguishing his momentary pride. Fortunately, the thought of making money eclipsed all else, and soon his spirits were lifted once more. Little Ko's condition appeared significantly improved, and over the past few days, she had grown increasingly comfortable with Liu Yang, eagerly anticipating his visits, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity for the peculiar treats he brought. This time was no different. After Su Shuang's remark, she closed her eyes in contemplation. However, Little Ko limped closely behind Liu Yang, her gaze never wavering from the items he held, that Liu Yang gathered all the items he had previously brought and organized them in a spacious room. Noticing Little Ko's unwavering attention on the box in his hands, he cheerfully remarked, "Little Ko, this is not for you just yet. Allow me to conduct some tests. If it proves safe, I shall gladly share it with you, all right?" Little Ko remained silent, mechanically nodding her head, yet her eyes remained fixated on Liu Yang's hands. After inventorying his remaining supplies, Liu Yang noted that he had 8 loaves of bread left from his first visit, 5 sausages, 3 cans of luncheon meat, and 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory medication, each containing 50 pills. After Su Shuang sold 1 pill and consumed some herself, 83 pills remained. The fever reducer he brought this time consisted of 12 tablets, in addition to a large box of health supplements. Chapter 23. The chief's default. Liu Yang had kept the bright flashlight and batteries from his last visit on his person, concealing them from Su Shuang. He had yet to ascertain the demand for batteries in this world and was hesitant to reveal them. Should she perceive him as an extraterrestrial, his fate could be dire. After accounting for his belongings, Liu Yang descended with the medicines and health supplements. Before leaving, he advised Su Shuang, "I see the bread is nearly finished. I shall bring more tomorrow. You and Little Ko needn't hold back. I promise to keep you both plump and healthy." Su Shuang offered no response, and Lu Yang was uncertain if she had heard. Meanwhile, little Kuo remained silent, her focus unwavering on the health supplements in his grasp. "Keep an eye on her. We wouldn't want her following me out." At that moment, Su Shuang reached out to embrace little Kuo, observing Su Shuang, who feigned sleep, and little Kuo, who giggled while nestled against her. Lu Yang shook his head before climbing into the hanging basket. As promised, Lu Yang arrived at the chief's residence. The sky now cloaked in darkness. While passing through the village, he noticed a few shadowy figures observing him amidst the scant illumination. The chief and his wife had prepared a lavish feast to welcome Lu Yang, and upon seeing the large box he held, their excitement was palpable, for its quality suggested it contained rare items in this world. That Lu Yang, unguarded, laid all the medicines and health supplements upon the table and engaged the chief in an enthusiastic discussion about his business acumen. The couple served him various meats sourced from their tribespeople's homes, and Lu Yang, engrossed in the meal, failed to notice the exchanged glances between the chief and his wife. "Mr. Lu, do you truly have an abundance of medicines?" the chief's wife inquired. Placing a generous serving of roe deer meat into Lu Yang's bowl, that Lu Yang wiped his greasy mouth and replied, "Indeed, I have plenty, as long as the chief agrees to collaborate with me. I assure you, I will supply however much you require." "Then it appears Lu is not in need of these medicines," the chief's wife remarked as she began to gather the medications from the table. Lu Yang grinned and said, "Of course, I am not in need. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to sell them." Suddenly, Lu Yang perceived an underlying meaning in the chief's wife's words and quickly inquired, "What does the madam imply by that?" Unexpectedly, the chief, seated beside him, stood and positioned himself in front of his wife, addressing Lu Yang with a sardonic tone. "What my wife means is that since Lu is not in need of these medicines, might we postpone the payment for this batch?" Upon hearing the chief's words and observing the couple's demeanor, Lu Yang realized they intended to renege on their agreement. "You really are a fool," Lu Yang inwardly tossed himself, fully aware that this couple was not virtuous. Yet having failed to anticipate such treachery, that it was evident that if they could blame their child's mischief-induced injury on the entire tribe, evading payment for a few medicines would be a trivial affair for them. "Chief, we had an agreement. You promised not to defer any payment. Why the sudden change of heart? One pill costs 1,000. I have 10 anti-inflammatory pills and a pack of fever reducers, along with these health supplements. Charging you 30,000 is not excessive, is it? Do you really need to owe me 30,000? Lu Yang continued. "Moreover, once our business flourishes, the profits you stand to gain will far exceed this 30,000. To his astonishment, Chief Chun, who was entirely unyielding, shaking his head with a smile, he remarked, "The future remains uncertain. That I, Chun Hu, conduct my affairs with sincerity. Since Mr. L possesses such unwavering confidence in future business prospects, surely the matter of 30,000 coins is of little consequence." "Oh dear! Chief, one must have capital to engage in trade, no? How can I procure goods without funds? Such a simple principle, and yet you seem oblivious to it." "Ha! I understand the principle, but it is Mr. L's concern to fret over such matters, not mine. Moreover, do you grasp the value of the meat you are currently savoring? Charging you 30,000 gold coins is hardly excessive." Lu Yang realized that Chief Chun had no intention of engaging in reasoned discourse. Fortunately, he had expended a total of 1,300 points to acquire combat skills, and if he were to forego their use now, when would he seize the opportunity again? With a stern expression, Lu Yang inquired, "Is there no room for negotiation?" The chief chuckled darkly, a fierce glint emerging in his beady eyes. Grasping a machete, he declared, "As a chief, I am resolute in my decisions." With that, he lunged forward wielding the blade. That Lu Yang was taken aback by Chun Hu's audacity to strike first. It was utterly shameless. However, with the skills he had recently acquired, he felt undaunted, deftly evading Chun Hu's initial blow as if he were dodging the onslaught of Su Gunzi's gang. Yet, Lu Yang forgot that he was in an unfamiliar world, and that Chun Hu was no ordinary FOESA leader of a tribe. His martial prowess was formidable. Though Lu Yang successfully evaded the first strike, he was startled by the force of the air displaced by Chun Hu's blade, which stung his face. Regaining his composure, He refrained from underestimating his opponent further. After dodging several more of Chun Hu's attacks, he attempted to withstand the force of the chief's weapon. Yet, Yang had still underestimated Chun Hu. Upon first attempting to brace against Chun Hu's wrist, he found himself overpowered and forced to kneel. After a few probing strikes, Chun Hu concluded that Yang posed no significant threat, and with a swift kick, he sent him sprawling to the ground. "Mr. L, I suggest you let this go. Consider this a waiver on the medicine costs, and we can earn back the losses through future dealings that if this continues. I fear you may not only lose your money, but your very life as well." Yang was taken aback. Having narrowly escaped from Gunzi's clutches, he now found himself facing such a formidable adversary. The wretched system was not adhering to any expected norms. Nonetheless, the thought of his inaugural venture being so humiliatingly thwarted left him feeling bitter that in this world, countless opponents like Chun Hu awaited him. And if he were to falter at the onset, how could he ever hope to navigate this treacherous landscape? With renewed resolve, Yang steeled himself, determined that even if he were to lose an arm or a leg, he would reclaim his dignity today. Thus, he charged at Chun Hu once more, who merely smirked disdainfully, raising his weapon to strike at Yang as he kicked towards him. In that moment, Yang realized his impulsiveness. While he could have altered his course had his feet remained grounded, now that he was airborne, he could do little to avert the inevitable collision with Chun Hu. The chief could choose to cleave his foot or target his groin, rendering Yang a mere plaything upon the chopping block. Subject to whatever fate Chun Hu deemed fit, as Yang's foot neared the blade, Chun Hu unexpectedly cried out, dropping his weapon. Before he could react, Yang's kick connected with his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Collapsing to the ground, Yang, bewildered, watched as Chun Hu rolled his eyes back, clutching his midsection, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Turning, he spotted the chief's wife, clutching the medicinal supplies, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the doorway behind him. Quickly, Yang turned to see Su Shuang standing at the entrance, arms crossed and her gaze fiercely fixed upon the prostrate chief. "Chief, is it customary to bully an outsider in such a manner?" she stated coldly. The chief's wife, seemingly no pushover, tossed aside the medicines and charged at Su Shuang. However, Su Shuang deftly sidestepped her, brandishing a slender silver knife poised against the chief's wife's throat. "Madam, escalating this situation would be ill-advised. Many in your clan would relish the sight of you both being brought low. I need not elaborate on the consequences should those harboring grievances decide to intervene." Su Shuang's calm demeanor belied the menace in her words, sending a chill down Yang's spine. He believed she would not hesitate to draw her blade should the situation demand it. "Very well. You have won," Chun Hu croaked, extending his hand in surrender. "And the money?" Su Shuang please. Her knife still unwavering against the chief's wife. "You must release her. She will lead you to the funds." Thus, Su Shuang relinquished the chief's wife, who guided them to a small chamber. Throughout the process, Su Shuang kept her knife firmly at the ready, poised to strike should the couple attempt any tricks. Inside the chamber, Yang beheld a veritable mound of coins, with 16 metal bars of identical composition displayed prominently atop the pile. The chief's wife hastily grabbed a cloth bag and began filling it with coins, prompting Yang to crouch beside her to assist. "What are you two doing?" Su Shuang inquired. "Collecting the money," they answered in unison. Lifting their heads in surprise, with a resigned sigh, Su Shuang snatched the bag from the chief's wife, dumping its contents before handing it to Yang. "Pack those bars." Yang hesitated, sensing the bars were likely of monetary value, yet uncertain of their exchange rate. However, seeing Su Shuang's authoritative demeanor, he refrained from questioning and complied, filling the bag with all 16 bars. The chief's wife hesitated, her resolve wavering despite Su Shuang's knife still threatening her. "But Mr. L said the medicine cost 30,000 gold coins. That was the price before you attempted to renege. Now, the price has increased," Su Shuang declared. With the bag of coins in hand, Su Shuang led Yang out of the chief's abode. Urging him to run, Yang longed to inquire about the value of the metal bars, but before he could voice his question, Su Shuang interrupted him. "Save your questions for later. We must hurry." Yang was perplexed, based on Su Shuang's earlier remarks about discontent within the tribe. Why did she now seem so fearful? I doubt the chief will pursue us immediately. What is there to fear? What do you know? Su Shuang snapped, seizing El Yang's arm and swiftly making her way towards the tribe's exit. It is true that many harbor grievances against the chief, she explained as they ran, but have you considered why he remains in power despite this discontent? Indeed, why is that? El Yang inquired. Even if Chun, who is despicable, there are still those who follow him. Consider what sort of individuals would choose to support a leader like him, that we must not linger. Do you intend to wait for them to catch up to us? Hearing Su Shuang's words, El Yang felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, prompting him to follow her as they fled the Stone Forest tribe. They ran until they reached a cluster of buildings, where Su Shuang pushed El Yang into one, before concealing herself within. Together, they remained hidden in the shadows. After a while, unable to contain his curiosity, El Yang finally spoke. Su Shuang, what is the worth of these iron bars? Before he could finish, Su Shuang interrupted him. Shh! Quiet! El Yang fell silent, and they remained concealed in the darkness for over an hour until he was on the verge of dozing off. Finally, Su Shuang urged him to return to his residence. Su Shuang? El Yang began, but she cut him off again. When it comes to survival skills, you are even less capable than a child, El Yang. If you do not learn to be more astute, your time in this world will be short-lived. Wait! Su Shuang, I merely wish to ask how much these iron bars are worth. 1 gold bar exchanges for 10,000 coins. You can do the math. Her words dispelled any lingering resentment El Yang held towards Su Shuang's cold demeanor. A gold bar for 10,000 coins meant that he now possessed a staggering total of 160,000 coins in that bag. El Yang initially intended to earn back the money he owed his relatives within a week, a notion that caused him considerable distress. However, to his astonishment, he managed to amass a substantial sum from a single business transaction. Chapter 25. The Windfall After Spending a Night at Su Shuang's Place. El Yang departed early the next morning. Now that he had both money and points, he was eager to expedite the opening of the supermarket in this area. Additionally, with the food supplies for Su Shuang and Xiaoke dwindling, he needed to procure more provisions for them. Upon returning to his dilapidated abode, El Yang summoned a system that he believed that regularly checking his inventory through the system was a prudent habit to cultivate, akin to how he used to keep accounts in the supermarket. Only by examining specific data could he discern whether he was profiting or incurring losses and identify which goods sold well and which did not. Previously, he had assumed that the world was in dire need of food and water, but after several days of observation, he realized that it seemed to lack everything, that if he had sufficient financial resources to establish a massive department store here, he was confident it would pose no problem. Once the system was activated, El Yang discovered that it not only recorded his points and account balance, but also kept track of the quantity of goods, including the powerful flashlight and 2 batteries he had yet to utilize. With this feature, El Yang no longer needed to maintain a ledger with pen and paper that he tossed 16 gold bars into the wormhole and then squeezed back into the carriage. Upon returning, the system promptly displayed a message. Your account ending in 2235 has received 160,000 RMB, with a remaining balance of 161,300 renminbi. El Yang could hardly believe his eyes that he pulled out his phone and checked the banking app. Confirming the amount exceeded 160,000, that overwhelmed with joy, he felt an emotion he had not experienced in a long time. Since his birth, their family savings had never surpassed 50,000, and even the compensation owed to his mother had been halved before it ever reached the account due to debt collectors. After repaying half of what was left to cover his father's medical expenses, only a little over 40,000 remained, which had been the most their family had earned in quite some time. If only Dad and Mom were alive to witness this. Their son can finally earn money. El Yang knelt, holding his phone aloft, lamenting that this fortune had come too late, but he sat alone in the carriage, sorrowful for a while. Eventually, he began to emerge from his sadness. The El Yang recalled Su Shuang's repeated admonitions that survival in this other world was paramount. Beyond basic necessities like food and water, medicine must be an essential commodity, that he contemplated how beneficial it would be if he could obtain the qualifications to open a pharmacy, thereby supplying ample medication to this strange realm. However, he quickly redirected his focus. The immediate priority was to secure the supermarket As long as he could maintain the supermarket, the prospects of establishing a pharmacy or department store would become feasible. In his meticulous calculations, Yang had deduced that the total debts owed to all relatives, including interest accrued at the bank's current rate, amounted to over 84,000 RMB. Even if he allocated 90,000 RMB to repay his debts, he would still have 70,000 left, a significant portion of which would need to be paid to suppliers. Previously, the supermarket's survival had been uncertain, allowing Yang to be lax about paying the suppliers. But now the scenario had changed that he needed to settle the suppliers' debts promptly and foster good relations with them. With this thought in mind, Yang hurried back to the supermarket, rifling through his father's old notebook to find the suppliers' contact numbers. He called them one by one in order of their outstanding debts, making several payments immediately through his phone. After settling the suppliers' accounts, he found himself with 15,300 renminbi left, sufficient for basic living expenses, yet inadequate for his grand aspirations. Next, he called his uncle, informing him that he had received the funds and requested that he bring the relatives over so he could settle the debts individually. On the other end of the line, his uncle seemed delighted, exclaiming, "Ah, that's the spirit, Yang. If you had signed the contract earlier, we could have resolved this matter sooner. Look how reliable the developer is, transferring the money to you so promptly. You won't have to bear this burden any longer. Find a place to move out and start anew. What a blessing." Yang felt a wave of impatience wash over him. His uncle's outward amiability belied a sinister intent that made Yang uncomfortable. "Enough of that. Uncle, please come over quickly. I'm waiting for you." With that, he hung up the phone and went out to purchase a variety of groceries. Ever since his father's illness, Yang had often assisted his mother with cooking, sometimes taking over when she was overwhelmed. Gradually, he had honed his culinary skills. Today, he intended to prepare a grand meal to properly entertain his relatives. When his uncle arrived with several relatives, they noted Yang had not yet tidied the place. Sparking their curiosity, Yang, the developer, will commence work in a few days. Why haven't you cleaned up? Are you struggling to manage alone? I could help you tidy up after dinner, his uncle suggested. Yang seated his relatives and managed to smile for his uncle, responding, "Ah, uncle, you need not concern yourself with the developer. That is my responsibility. Our family has owed you money for some time, and I feel bad about the delay. Today, I simply wish to treat a few elders to a meal as an apology and settle your accounts thereafter. Let's refrain from discussing other matters today. Shall we?" Upon hearing this, his uncle assumed Yang had reached an agreement with the developer and felt relieved, replying, "Very well, my nephew is sensible. I trust you, Yang." Under Yang's warm hospitality, the relatives indulged in a hearty feast at his home. After everyone had eaten their fill, Yang's uncle insisted on visiting the supermarket, lamenting that his sister's establishment was on the verge of closure, and he wanted to witness it one last time. Observing his slightly inebriated relatives, Yang merely shook his head in silence. After clearing the dining table, he led them to the supermarket. It was unclear whether Yang's uncle was genuinely moved by the scene or merely feigning emotion. But upon entering the supermarket, he embraced the shelves and began to weep, his tears eliciting similar responses from the others. Although Yang also felt a surge of emotion, recalling his uncle's true intentions made it difficult for him to suppress a smile. Chapter 26. Repayment. The relative sobs attracted the attention of passers-by, who paused to witness the spectacle, mistakenly believing that the L family had suffered yet another tragedy. Noticing the growing crowd, Yang quickly pulled his uncle aside, saying, "Uncle, let us stop the tears and return to settle our accounts." To his surprise, his uncle refused, loudly proclaiming that he was mourning for his sister, indifferent to the opinions of others. In exasperation, Yang revealed the truth. "Uncle, if you truly lament, it's worth noting that I have no intention of closing this supermarket." Upon hearing this, his uncle abruptly ceased his weeping, and Yang realized that his uncle had merely been putting on a show. As not a single tear had been shed, the tone of his uncle shifted to one of urgency as he pressed Yang. "Yang, how can you not close it? You signed a contract. You must adhere to it. Those developers are not to be trifled with." Yang chuckled softly, stepping back to create some distance before responding. "I understand that the developers are formidable, but that is of no concern to me, as I have not signed any contract with them." "What? No contract? Yang, are you jesting with me?" His uncle's face contorted in disbelief, anger creeping into his tone. That Yang then produced the funds he had withdrawn from the bank, placing the money on the counter. Uncle, how could I be playing with you? I promised to repay the debts, both principal and interest, and I truly have no intention of closing the supermarket. However, Uncle, this matter is between me and the developers. I would appreciate it if you did not interfere. All right. Clearly, Yang's current sum was insignificant compared to the rewards promised by the developers. But seeing Yang produce such a substantial amount of money, which did not originate from the developers, astonished his uncle. Yang, where did this money come from? Didn't you claim you hadn't signed a contract? How did you acquire such a fortune? Yang refrained from answering directly, instead retrieving a notebook containing various slips of paper. Uncle, rest assured, this money is neither stolen nor obtained through nefarious means. With so many neighbors present, I will let them bear witness as I repay you. With that, Yang began to extract the promissory notes from the notebook, calculating and announcing the amounts owed to each relative, detailing both principal and interest. One by one, his relatives received their payments from Yang's hands, as if they were receiving their wages. The financial matters at hand were meticulously calculated by Yang. And despite the absence of interest specified on their promissory notes, he nonetheless opted to pay interest, doing so in front of a considerable audience. Consequently, even if his relatives harbored dissenting opinions, they refrained from voicing them at that moment. After settling all his debts, Yang pondered quietly. He had disbursed 90,000 yuan to clear his obligations, leaving him with 5,400 yuan, which, when combined with his previous savings, afforded him a total of 20,000 yuan. Money that was entirely his. That a surge of excitement enveloped Yang. This sum was free from the burden of repayment, and he was not encumbered by tuition fees. It was his to utilize as he pleased. Throughout his life, he had never possessed such a substantial amount of money at his complete discretion. Although his relatives had received their payments, their expressions betrayed a lack of joy, particularly that of his uncle, who clutched the money Yang had returned to him, glaring at Yang with a fierce intensity, as if disputing the amount returned. Uncle, with this payment settled, our family owes you nothing. Should you still regard me as your nephew, I welcome you to visit any time, and I shall ensure you are well treated. However, if it concerns other matters, I believe it would be best if you refrain from coming around. I do not wish for our familial ties to sour over trivial financial disputes. Yang's words were uttered softly, yet his uncle heard them clearly. That it seemed he was struggling to articulate a response, his face reddening with frustration until, in a huff, he turned and departed. Among the remaining relatives, a few followed suit, leaving in a huff, yet several stayed behind, observing the retreating figure of Yang's uncle before approaching him and whispering, Yang, your uncle is truly despicable. That in truth, I never intended to reclaim this meager sum I loaned you. Your uncle has been pestering me relentlessly, claiming that if you relinquish this supermarket, he would receive a substantial amount of money to share with you. Do you think I am one to be swayed by such trifles? I was merely compelled by his incessant nagging to accompany him here. Yang, take this money back. Do not let it weigh on your conscience. Although you have some funds now, you lead a solitary life, and there will be many instances in the future where you will require money. As they spoke, they returned the money to him, and others nodded in agreement, following suit. That Yang watched their actions, feeling a warm swell in his chest, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, that he could not discern whether their gestures stemmed from a newfound respect for his financial status or a genuine familial affection. But he resolved to set aside such concerns. The love of family was what he needed most at that moment, and this care from his elders reminded him that he was not as alone as he had thought. Uncles and aunts, this money rightfully belongs to you. Repaying debts is a principle my father instilled in me from a young age. Rest assured, I am now able to earn a living and take care of myself. Therefore, please accept this money. If I need to borrow in the future, I shall not hesitate to approach you. After much insistence from Yang, his relatives ultimately accepted the money, and they jovially accompanied him back to his home. The family spent the afternoon together at Yang's residence, and after enjoying dinner, they reluctantly took their leave. From that day forth, a rumor began to circulate that the impoverished youth of the L family had secured an excellent job, enabling him to live comfortably and settle all the debts incurred by his parents during their lifetimes. The following day, Yang purchased an array of gifts and visited his uncle, the only person in the world who sincerely cared for him. Though his uncle's circumstances were not particularly bright, he had provided Yang with invaluable support that allowed him to sustain his life. After the passing of his father, this man was the sole figure who offered him a semblance of paternal affection. Yang shared the news of his newfound financial stability and debt repayment, and although his uncle was intensely curious about the source of his earnings, Yang refrained from disclosing the truth, instead conforming to the rumors circulating, merely stating that he had found a commendable job. Chapter 27. The disappearance of Su Shuang. Yang returned to the alternate world once more, this time bringing with him a large box containing 50 loaves of bread, a case of purified water, and various snacks for Xiao Kuo and Su Shuang. The remainder of his supplies consisted entirely of medicinal products. He had brought all the medications left by his father and spent several thousand yuan to replenish some supplies for treating injuries, expending 100 points in the process. Among these items was a set of bedding, as Yang intended to extend his stay in this world to meticulously plan his supermarket. Upon entering the small dwelling, he immediately sensed movement within that he initially assumed Su Shuang awaited him there, only to be startled by the sight of Xiao Kuo, who appeared anxious, pacing barefoot within the confines of the room. Yang's unexpected arrival startled her greatly. Had he not swiftly covered her mouth, her scream might have attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Xiao Kuo, what brings you here? Where is Sister Su Shuang? Xiao Kuo, typically reserved and seldom vocal, even while playing with Su Shuang, was unusually agitated, urgently exclaiming, "Little Shuang, bad people took her, bad people stole the bread." Yang could only piece together the connection between Su Shuang and the bad people from her fragmented phrases. Yet he found it unwise to press her for further details, for the more anxious he became, the more flustered Xiao Kuo appeared, her words growing increasingly incoherent. Promptly, Yang gathered their belongings and returned to their residence, having made multiple trips to transport everything. Upon reaching the base of their shelter, he had initially worried that no one would assist them in ascending. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that the pulley system devised by Su Shuang could not only be operated by manpower, but also utilized heavy objects to facilitate their ascent. He observed as Xiao Kuo climbed into the basket and deftly untied a rope, enabling her to rise slowly, causing a section of flooring to lower in tandem. Thus, Yang employed this method to transport all their items upward. And only after ensuring everything was secure did he have the opportunity to contemplate the meaning of Xiao Kuo's earlier words. Little Shuang, bad people, and bread. What could this trio of terms signify? Firstly, the bad people were undoubtedly central to the matter, as Su Shuang was neither in the small dwelling nor at their residence. Xiao Kuo had mentioned, took her, leading Yang to conclude that both Su Shuang and the bread had been taken by these bad individuals. But where had they been taken? He hastily made his way to the previous storage area for the bread, only to find that, although only 4 loaves remained, they were still neatly arranged, indicating that the bread had not been stolen. Only Su Shuang had been abducted. With no further information at hand, Yang hesitated to venture out in search of Su Shuang, especially given his ignorance of the identity of the bad people Xiao Kuo had referred to, based on Su Shuang's previous teachings. These bad people bore a resemblance to the bandits they had encountered before that if it truly were bandits, Yang doubted his ability to rescue Su Shuang. Meanwhile, Xiao Kuo continued to pace upstairs, occasionally pausing at a window to observe the happenings outside before resuming her restless wandering. After much contemplation, Yang concluded that his only recourse was to seek assistance from the Shilin tribe. Although he had previously encountered conflicts with the tribe's leader, he was confident that, with the food and medicine he possessed, they would have no reason to refuse his request. With this resolution in mind, Yang began to prepare. He selected some food and water, along with a few medicinal supplies, intending to present these as samples to the members of the Shilin tribe. Should they agree to assist him, he would then provide them with the remaining supplies. All that was left for Yang was to wait for nightfall. As soon as darkness descended, he would make his way to the Shilin tribe. Xiao Kuo, perhaps weary from her pacing, approached to nibble on a loaf of bread, washing it down with water before resuming her restless wandering. Understanding her worry for Su Shuang, Yang called her over in an attempt to offer her some comfort. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Kuo rushed over, expecting a conversation, only to find El Yang embracing her and offering gentle reassurances. She wriggled free from his hold, gazing at him with utmost seriousness as she stated, "Bad people will come when it gets dark and steal the bread." Initially, El Yang did not comprehend and asked, "What?" Xiao Kura repeated, "Bad people come to steal the bread," as she pointed towards the window. Suddenly, El Yang grasped the implication of her words, quickly rising to follow her to the window, where she pointed outside, whispering, "They will come when it gets dark." Anxiety washed over El Yang. If he was not mistaken, Xiao Kura was suggesting that the bad people who had taken Su Shuang would return when night fell. With this apprehension, El Yang squatted by the window, keenly observing all the movements occurring outside. Suddenly, Xiao Kura extended her hand to scratch her head, then reached behind her. It was at this moment that LV Yang noticed her attire. Her hair was disheveled and cascaded down her back. Although her hair was glossy and jet black, it was matted and tangled, exuding an odor reminiscent of hair that had not been washed in a considerable time. Xiao Kura was clad merely in an oversized adult shirt, presumably procured by Su Shuang for her. The sleeves had been severed, leaving her little hands exposed. However, the shirt was excessively large and filthy, making her appear as though she were draped in a robe. As for the garments beneath, LV Yang could not discern, and he even suspected that Xiao Kura was not wearing anything at all underneath. With a wry smile, he mused that while he had thought of Su Shuang, he had neglected to consider Xiao Kura. He resolved to bring her some clothing next time, and more importantly, he needed to bring soap and shampoo. Abruptly, Xiao Kura turned LV Yang's face towards her with both hands and pointed downstairs, exclaiming, "The bad people have come." Following her gesture, LV Yang looked in the direction she indicated and observed several figures congregating beneath the building, furtively entering and exiting various structures as if searching for something. Chapter 28. The mysterious gang. The sky outside the building was shrouded in darkness, with the only illumination emanating from streaks of blood-red twilight. LV Yang could not discern the faces of those individuals, nor could he ascertain how many shadows lurked in the gloom. Could they be the ones who took Su Shuang? LV Yang whispered to Xiao Kura. Her expression tense, she nodded, and he could hear her youthful breaths becoming increasingly rapid. LV Yang was unsure how Xiao Kura was so certain that the group downstairs was responsible for Su Shuang's abduction, yet her demeanor conveyed an unmistakable conviction, and he noted a glint of hatred in her eyes, suggesting her disdain for the individuals below. After contemplating for a moment, LV Yang withdrew the powerful flashlight he had tucked at the back of his waistband and prepared to descend. This flashlight, reputed to be crafted according to military standards, could momentarily blind an adversary. He had been skeptical about its efficacy when he acquired it, having never tested it on anyone before. Upon noticing LV Yang's actions, Xiao Kura hurried over and tugged at his trousers, concern etched on her face. Understanding her worry, he crouched down and reassured her, "Xiao Kura, we must rescue Xiao Shuang. Do not worry. I can handle them. Just stay quiet upstairs and do not make a sound." Ultimately, Xiao Kura released her grip, watching as LV Yang climbed into the basket, which then began to lower. LV Yang emerged cautiously from the basket and concealed himself in a corner. While observing with Xiao Kura earlier, he had discerned that this group was rather aimless. Although they knew what they were searching for, they did not know where to look, which explained their erratic movements among the buildings. Thus, he deduced that Su Shuang had likely not been captured at her residence, but had instead been spotted and taken nearby, and it was certain that Xiao Kura had witnessed her abduction. Otherwise, she would not have been so adamant about the group's involvement. With no concrete plan in mind, LV Yang contemplated negotiating with them using the food and water he possessed, reasoning that he would need to meet them first. After crouching in his corner for a short while, he emerged stealthily and approached the group that was making noise. As he got closer, he finally caught sight of their faces and attire. From their clothing, this group bore a striking resemblance to the bandits he had encountered previously with Su Shuang, but he was unsure if they were indeed the same individuals. What was certain, however, was that Su Shuang was indeed in their custody, and their intentions appeared sinister. That he overheard them whispering among themselves, "That girl said she was nearby. Why have we found nothing after searching for so long? Damn it! If that girl dares to deceive me, I'll make her pay. Hey, what are you saying? If she is not lying, will you still take her? Haha, true enough, it's rare to find such a pretty girl. Wouldn't he the boss want us to enjoy her? Hey, what are you two babbling about? Hurry up and search. The boss said that girl has some good bread, and if we don't bring back something, not only will we not get to have her, but we might end up at the boss's mercy. After holding his breath and listening for a while, LV Young formulated a rough plan. Just as the group was engrossed in their discussion, he suddenly stood up, switched on the powerful flashlight, and shouted, "Don't move!" The flashlight proved effective, blinding them momentarily, and they raised their hands to shield their eyes. "Who the hell is that? Looking for death?" One of them cursed loudly. I said, "Don't move. Anyone who dares to move will be killed." LV Young concealed himself behind the beam of light, confident that the group had yet to ascertain the situation on his side. Indeed, they could only see the blinding light and could not make out the figure behind it, rendering them hesitant to act. "All right, if you want to live, you will do exactly as I say. Anyone who tries to play tricks will be killed immediately." LV Young observed the hesitation in their expressions. Realizing his plan was working, he continued, "Listen carefully. The girl you've captured is my friend, and I have plenty of the bread you're looking for. Didn't your boss send you to find bread? Good. Now take me to see your boss, and if he releases my friend, I will give you as much bread as you want." After hearing LV Yang's words, the group stirred restlessly and whispered among themselves before agreeing to his request. Thus, LV Yang followed them with the flashlight in hand, venturing towards an unfamiliar location. After traversing for nearly half an hour, they finally halted, and one of the men turned to LV Yang and said, "To see our boss, you'll need to wait while we report inside. Who should go in?" Upon hearing this, LV Yang realized they genuinely believed he possessed something that could threaten them. However, this was precisely what he needed for intimidation, so he replied, "You go in. The rest of you stay put." The speaker then raised his hands and walked towards the entrance. LV Young took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. That it turned out he was in a desolate area, and the place where the man had gone was surrounded by a makeshift fence constructed from various scrap metals, within which lay a series of small hills. At a glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the terrain of the Sherlin tribe. After waiting for a while, LV Young observed someone emerging from within the fence. He quickly shone his flashlight in that direction. Under the beam, he saw a dozen individuals gradually walking out from a small dip on the right-hand side, among whom Su Shuang was being escorted by two men. The individual who had entered previously was walking beside a burly man, gesturing towards LV Yang while conversing with him. Soon, they approached LV Yang, whose heart raced violently. He could hardly fathom what would transpire once he extinguished the flashlight. Chapter 29. Negotiation. The newcomers bore an array of clothing styles, yet they all shared a common aesthetic. That LV Yang had seen many such outfits on television, and if he had to describe them with a single term, it could only be beggar gang. They seemed keenly aware of the need to project an intimidating image, each face appearing more menacing than the last. LV Yang even pondered if they were exhausting themselves by trying to look formidable, each one glaring at him with clenched teeth. "Hey, I hear you're here to trade bread for her?" the imposing leader asked, tilting his chin toward LV Yang. This man appeared somewhat more presentable than the others, yet his deliberately fierce demeanor only served to diminish LV Yang's trepidation, reminiscent of a school bully attempting to appear intimidating, which struck him as rather comical. "Indeed, you're seeking bread, are you not? That is quite straightforward, but you must first release the girl." LV Yang summoned the courage to state. "Haha, kid, the girl is still in my grasp. It seems you aren't the one making demands here. Very well. Lay out your terms." LV Yang had never encountered a situation like this before, and his only prior experience stemmed from his dealings with Su Gunzi's gang just days prior, leaving him uncertain of how to negotiate. He had no choice but to follow their lead. Unexpectedly, Su Shuang called out to him, her voice filled with urgency. "LV Yang, I don't need you to save me. Just run. You can't defeat them." To his astonishment, the leader swung around and struck Su Shuang across the face, cursing, "Who asked for your opinion? Damn it. If you keep talking, I will strip you bare and have my way with you right in front of that boy." The slap landed with considerable force, and Lu Yang clearly saw a handprint bloom on Su Shuang's face, instantly filling him with heartache. All right, whatever you say. I'll agree to it." That Lu Yang attempted to exchange his display of weakness for mercy towards Su Shuang. That is more like it. First, turn off that blinding thing, so I can see your face clearly. The leader of the group seemed to harbor a fear of the glaring object, promptly making this demand. With no other choice, Lu Yang switched off the flashlight and swiftly concealed it behind him before their eyes had a chance to adjust. The leader, accompanied by 2 others, approached Lu Yang, illuminating him with their torches as they circled him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the plastic bag in Lu Yang's hand. "Bind him!" the leader exclaimed loudly, reaching for the bag Lu Yang held. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn, Lu Yang panicked as the leader snatched the bag and moved toward Su Shuang, lifting her chin with a lecherous grin. "Once I'm well fed and have regained my strength, I'll enjoy playing with you properly." Su Shuang turned her head away in disgust, watching Lu Yang struggle. The leader's lackeys quickly bound Lu Yang tightly, clearly well practiced in such dealings that as he struggled, Lu Yang's mind raced, and suddenly he shouted, "Hey, there is only a loaf of bread in that bag. Are you greedy enough to want it all for yourself?" The leader paused, glancing around at his men, who were eyeing him eagerly, and swiftly approached Lu Yang, hissing, "What the hell are you saying? Keep your voice down." Realizing he had struck a nerve, Lu Yang understood that the leader's followers were merely seeking to survive. If the leader consumed the bread alone, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation among them. These men were the foundation of his power. Losing even one supporter would diminish his grip on authority. Thus, Lu Yang smiled and continued loudly, "These men have worked hard to obtain that loaf. You should consider them." The leader glanced at the bread in his hand, then at his brothers, clearly torn. Lu Yang pressed on. "In that bag, there is not only bread but also water and healing medicine. Everything you urgently need. However, I only brought a little to prove I'm not boasting that if you intend to keep it all to yourself. Then go ahead and bind her and me. Do with us as you wish." Pausing deliberately, Lu Yang observed the leader's expression, knowing he had hit upon something crucial. But he added, shifting his tone, "If you release us, I will give you all my bread. Not only will your brothers be able to eat, but you can have as much as you desire. What do you say?" In truth, Lu Yang knew that the question was unnecessary. The initiative no longer lay with the leader, but rather with his subordinates. Since Lu Yang had reached this point, the leader had little choice but to acquiesce. Indeed, the leader began to contemplate, examining the bread, then checking the water and medicine in the bag before finally stating, "We can't release both of you at once. You go fetch the items, and then you can use them to barter for her." Lu Yang thought to himself that the bandit was indeed cunning, still trying to outsmart him. That won't work. What if I bring the items back and you go back on your word and bind me? Then what do you propose? The leader asked impatiently. Lu Yang pondered for a moment, realizing he had no leverage to confront the leader. His only advantage was that the leader remained unaware of his true capabilities, regardless of the plan he devised. He needed to project an image of strength comparable to or surpassing that of his captors. "You know the construction site over there, right? The one in the city filled with zombies?" The leader nodded, replying, "Yes, what about it? Tomorrow morning, bring her there, that I will be waiting for you at that time. We will exchange her for the goods." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the leader turned to confer with a few of his subordinates. After some deliberation, he said, "All right, we'll do it your way. Let us not miss our chance." "Wait," Lu Yang called out just as the leader was about to turn away. "If you harm even a single hair on her head, not only will you fail to obtain the bread, but I will also raise your hideout to the ground." Chapter 30. The rescue of Su Shuang. Thus, the leader commanded his men to release Lu Yang. Cautiously, Lu Yang made his way back, glancing over his shoulder at every step until he was certain no one was following him. Only then did he enter the construction site that he hid in the shadows for over half an hour before signaling Xiao Kuer to pull him up. Xiao Kuer appeared to have been awake the entire time. After pulling Lu Yang up, she peered down below, continuously scanning the area until she confirmed it was clear before tugging at Lu Yang's clothes and asking, "Xiao Shuang, Xiao Shuang?" At that moment, Lu Yang was busy preparing the bread and water he would need for the following day. Hearing Xiao Kuer's voice, he realized she was questioning why he hadn't brought Su Shuang back. He embraced Xiao Kuer and said, "Xiao Kuer, Xiao Shuang won't be coming back today. She will return tomorrow. Can you go to sleep for now? When you wake up, you'll see her." Clearly, Xiao Kuer did not believe him. She shot Lu Yang an angry glance before jumping out of his embrace and heading into the bedroom she shared with Su Shuang. Lu Yang, however, had no time or energy to console her, but he needed to prepare everything before the group arrived. And whether Su Shuang would return depended entirely on his actions tomorrow. He retrieved 5 loaves of bread from a large pile to leave for Shaokur. Then placed all the remaining bread and water into a box. After testing the box's weight, he also added half a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine before finally carrying it downstairs. Upon arriving at the point's gathering base once more, Lu Yang discovered that the areas he had hoped to revisit to collect zombies were now largely devoid of them. Meanwhile, the pile of corpses he had previously stacked for burning still lay there, emanating a foul stench. With no time to lose, he grabbed a steel rod and dispatched the scattered zombies before rearranging the pile of bodies, positioning each corpse carefully to create the illusion that someone had recently cleaned up the site. Once everything was in order, the sky of this strange world began to brighten, and Lu Yang, aside from the stench of decay clinging to him, had only earned a few points for his efforts. He wiped the sweat from his brow and found a hidden spot to conceal himself with the box. Perhaps after a day of toil, he had finally relaxed and succumbed to sleep. As Lu Yang dozed, he was abruptly roused by the sound of voices nearby. Startled awake, he opened his eyes to see that although the sky was still dim, it had brightened significantly in this alternate world. Quietly, he stood up and looked towards the source of the voices, discovering that it was indeed the same leader from the previous night, surrounded by a group of his men. That Su Shuang, meanwhile, was being held at a distance by 2 of his subordinates. The leader appeared grave, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion with his M.E.N. Lu Yang thought, could they be plotting against me? He stealthily moved closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. Are you sure? Lu Yang heard only part of the dialogue as he neared. The leader questioning one of his subordinates. Boss, how could I not be sure? Just a few days ago, these zombies were definitely alive that I happened to pass through here with Sanair while looking for supplies. If you don't believe me, ask Sanair. And what about yesterday? Did you hear any commotion around here? Perhaps someone else took care of these zombies. I can't say. Yesterday you sent us here to find that loaf of bread, so I didn't pay attention to the situation. But there were definitely live zombies here at that time. I just can't say how many. It seems it's impossible for us to capture that kid today. He couldn't have killed so many zombies alone overnight. Go tell the brothers to be cautious and avoid falling into his trap. Understood, boss. With that, the subordinate dashed off to relay the message. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang felt a surge of joy. He knew his plan had worked. The arduous efforts of the previous night had not been in vain. With this foundation, Lu Yang felt emboldened that he suddenly stood up and shouted loudly at the leader. Hey, I'm right here. Yang's voice startled everyone present, including the burly man, who all assumed defensive postures. Rest assured, my companions do not engage in the nefarious activities of kidnapping and robbery like you do. They have all gone back to rest. And you think clearing out these zombies is a trivial task? Yang continued. However, the man remained unconvinced, his hand resting on the dagger at his waist, his eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly. That moment. Yang swaggered over, carrying a box filled with bread, and placed it on the ground before the man. Here are the bread, water, and healing medicine you requested. Now, may we release the captives? The man, still skeptical, drew his dagger and poked at the contents of the box. Once satisfied, he ordered his men to let Su Shuang go. Yang felt a rush of anxiety, yet he could not betray his nervousness. He forced a smile and implored, please release them, that my companions only wish to slay zombies, not humans. The man's expression revealed his frustration at having fallen so easily for Yang's ruse. With a look of disappointment, he waved his hand at the 2 men holding Su Shuang, who then pushed her forward before turning to leave. Kid, you played this well. Consider this round won by you. But you ought to be cautious from now on, for I shall keep a close watch on you. Yang retorted defiantly. Likewise, we are not accustomed to having your kind in our midst, that I advise your brothers to tread carefully when foraging in the future. The man brandished his dagger at Yang before turning away. Yang maintained his stance, smiling as he watched them depart until they vanished from sight. Only then did his legs give way, and he sank to the ground. Su Shuang, bound at both hands and feet, saw Yang's condition and ceased to hope for his assistance in freeing her. Instead, she searched for a sharp stone, sat down, and freed herself. As she approached Yang, flexing her wrists, he looked up and smiled, asking, could you carry me back? Chapter 31. Encounter with Su Gunzi. Of course, Su Shuang could not carry El Yang, but she supported him as they walked to her residence's entrance. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, a line of text appeared before El Yang's eyes. Host, please be advised that your stay time is nearing its limit. You have exhausted all previously remaining time. Please depart promptly. It dawned on El Yang that his duration of stay was indeed limited. He had previously been overly optimistic, contemplating a few days of lodging, but now realized he must be vigilant regarding this time constraint. The consequences of being exiled were unknown and potentially dire. Thus, he informed Su Shuang, Su Shuang, I must return. When I arrived yesterday, I brought extra supplies. Although the bread is nearly depleted, there is still enough for you and Xiao Ke, along with some snacks. By the way, don't touch the medicines. I worry you might not understand them, and it could be dangerous for Xiao Ke to mistakenly ingest them. As El Yang rambled on, Su Shuang remained silent with her head bowed. Once he concluded, she lifted her gaze, smiled warmly at him, and expressed, El Yang, thank you this time. What does it mean to be overjoyed? El Yang felt exactly that. Perhaps it was Su Shuang's usual icy demeanor, suddenly brightened by a smile that left him momentarily speechless. However, her smile was fleeting. After uttering those words, she turned and entered the elevator that as El Yang exited the building. He heard Xiao's delighted shriek from above. And without realizing it, he too began to smile. For some reason, the sound of Xiao Ke's laughter made El Yang feel that all his exhausting efforts had been worthwhile. Upon returning home from the dilapidated little house, El Yang suddenly felt dizzy. The fatigue of the day crashed over him, that he had neither bathed nor eaten, and he collapsed on his bed, falling into a deep slumber that he slept soundly until the afternoon. And if not for the urgent knocking at the door, he might have continued to doze. The knocking was frantic, and El Yang initially thought someone's house was on fire. However, upon opening the door, he found it was merely his neighbors. Something's happened. You can't keep sleeping. They are demolishing the supermarket with an excavator. Hurry and take a look. At the supermarket, a cluster of neighbors stood at El Yang's door, each contributing to the cacophony. After a prolonged period of confusion, El Yang pieced together their message. Someone is using an excavator to tear down the supermarket. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurried downstairs. As he descended, he noticed the sky had darkened. Just days prior, he would have still been in the other world at this hour. Before El Yang reached the supermarket entrance, he spotted an excavator parked out front. With a figure directing the operator from the front, without a second thought, he dashed over and stood in front of the excavator, pointing at the director and demanding, "What are you doing?" The individual seemed taken aback by El Yang's sudden appearance. Stammering, "Why, you're not supposed to be home." El Yang immediately grasped the situation. The group presumed he would be absent, just as he had been days earlier, and had chosen this time to dismantle his supermarket. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind, "El Yang, your supermarket is always closed. Why not just let it go?" Turning around, El Yang was met by Su Gunzi, the very person he had driven away days before. Upon seeing Su Gunzi back before him, El Yang was suddenly engulfed by a sense of helplessness that he had thought that by scaring off Su Gunzi, the developer would send someone else, perhaps Ali Gunzi, to replace him. However, as Su Gunzi stood there, brimming with confidence, El Yang realized he had been mistaken. He could not eliminate Su Gunzi, nor could he even injure him, making it impossible to halt the endless harassment. El Yang felt small and powerless, incapable of contending with the developers. His neighbors had already signed compensation agreements, and continuing to resist would only lead him to become a newsworthy, stubborn holdout. El Yang pondered that the only way to alter his predicament was to become the developer himself. Only then could he dictate the terms of this place. Furthermore, the rules of this world were designed by the powerful and the wealthy. Regardless of their fairness, he was tired of adhering to the rules set by others. He resolved that one day he would become the architect of the rules, compelling Su Gunzi and the developers to abide by his dictates. Yet, mere ambition would not suffice. El Yang knew he must continuously earn money, accumulating wealth to realize this goal. That El Yang's silence was interpreted by Su Gunzi as acquiescence. Stepping out of the excavator, Su Gunzi approached El Yang with a grin, saying, "It's not too late to move. As long as you willingly relinquish the supermarket, we can sweep the past under the rug, deal?" El Yang looked up at Su Gunzi, suddenly smirked, and replied, "The only way I would surrender the supermarket is if I were dead." With that, he extended his arms and took 2 steps closer to the excavator, positioning himself in front of it. Damn it. You refuse to heed my warning, huh? Since you insist on being difficult, don't blame me for being ungracious. Gunzi, a thug at heart, was quick to anger. With a curse, he advanced towards Yang, seizing the back of his collar. However, Yang was no longer the same person. Though his skills might not suffice against 5 men, they were more than adequate to deal with Gunzi alone. As Gunzi tugged at his collar, Yang swiftly pivoted, breaking free from his grasp. That Gunzi stumbled forward, regaining his balance only to throw a punch at Yang. Ducking just in time, Yang felt the punch graze the top of his head. Seizing the opportunity, he dove into Gunzi's embrace, locking his right arm against his shoulder, while Gunzi was taken aback by Yang's agility. Yang bent his legs slightly and forcefully thrust upward against Gunzi's body. That Gunzi let out a startled cry. Though Yang's maneuver did not dislocate Gunzi's arm, it nonetheless inflicted significant strain. Gunzi staggered back, clutching his arm, only to see Yang raise a leg and aim a kick at his groin. In a panic, Gunzi attempted to block with his hands, but to his astonishment, Yang's foot halted mid-motion. Chapter 32. Recruiting Gunzi. Gunzi exhaled in relief. Glancing at Yang, Yang retracted his leg and addressed Gunzi. Gunzi, mercy begets mercy, though we have been neighbors for years, even if you disregard our shared school ties. Surely you can consider the bond of our daily encounters, that my life is already fraught with challenges. Why must you persist in making it harder for me? Yet Gunzi, consumed by his own thoughts, could not hear Yang's plead. He was solely focused on the pain from his previous injury. If Yang's kick landed, it could spell disaster for him. Moreover, during the last incident when I was injured, Gunzi attributed the cause to Yang's good fortune. However, after a few exchanges this time, Gunzi could discern that Yang genuinely possessed remarkable skills. The petty tricks he usually employed to bully the honest were utterly insignificant in the face of Yang's current prowess. The individual who had been directing operations in front of the excavator, witnessing the sudden turn of events, fled without uttering a single word. Noticing Gunzi's prolonged silence, Yang chose to ignore him and proceeded towards the supermarket. Opening its grand doors to that moment, numerous neighbors were still gathered around. Yang mused that perhaps he could still conduct some business. Yet, as these neighbors recognized, the outcome was already apparent. They gradually dispersed, none venturing into Yang's supermarket. Outside, Gunzi, perhaps unaccustomed to such defeat over the years, stood with his arms crossed, resembling a defeated rooster, head drooping, lost in thought. Observing Gunzi's despondent demeanor, Yang felt a surge of pity. After all, Gunzi had merely been scraping by, living hand-to-mouth, with his next meal contingent on whether he could intimidate someone. Ultimately, this farce was instigated by the developer, and Gunzi's role was merely that of a hired hand profiting from others' misfortunes. With Yang's disturbance, it was clear that Gunzi would not receive the money promised by the developer. Consequently, an idea emerged in Yang's mind, the merit of which he was uncertain. To safeguard his supermarket, he required a rogue like Gunzi, not to mention that his future grand ambitions would necessitate countless individuals of Gunzi's ilk. If he could recruit Gunzi to his side, at least for the short term, he would not have to fret over the supermarket's affairs. With this thought in mind, Yang retrieved his phone and checked his bank balance, which stood at over 13,000. Resolute in his decision, Yang stepped outside. Gunzi, startled by Yang's sudden appearance behind him, took a step back. Yang flashed a smile and said, Gunzi, why are you still standing here? Gunzi instinctively retreated a couple of steps, eyeing Yang with suspicion, unsure of his intentions. Gunzi, although we met frequently, it seems we hardly exchanged a few words. If you don't mind, why not come to my place for a drink? Gunzi found Yang's unexpected politeness bewildering. Just minutes prior, they had been locked in a fierce confrontation. Yet now Yang was attempting to cultivate camaraderie. If you have something to say, just say it. Just wait a moment, Yang responded, rushing back into the supermarket. A few minutes later, he emerged with several bags of spicy snacks and 2 bottles of Overthrow. Gunzi watched as Yang closed the supermarket doors and approached him, saying, I had intended to keep these for myself, but there aren't too many left. Come on, let's South go to my place for a drink. Without giving Su Gunzi a chance to object, Lu Yong pulled him towards his home. Upon arriving, Lu Yong first invited Su Gunzi to sit at the dining table, then retrieved a bottle of camphor oil from his room and handed it to Su Gunzi, saying, I believe I injured your shoulder earlier. Please apply this first while I prepare some dishes. With that, Lu Yong disappeared into the kitchen. That Su Gunzi, somewhat skeptical, accepted the camphor oil, checking the label to ensure Lu Yong was not playing a trick on him, that he then removed his shirt, grimacing as he tended to his injury. After a while, Lu Yong returned with 2 plates of food, one of pig ears, the other of stir-fried green peppers and eggs, that he also brought out several plates to serve the spicy snacks before finally sitting down beside Su Gunzi. Pouring 2 glasses of liquor, he handed one to Su Gunzi and raised his own, saying, Su Kuin-gu, I want to apologize for what happened earlier. If you were to challenge me again, I would respond in kind. This toast signifies that from now on, we shall bury the hatchet. Cheers. Lu Yong tilted his head back, downing the drink. However, Su Gunzi did not partake. He gazed at Lu Yong in confusion, asking, What the hell do you mean, Lu Yong? To speak your mind. Lu Yong chuckled and replied, I will speak my mind, but first you must finish this drink. He nudged the glass closer to Su Gunzi, who reluctantly downed the liquor. Afterward, Lu Yong took a piece of pig ear, chewing it thoughtfully before stating, Actually, whether I relocate this supermarket or not has no bearing on you, correct? What you seek is merely the money promised by the developer. With a drink downed, Su Gunzi felt somewhat relieved, picking up his chopsticks to sample the dishes, then nodding in acknowledgement at Lu Yong. Take out your phone, Lu Yong instructed, pointing at Su Gunzi's pocket. That Su Gunzi hesitated for a moment, but eventually retrieved his phone. The password, Lu Yong continued. Su Gunzi, puzzled, unlocked the phone, watching as Lu Yong activated the QR code payment feature and scanned it with his own phone. After completing the transaction, Lu Yong returned the phone to Su Gunzi. Su Gunzi hastily took back his device, eager to uncover Lu Yang's scheme. Suddenly, the phone emitted a notification sound, revealing that Lu Yong had transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Su Gunzi, bewildered, didn't rush to accept the payment, but instead placed the phone before Lu Yong, inquiring, What is your intention? Lu Yong smiled and explained, In any case, you certainly want to be receiving that money from the developer. I intend to contest them to the end. You might as well come and earn my money by helping me manage the supermarket. While this amount may not match what the developer promised you, it's certainly better than nothing. That I can guarantee that moving forward, I will pay you 10,000 yuan every month. All you need to do is assist me in guarding the supermarket. What do you think? Chapter 33. The first ally observing Su Gunzi's hesitation. Lu Yong understood that trust had yet to be established, but he could empathize, considering that just over an hour ago, they had been fierce adversaries. That Su Gunzi had recently sustained an injury to his shoulder, which had barely been treated. It was unreasonable to expect him to suddenly trust Lu Yong. Nevertheless, Lu Yong was aware of Su Gunzi's circumstances. He had heard from his uncle that Su Gunzi's family had moved away long ago. His parents were elderly, and his mother had been ill for years, with their pension barely covering their living and medical expenses. Although Su Gunzi was nearing 30, he had yet to secure a stable girlfriend and lacked a consistent job, primarily relying on brawling for income. The excavator parked outside the supermarket was purchased through a bank loan facilitated by Su Gunzi's parents, who had hoped he could carve out a legitimate livelihood. However, after years of notoriety, no contractors were willing to hire a big shot like him, leaving the excavator as little more than scrap metal. While 10,000 yuan was not a fortune, it would suffice for Su Gunzi's living expenses. That if Lu Yong could indeed provide him with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, it would represent a substantial income for Su Gunzi. Thus, Lu Yong said, Su Kuin-gu, you may still doubt my ability to pay you 10,000 yuan monthly, but consider this. You want to be receiving that money from the developer anyway. Why not accept my offer and give it a try for a month? Even if I fail to pay you later, you want to be at a loss. In Su Gunzi's experience, payment typically followed the completion of work. He was unaccustomed to receiving money before any agreement was made. Additionally, he could sense a change in Lu Yong over the past few days, although he could not clearly define what that change was. Previously, he had believed that if he intimidated Liu Yang a couple of times, Liu Yang would readily relinquish the supermarket. However, not only had Liu Yang stood his ground, but he had done so with remarkable confidence that, of course, Liu Yang's skills had also caused Su Gunzi to reassess him. After all, he had been the one who had bullied Liu Yang since childhood. Although they had not fought since growing up, Su Gunzi had a rough idea of Liu Yang's capabilities. Who would have imagined that in the past few days? He had fallen victim to Liu Yang not once but twice. Missing out on the developer's promised payment was one thing, but if word got out, it would be disastrous for Su Gunzi's reputation. Yet, if Liu Yang truly possessed talent or had encountered a mentor of sorts, earning 10,000 yuan each month in a city where the average salary was only 3 to 4,000 would certainly be a source of pride for Su Gunzi. Moreover, he genuinely needed the money. With that in mind, Su Gunzi returned the phone and accepted Liu Yang's payment. Upon seeing this, Liu Yang promptly filled Su Gunzi's glass again, exclaiming, "Ah, that is more like it. Even if you look down on me, you certainly can't turn your back on money." Su Gunzi took the drink and downed it in one go, declaring, "Just to be clear, I'll only help you keep an eye on the supermarket. I won't be serving tea or running errands." Yang, with a smile, took the empty wine glass from Su Gunzi's hand, filled it to the brim, and handed it back to him, that he then lifted his own glass and said, "Rest assured from now on, you will always be my Su Kuan brother. I shall neither burden you with the menial tasks of serving tea, nor engage you in any unlawful activities. Your sole responsibility will be to oversee the supermarket, as long as it remains intact for a month. I will reward you with a month's wages." After speaking, Yang raised his glass in a toast to Su Gunzi and downed it in one gulp to Su Gunzi, after finishing his drink and sampling a few dishes. Finally inquired Yang, "Could you enlighten me on the nature of your newfound skills? I distinctly remember you weren't this formidable before. Back when I used to bully you, you couldn't even hold your own against me with one hand." Yang chuckled at this and replied mysteriously, "Ah, that is something I cannot divulge just yet. When the time is right, I shall reveal it to you." The two continued their revelry until the stroke of midnight, at which point Su Gunzi, thoroughly inebriated, decided to take his leave. Before departing, he pointed at his excavator and declared, "I'll leave this beast at your doorstep. If they wish to demolish your supermarket, they'll have to move it first. Let us see who dares touch my property." Yang pondered this. Since the fate of the supermarket was uncertain, he felt no qualms about Su Gunzi's drunken suggestion, and he waved goodbye. Upon returning home, Yang lay in bed, deep in thought. While he recognized Su Gunzi's capability to safeguard the supermarket, he was still at a loss regarding the promised monthly payment of 10,000 yuan. The supermarket in this alternate realm had yet to yield any significant returns. Having just completed a transaction, he had been robbed the very next day, that he wondered when this peculiar supermarket would begin to generate a steady income. Yet he felt utterly ungrounded in his expectations. Nevertheless, having made the offer, he could not retract it. Yang was firmly convinced that recruiting Su Gunzi was a sagacious decision. The following day, Su Gunzi arrived bright and early. Yang handed him 2 keys, stating, "Kuan brother, this is the key to my home, and this one is for the supermarket. Feel free to stay at my place whenever you prefer. You can help yourself to whatever is in the fridge. As for the supermarket, I'm not in a hurry to open for business, so just keep an eye on it. Your primary duty is to handle any disturbances that arise." That Su Gunzi appeared taken aback and asked, "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed, it is as uncomplicated as that if no one causes trouble, you are free to do as you please." Yang, are you out of your mind? You're paying me 10,000 yuan a month just for this trivial task? Kuan brother, don't underestimate this matter. This supermarket is my lifeline and the main source of your monthly income. Rest assured, I have no intention of putting you in harm's way." That Su Gunzi shook his head, accepted the keys, and departed. That Yang accompanied Su Gunzi to the supermarket, where he picked up 2 bars of soap and a bottle of shampoo before heading out. When Su Gunzi curiously inquired about his intentions, Yang merely smiled and replied, "Since the supermarket isn't operational, I need to find a way to earn some money. Otherwise, how could I pay you?" Chapter 34. Earning points after leaving the supermarket. Yang ventured to a nearby department store to select 2 outfits for Xiaokui to avoid drawing too much attention. He deliberately chose darker, more traditional attire. After purchasing the clothes, he approached the delivery truck, planning to head over early today. as his primary mission was to accumulate points. He needed ample time to manage matters in the alternate realm. This time, Yang didn't bring an excessive amount of food, as there were still plenty of snacks with Su Shuang, that he only packed 10 loaves of bread, a watermelon knife, and several pairs of gloves. After selecting his items, he placed them in a box and weighed it in his hands. It was less than 2 kilograms. Sufficient for 10 points. Since the establishment of this passage, Yang had never arrived in the alternate world this early. Even during his last visit, he had left in a hurried rush at dawn. Never having witnessed what the morning was like there, he mused, surely it wouldn't be as perpetually dim as the afternoon he was accustomed to. However, upon arriving in this alternate realm once more, he was met with disappointment. The sky was devoid of colors beyond the dull gray and darkness. Had he not just come from the bright morning of his own world, he might have struggled to discern whether it was morning or afternoon. Yang, holding the box, arrived at Su Shuang's residence and, emulating her, knocked on the wall of the elevator shaft with a stone. After a prolonged period with no response, he began to believe that neither Su Shuang nor Xiao Ku were home. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a rustling sound from above. Looking up, he spotted Xiao Ku peering down curiously that he called out, "Xiao Ku, it's me, Yang. Could you lower the basket?" "Please." Before Yang's words had fully escaped his lips, Xiao Ku lowered the basket. She had heard the noise from below, but hesitated to lower it due to Yang's irregular knocking rhythm. It was only when she extended her head to glimpse Yang that she felt reassured enough to let down the basket. Once inside, Yang discovered Su Shuang was indeed absent. So he asked Xiao Ku, "Where is Xiao Shuang?" Xiao Ku, captivated by the box Yang had brought, focused all her attention on it and did not respond. Noticing her rapt gaze, Yang knelt and opened the box, presenting the 2 outfits to her. "Look, I brought you some clothes. Do you like them?" Evidently, Xiao Ku was tired of her usual robe, and upon seeing the clothes Yang had brought, she appeared even more delighted than when spotting snacks. She eagerly took the garments from Yang, swiftly stripping off her current attire in her haste to try them on. Yang quickly intervened, helping her put the robe back on, saying, "Not just yet, first. We need to bathe. Only after you've washed up can you wear the new clothes." Xiao Ku clearly didn't comprehend the term bathe and shot an annoyed glare at Yang. Seemingly displeased at having her clothes taken away, Yang attempted to demonstrate the bathing process, but she still did not understand, her hands still wrestling with Yang for the clothing. Frustrated, he retrieved the shampoo and soap he had brought and handed them to her, explaining, "This is for washing your hair, and this is for bathing. After you wash, you'll smell lovely and be clean, ready to wear your new outfit." Perhaps the enticing fragrance of the shampoo and soap caught Xiao Ku's interest, for she finally released her grip and took the shampoo, sniffing it curiously. Seeing that she liked the scent, Yang opened the cap for her. To his dismay, Xiao Ku, after smelling the shampoo bottle, promptly aimed it at her mouth. Realizing the impending disaster, Yang swiftly snatched the shampoo away and repackaged everything back into the box. With her shampoo taken from her, Xiao Ku shot Yang an indignant look before storming off, ignoring him thereafter. When Su Shuang returned, Yang was busy counting the inventory in the warehouse while Xiao Ku sulked nearby. After Yang explained to Su Shuang why Xiao Ku was upset, she chuckled and remarked, "To Xiao Ku, your items are entirely unfamiliar. Not only her, but I too have never heard of them, that we've always just needed to avoid hunger and cold. We never aspired to wear new clothes or take a proper bath." Yang was disinclined to argue over such trivial matters and replied, "Regardless, I have plenty of these items. As long as you both wish for it, you shall be able to bathe cleanly and wear new clothes from now on. However, this is not the time to dwell on such things." That Su Shuang, "Didn't you mention there are many zombies nearby?" Su Shuang nodded in affirmation. That Yang promptly drew out the watermelon knife, declaring, "Then take me there at once." After Su Shuang had a quick bite to eat, she led Xiao Ku, Yang, and the items he had brought downstairs. That Su Shuang first took Yang to a hollow in the mountains heading towards the Shaolin tribe, pointing at the clusters of writhing zombies and stating, "Here it is. This is a trap set by the Shaolin tribe. They've established several others in different locations. These zombies have accumulated over the years. They should keep you occupied for a while." Although Su Shuang's tone suggested a mere task to be completed, Yang was unfazed. There were indeed thousands of zombies, just as Su Shuang had mentioned, sufficient for him to engage for a considerable time. After Su Shuang finished speaking, she turned to leave with Xiaoke. Yang quickly called out, "What are you two doing?" Without turning her head, Su Shuang replied, "You handle your zombies. We have our own matters to attend to." Yang's points had increased significantly after rescuing Su Shuang by eliminating several zombies, leaving him with 135 points after deducting his expenditures. For the time being, these points were ample for his travels between the alternate world and transporting goods. However, if Liang wishes to allocate more time to manage the affairs of the supermarket, it is evident that the points he possesses are insufficient, not to mention that the advanced skills and ascension abilities within this system require a significantly greater expenditure of points. Gazing at the repugnant heap of zombies, Liang felt a twinge of fear. A moment's inattention could render him the next meal for these ghastly creatures. Yet, contemplating his grand ambitions, Liang gritted his teeth and plunged into the sea of corpses. Chapter 35. The Bath Amidst the Throng of Zombies. Liang wielded his watermelon knife with fervor, his body smeared in blood and unidentifiable viscera. The putrid stench no longer bothered him. He had become desensitized. The system intermittently displayed messages indicating the type of zombies he had dispatched, whether complete or incomplete, with each increment of points seemingly encouraging him. When his points finally swelled to over 1,000, he paused, panting heavily, and inwardly lamented, "I should never have brought the watermelon knife." Initially, Liang had merely considered the practicality of the watermelon knife, failing to realize the fundamental difference between close-range slashing and long-range stabbing. For instance, using a steel rod to pierce them would prevent the splatter of blood and brain matter from reaching him. Anyone witnessing Liang at that moment would undoubtedly mistake him for a zombie, as his appearance closely mirrored those around him. However, he was preoccupied. Aside from his disappointment in the watermelon knife, he was exhilarated by the gradual accumulation of points. Once he caught his breath, Liang exchanged 200 points for 2 hours of time, and after a brief respite, leaped back into the horde. Thanks to the sharpness of the watermelon knife and Liang's extensive experience, his efficiency in dispatching zombies increased significantly. He would pierce through their eye sockets, twist the blade, and withdraw it, leaving the zombies unresponsive, all in one fluid motion. Just as he was engrossed in his slaughter, Su Shuang returned with Xiaoke. They quickly deduced that the figure swinging his arm was Liang, and Su Shuang called out, "Liang, it's time to wrap up." Startled by Su Shuang's sudden voice, Liang instinctively turned to her, only to see her shouting and gesturing frantically behind him. Although the zombies emitted an unpleasant sound, it was not loud enough to drown out Su Shuang's voice. Realizing something must be amiss behind him, Liang turned around and was met with a foul odor, followed by the sight of a decaying skull hanging from rotting flesh. Before he could react, a zombie seized him from behind, and as it lunged for his neck, Liang thrust the watermelon knife into its mouth. He had been momentarily distracted by Su Shuang's voice, failing to dispatch the zombie before turning to her, only to find it had broken free from its restraints and was advancing toward him. Su Shuang noticed this and rushed to warn him, but Liang could not hear her. In a state of panic, she dashed forward. With the watermelon knife lodged in the zombie's mouth, Liang momentarily staved off its bite. But the creature's arms were already wrapped around him. The proximity hindered his mobility, and surrounded by zombies, any reckless movement could lead to him losing his balance and falling into the grasp of another. At that moment, Liang felt a gust of wind rush past his face, and the zombie's left arm fell away from its shoulder that he realized Su Shuang had arrived. With one arm incapacitated, the zombie could no longer hold onto Liang. Seizing the opportunity, he freed one hand, pulled the watermelon knife from the zombie's mouth, and plunged it into the creature's skull. The zombie's mouth gaped open, and the decayed remnants of its brain and blood spilled onto Liang's shoulder, seeping into his clothing, that he forcefully pushed the now lifeless zombie away and turned to see Su Shuang looking at him with evident disgust. "What happened?" Liang inquired. "You smell terrible," Su Shuang replied. As Su Shuang approached, Liang had initially thought he had made significant progress that day, having accumulated 2,875 points. However, upon exiting the zombie pile, he realized that the zombies he had slain were merely a trivial fraction of the entire horde. This led him to conclude that he needed to find a weapon that was both swift and convenient. Otherwise, the effort required to accumulate sufficient points would likely exhaust him, instead of returning to their dwelling. Su Shuang led Liang down an unfamiliar path. "Where are we going?" he asked. "You'll find out when we arrive." Su Shuang responded that as they walked, Liang suddenly heard the sound of flowing water, which grew louder as they approached. Upon arrival, he discovered a serene pond, above which cascaded a silver ribbon-like waterfall, the source of the delightful sounds. Liang understood now why Xiao Ke had damp hair. Su Shuang had brought him here to bathe. "We've arrived." Su Shuang left behind shampoo and soap before turning to depart. By the time Liang noticed, Su Shuang and Xiao Ke had vanished from sight. "Hey, I have no clothes," Liang called helplessly down the path, but no one responded, that he discarded his filthy garments and dove into the refreshing waters of the pond. The cool, invigorating water jolted him awake, clearing his senses dulled by the stench of decay. Once he had washed away the blood, he used the soap and shampoo Su Shuang had left, scrubbing himself thoroughly until he emerged from the water, only to remember his lack of clothing. "I certainly can't put on those foul-smelling clothes," he thought in desperation. Liang gathered a few large leaves and, using some vines, fashioned a makeshift wrap around his waist before returning to Su Shuang's residence. Upon seeing him draped only in leaves, Su Shuang's expression of distaste was unmistakable. She tossed a robe that Xiao Ke had discarded at his feet and said, "Put this on first." Feeling immensely grateful, Liang quickly donned Xiao Ke's south garment in place of the leaves and said to Su Shuang, "I need to change back into proper clothes. I'll be back tomorrow." Chapter 36. Those people again when Su Gunzi beheld Liang's disheveled appearance. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Liang, didn't you say you were going out to work? Please don't tell me you earned the money for my salary by selling yourself. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to profit from your hard-earned labor." Liang shot him a glance and retorted, "If I told you I was out killing zombies, would you believe me?" Su Gunzi burst into laughter. "Of course, I believe you. You went out naked to slay zombies just to earn me a monthly salary of 10,000. How could I not believe that?" Liang had no desire to engage further, so he grabbed another watermelon knife from the supermarket before heading home. Once back, he hastily consumed some food and began crafting the weapons he would need for the following day. This weapon was a new idea that had just struck him. He had previously employed two types of weapons, a steel rod and a watermelon knife, each with its strengths and weaknesses. The steel rod allowed for a safe distance from zombies but lacked sharpness, while the watermelon knife was sufficiently sharp but too short. Thus, Liang concluded that combining the two would yield a highly effective weapon. He broke a mop handle and secured the watermelon knife to it with strong adhesive tape. Testing it against the floor a couple of times, he felt satisfied with the stability of his creation. In the following days, Liang spent his time slaughtering zombies. Yet, despite the effectiveness of his newly crafted weapon and his acquired techniques, he could not hasten his pace of extermination. After 3 days, he had amassed 8,845 points. But the number of zombies in the trap still remained substantial. After much contemplation, Liang recalled a term he had learned from television: weapons of mass destruction. He realized that to efficiently and swiftly eliminate the remaining zombies, he could not rely on cold weapons. He needed firearms or explosives. However, guns required ammunition. Each zombie would necessitate at least one bullet, and a bullet equated to a certain amount of money, which was clearly beyond Liang's current financial means. Nevertheless, he felt that acquiring a gun would be essential in the future, and having some funds available would be prudent. For now, however, the most pressing matter was to accumulate points. And procuring explosives became Liang's immediate priority. Perhaps Su Gunzi can help with that, Liang mused. Certainly, procuring explosives necessitates financial resources that Liang, unaware of the market value of explosives, could not ascertain whether the more than 2,000 yuan in his account would suffice. Once again, the question of how to generate income loomed large. As Liang sat by the pond, clad in his garments and contemplating his financial predicament, he was suddenly roused by the voice of Su Shuang, calling from the end of a narrow path. "Liang, are you ready yet?" Upon hearing her, Liang hastened to finish dressing, that Su Shuang was not one to speak unless it was of utmost importance. Her inquiry indicated that something significant was afoot. He quickly donned his clothes and sprinted towards her. Upon arrival, Yang noticed that Su Shuang was accompanied by a man and a woman, both appearing as though they had recently shed tears. Slowing his pace, he exchanged a questioning glance with Su Shuang, seeking clarification. She gestured for him to come closer, and, once he did, she spoke. "This is Brother Yin, and this is his wife, Sister Li. They are both from the Shilin tribe. When I went to their home to trade for food, they shared some troubling news that I believe you should hear." Yang smiled at the couple, greeting them warmly, before pulling Su Shuang aside to inquire. "What is it?" Su Shuang replied, "Do you remember the group that kidnapped me?" "Of course. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, who exactly are they?" Su Shuang paused before explaining. "They are also bandits, but they found a suitable place to settle and have been surviving by plundering from others. Their leader is Daniu, the same man I encountered that day when I was captured." "What does this group have to do with them?" Yang asked. "They are searching for bread. Somehow, they learned that Chun Hu had bread, so they came looking for it. Unfortunately, Chun Hu's supply has run out. As a result, they have kidnapped several children from the tribe, threatening to eat them if their demands for bread are not met within 3 days. Yang scoffed. "Huh, eat them. Why don't they just say they intend to swallow the children whole?" Su Shuang quickly interjected. "Do you think they are joking?" Yang, have you forgotten what I said about people resorting to eating zombie flesh when starving? I'm telling you, they are not merely speaking in jest. Cannibalism is not unheard of in this world. Everyone knows that the flesh of children is more delectable than that of adults." A wave of nausea washed over Yang as he recalled Su Shuang's earlier words. Hearing them again filled him with disbelief and revulsion. "Are you suggesting I use my bread to save them?" he asked. That Su Shuang nodded. Yang was clearly reluctant to sacrifice his bread for the sake of strangers. He had already suffered a significant loss of bread to rescue Su Shuang, and with no profit to show for it, he hesitated at the prospect of incurring further losses, sensing his reluctance. Su Shuang said, Yang, I understand that the bread is not mine to demand, but these are lives at stake. Is not life more precious than profit? Moreover, by saving their children, you would be saving their parents as well. They will remember your kindness, which could ultimately benefit your business in the future." Ultimately, Yang was swayed, not by the noble sentiment of valuing life, but by the prospect of future business advantages that Su Shuang had mentioned. Her words illuminated a realization for Yang. His grand ambitions required the support of many in his own world, and this new realm was no different that he agreed to her request. Informing Su Shuang that by this time tomorrow, he would bring the required bread, but he would need the children's parents to assist in the transport. Chapter 37. Explosives. Bread is not a long-lasting commodity. Thus, Yang could only procure 2 or 3 boxes of freshly baked bread during each supply run. Furthermore, he was obligated to sell this bread within its shelf life. Otherwise, it would spoil and emit a foul odor. Should anyone discover expired bread in a supermarket, it would spell disaster for his business. Therefore, Yang's stock of bread from the other world had nearly depleted, and upon his return, he would have to dip into his savings to replenish it. The cheapest price for a box of bread was over 100 yuan, and although Su Shuang had not disclosed how many loaves the bandits demanded in exchange for a life, based on his previous experience rescuing Su Shuang, he estimated it would cost around 300 yuan. Watching his savings dwindle while his grand aspirations remained unfulfilled caused Yang genuine distress. However, he had made a promise to Su Shuang. Even if it meant spending every last yuan he had, he was determined to honor his commitment, as his father had taught him. That very night, he procured the bread. The supplier, seeing the quantity he required, agreed to a favorable price of 100 yuan per box. Yang, caught up in the moment, impulsively spent an additional 100 yuan to acquire 4 boxes. As he wheeled the bread into the supermarket, he noticed the doors were ajar, and Su Gunzi was dozing on a lounge chair inside. Yang hastily roused him and called for assistance in moving the boxes. "Brother Kuan, why are you still here? At this hour, there shouldn't be any trouble," Yang exclaimed. "That simply won't do. I collect my pay and must provide a service in return. Since you generously compensated me, I cannot just take the money without contributing," Su Gunzi replied. "I've been keeping an eye on things. Rest assured, I won't take a cent from the sales." Yang was well aware of Su Gunzi's character, despite his dubious dealings. He had a strong sense of loyalty. Years ago, Su Gunzi had been a local thug, often bullying Yang and the other neighborhood children. Yet when outsiders threatened them, he would invariably step in to help. This established an unspoken agreement. They would allocate a portion of their pocket money to him, and in return, he would protect them from bullying at school. At that time, Young had not understood that such behavior was akin to paying protection money. Never mind. Brother Kuin, it's late. You should head home. With you stationed here, troublemakers are unlikely to show up. Gunzi chuckled. I appreciate that sentiment. You must recognize that I have some reputation around here, that you've made a wise choice in hiring me. Had you chosen someone else, things might not have been so peaceful. Realizing Gunzi was getting carried away with his own importance, Young decided to conclude the conversation to focus on his plans for tomorrow. However, just as he was about to politely dismiss Gunzi, he recalled the earlier discussion about finding explosives that he hurried to shut the supermarket's door and quietly asked Gunzi, "Brother Kuin, do you know where I can obtain explosives?" Without a second thought, Gunzi replied nonchalantly, "With me around, you won't need explosives. Trust me, I won't let you waste your money." Young was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to clarify his intentions, and simply stated, "Brother Kuin, I'm not seeking explosives for any nefarious purpose. I have other uses in mind." Now it was Gunzi's turn to be puzzled. He scrutinized Young and asked, "Other uses? What kind of uses?" Brother Kuin, let's not delve into my motives. Just tell me if you can procure them," Young urged. "Young, we agreed from the outset that you wouldn't involve me in illegal activities. Explosives are regulated items. If things go awry, it could land us in prison. Brother Kuin, you know my character, that if I intended to use explosives to harm someone, I'd need the courage to do so. Rest assured, as long as we do not use them, we won't encounter any issues." After a moment of contemplation, Gunzi said, "All right, I'll ask a few contacts, but I can't guarantee anything, and if we do manage to get them, the expense will be on you." Young patted Gunzi on the shoulder and smiled. "Of course." With that, he bid farewell to Gunzi. Upon returning to the supermarket, Young reflected on his initial decision to recruit Gunzi. It had proven to be astute. In this alternate world, many of the supplies he required could not be obtained through conventional means, making Gunzi a vital source for acquiring such resources. After this, Young took stock of the bread, that he intended to keep one box as a reserve and move the other 3 boxes over entirely. Furthermore, the issue with Hideout remained persistent, having tasted sweetness this time. It was hard to ensure he wouldn't come back for more. The little money Young had left could not withstand his antics. Young resolved to quickly devise a plan to eradicate the threat posed by Hideout and his gang, as he needed to restore normalcy and reopen his supermarket. After all, he had yet to secure Gunzi's salary for the upcoming month. After tidying up the supermarket, Young returned home, that he sorted out a few sets of clothes to take with him for changing, hastily prepared dinner, and collapsed in a bed after eating. The next day, Gunzi arrived at the supermarket punctually, as if for work that he hadn't yet inquired about the explosives, but he promised Young that he would gather reliable information in the coming days. After bidding farewell to Gunzi, Young returned to the other world. As usual, his sudden appearance startled Su Shuang, who had been waiting in the dilapidated house. However, upon seeing the bread Young brought, she refrained from questioning his whereabouts. Su Shuang opened the door and whistled outside, prompting the couple Young had seen yesterday and 4 others to enter. Chapter 38. Rescuing the children. The freshly baked bread was entirely different from the nearly expired bread Young had brought before. The box hadn't even been opened when Su Shuang and the 6 individuals were captivated by the aroma emanating from the bread. Fortunately, Young had anticipated this and brought several for Su Shuang and Xiao Ke to taste. Observing the 6 individuals salivating, Young retrieved 4 loaves from the 4th box, that he handed one to Su Shuang and another to each couple. While the 6 individuals, looking at Su Shuang and Young, hesitated to open the packaging, unsure whether to feel embarrassed or something else. "Go on, eat. They're delicious. And there's plenty more in these boxes to save your children." Young smiled at the 6. Su Shuang added, "Don't worry. Eat up, and then we can go save your children." After saying this, she tore open the bread's packaging as an example, sharing half with Young while devouring the other half. Encouraged by Su Shuang, the 6 followed suit, tearing open their packages and consuming the bread. Young found it hard to eat. His life in his own world could be deemed wretched, Yet bread was not something he could stomach unless he was utterly destitute or starving. However, witnessing this food, which he had previously scorned, so well received here, filled him with a savior's feeling, especially as the food he brought could save 3 precious lives, an experience he had never encountered. After finishing the bread, the 6 individuals continued to suck on their fingers, marveling at the delicious bread and continuously praising Liang. "Mr. Liang, how did you make this bread? I've never tasted anything so delightful." "Indeed, Mr. Liang, this bread tastes neither like plants nor animals. What exactly is it?" Liang merely smiled, offering no responses. Seeing this, Su Shuang gathered the remaining uneaten bread and approached the 6, saying, "Have you finished? Once you're done, let us set off. Your children might be waiting." The 6 promptly remembered their purpose and, following Su Shuang's instructions, carried a box each as they set off. After placing his clothing in a secure spot, Liang followed Su Shuang outside. The group soon arrived at the fence where Liang had rescued Su Shuang, yet no one was waiting there. Only a few individuals occasionally passed by, quickly disappearing into the nearby hills. Su Shuang instructed the others to halt and called out loudly, Hidaniu, come out." However, her voice did not summon Hidaniu, but rather a few others. Liang recognized them as the same individuals he had previously confronted with a flashlight. "Oh, little girl, we just let you go days ago, and you're back. Missing us already?" Haha. The leader's words incited laughter from the others. "Bring out Hidaniu and those 3 children. We have bread to trade for them." The leader finally shifted his gaze from Su Shuang to the people behind her, only to suddenly recognize Liang among them, causing his expression to change drastically. Upon noticing the shift in the man's demeanor, Liang quietly whispered a few words to the people beside him, prompting the man to dash into a small hill. Moments later, Hidaniu emerged with a group, 3 children in tow. "You again, what? Are you now concerned with the people of the Shirlin tribe?" Hidaniu addressed Liang as he appeared. Liang, now the center of attention, stepped forward to stand beside Su Shuang and stated, "Not just the Shirlin tribe. I care for all good people." At this moment, Liang noticed several individuals from the opposing group sniffing the air, realizing they had caught a whiff of the bread's fragrance. "Aren't you looking for bread? I have plenty. Release the children, and these 3 boxes of bread are yours." Liang continued. Hidaniu clearly sensed the aroma of the bread. His gaze fixated on the boxes as he replied, "You walk in here so brazenly, and aren't you afraid we'll rob you?" Liang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, if we were afraid, we wouldn't have come. First, if you rob us, our people will inevitably fight back. Perhaps we may not defeat you, but your men won't leave unscathed either. Secondly, if you want to snatch the bread from me, you'll have to kill me. And then you'll never get bread again." Liang would never have imagined that something as simple as bread could become a bargaining chip for his life. Hidaniu appeared swayed by Liang's words. He lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before asking, "Who exactly are you? What exactly are these breads? And how did you acquire those medicines?" Liang realized that his questions indicated growing interest, and as long as someone was intrigued, they wouldn't harm him until their curiosity was satisfied. Smiling, Liang replied, "Who I am, you'll come to learn in time. For now, please release the children. I trust you've noticed that this batch of bread smells far more enticing than the last." Upon hearing this, Hidaniu waved to his subordinates, and Liang watched as they moved aside the fence, allowing the 3 children to rush out. Liang nodded to the children as parents, who then set down their boxes and followed Liang and Su Shuang as they turned to leave. Liang glanced back repeatedly, stopping to look behind him after every few steps until he confirmed that Hidaniu had not sent anyone to pursue them, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Along the way, Su Shuang's acquaintance, Brother Yin, informed Liang that such incidents were not new. Ever since the bandits settled, they frequently robbed passers-by. When they couldn't find travelers, they would go to the Shirlin tribe, abducting children and demanding food in return. Although the tribe's leader could muster some fierce words in front of his kin, he became a lamb to the slaughter when faced with the bandits. Most of the provisions he gathered were intended for rescuing his people. Chapter 39. A visit to apologize. After hearing Brother Yen's account, a sudden realization dawned on Liang. If he wished to eliminate the threat posed by Hidaniu entirely, he would need to enlist the help of the Shirlin tribe. They already harbored deep resentment towards Hidaniu, and his task was to figure out how to incite their fury. With this in mind, Lu Yang pulled Su Shuang aside and inquired about the remaining bread at her home. That Su Shuang informed him that only 8 loaves were left, but she and Xiao Kuo had been reluctant to eat the remaining ham sausages and luncheon meat. Lu Yang pondered this. Taking those items would leave Su Shuang and Xiao Kuo with nothing to eat, potentially leading to Xiao Kuo sulking at him for a while. Thus, he suggested that Su Shuang wait while he returned to his residence to retrieve some items. Finding a discreet spot and ensuring no one was around, Lu Yang summoned the system to open a portal. This marked his first attempt to open a portal in reverse, and he was uncertain where it would lead. Standing before the portal, Lu Yang hesitated for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and stepping through. Upon entering, he discovered that the portal led back to the warehouse, the very place where he had first discovered this passage. Lu Yang quickly grasped the situation. This passage resembled a set of original coordinates. When he opened a portal to the other world from this side, the original coordinates of this passage were located within that dilapidated house. Conversely, when he opened a portal from the other world, the original coordinates of this realm resided within his own warehouse. With this realization, Lu Yang felt even less inclined to relinquish the supermarket. He gently opened the warehouse door and discovered Su Gunzi dozing off in the spacious supermarket, which reassured him as he stepped outside he had already loaded all the food he needed into the truck's compartment. And now, apart from some miscellaneous goods, there was nothing edible left in the warehouse. Lu Yang quietly exited the supermarket, retrieving some bread and ham from the truck, reflecting on how he should not have removed all the food initially. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to furtively transport his own belongings now. Holding the bread and ham, Lu Yang intended to slip back through the passage in the truck, but found himself unsuccessful after several attempts. It then dawned on him that the system had previously mentioned this passage allowed for only a one-time round trip. In other words, having already entered the passage, he could only return through it from the other side. And aside from opening another passage at the cost of 5 points, the only way back was through the warehouse's passage. The thought of opening another passage was disheartening, and even if he did, he would merely return to that dilapidated house, far from Su Shuang. Thus, Lu Yang reluctantly returned to the warehouse and traversed back through the passage. Fortunately, Su Gunzi remained in a deep slumber, and Lu Yang passed by him twice without disturbing his rest. Upon glancing at the items in his hands, he felt satisfied and slipped back through the passage. The moment Su Shuang saw the items in Lu Yang's hands, she realized they were not retrieved from their dwelling. However, she refrained from questioning him in front of others, choosing to act as if nothing had happened, and led Lu Yang onward. "Are you intending to make amends at the chief's house?" Su Shuang inquired. Lu Yang chuckled and nodded. "We took 16 gold bars from them last time. Do you think this little bit will suffice?" Su Shuang clearly did not comprehend Lu Yang's intentions, questioning him coldly. Yet, Lu Yang remained unfazed, responding with a carefree smile. 16 gold bars are indeed quite a lot, but they cannot procure what I possess." Lu Yang's smug expression left Su Shuang speechless. Indeed, 16 gold bars were a substantial amount in this world, possibly accumulated over many years by Chun Hu. However, regardless of the worth of those 16 gold bars, they could not purchase Lu Yang's bread in this realm. Consequently, Su Shuang fell silent, guiding Lu Yang to the doorstep of Chief Chun Hu's home. This time, Su Shuang did not hasten to depart, but stood outside with Lu Yang, knocking on Chun Hu's door. When Chun Hu's wife saw the two again, she was both astonished and fearful. Retreating 2 steps and calling out loudly, "Husband, husband, come see," as Chun Hu lazily responded with, "What is it?" Lu Yang and Su Shuang saw him emerge. The moment Chun Hu recognized the two, his instinct was to grab a nearby wooden stick. Pulling his wife close and brandishing the stick at them. "You two again. What are you doing here?" Lu Yang offered a polite smile, but before he could respond, he noticed Chun Hu let out a sharp whistle. Lu Yang did not grasp the meaning of the whistle, yet felt Su Shuang tugging at him, and he quickly understood that it signified trouble for them. Indeed, as the whistle echoed, a chorus of whistles resonated around them. And Lu Yang soon saw several men rushing out from other houses in the tribe, converging towards Chun Hu's residence. Before long, Lu Yang and Su Shuang found themselves surrounded by these men. Seizing the moment, Lu Yang respectfully presented the bread and ham he held, lowering his head and exclaiming, "Chief, You have misunderstood. We have come specifically to make amends. Chun-Hu remained silent, glaring menacingly at Lu Yang. However, at that moment, the aroma of the bread wafted through the air, catching the attention of those surrounding Lu Yang. What is that smell? It is so fragrant. It must be something delicious. I can tell right away. Old Li, have you ever smelled something like this before? What could be producing such a scent? A cacophony of speculation erupted around them. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lu Yang stepped closer to Chun-Hu and whispered in his ear, "Chief, I haven't brought much this time. If you don't disperse these people, I fear there won't be much left for you by the time it reaches your hands." Chun-Hu's eyes immediately lit up. He too had caught the enticing scent. It was one he recognized, yet found even more potent than before. His son had been clamoring for more after finishing the last batch of bread Lu Yang had provided. Now that Lu Yang had brought more, he was reluctant for it to be divided among his tribesmen. Thus, Chun-Hu hurriedly ushered Lu Yang and Su Shuang inside, ordering his people to disperse. Little did he know, as soon as Lu Yang entered, a child snatched the bag from his hands. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yang realized it was Chun-Hu's son, Chendong, who had grabbed the bag and swiftly unwrapped the bread, devouring it eagerly. Chapter 40. The chief has another person in mind after dispersing the tribesmen. Chun-Hu returned indoors, and he did not reprimand his son for his behavior. Instead, he regarded him with approval. Lu Yang observed this and thought, "It seems that regardless of the realm, unruly children are universally irksome." Chun-Hu took a seat but did not offer one to Lu Yang and Su Shuang, whose demeanor was notably colder than before. Naturally, the two understood this, given that they had previously robbed him. "Chief, I sincerely apologize for my actions last time, that I have come specifically to make amends," Lu Yang said respectfully. "Make amends? How dare you say that? Not only did you injure us last time, but you also stole so much from us. I should have smashed you to bits the moment you entered my tribe. The only reason you are still alive is that I did not want to kill in front of my son," Chun-Hu retorted menacingly. Yet Lu Yang remained nonchalant, responding, "I have nothing to feel ashamed of. You were the one who attempted to renege first. I merely took what was rightfully mine. That if anyone is at fault, we both share the blame. Surely the chief is too embarrassed to confront me about it in front of the tribesmen?" Chun-Hu's thoughts were laid bare by Lu Yang's words, and he no longer felt inclined to keep him there. "Fine. Let us consider it a mutual mistake. You have apologized, and we have received our items. Let us call it even that if you have no further business, please take your leave." Su Shuang, who had believed Lu Yang was genuinely there to apologize, turned to depart upon hearing Chun-Hu's dismissal. However, upon glancing back, she noticed Lu Yang still standing there, seemingly unwilling to leave. Not only did Lu Yang not walk away, but he also seated himself before Chun-Hu. "Chief, to be frank, I have other matters to discuss." Chun-Hu scoffed, saying, "If I knew it. The weasel is here to wish the chicken a happy new year, and it's not with good intentions. Whether my intentions are good or not, you will understand once you hear me out." "Very well. What is it you wish to discuss?" Lu Yang turned to see Su Shuang still standing there. Watching him, that he pulled her over to sit beside him and continued, "The chief may not yet be aware, but before we arrived at the Shilin tribe, we rescued 3 of your tribesmen's children." Chun-Hu was taken aback and quickly inquired, "3 children? Are you referring to the 3 taken by Hideout?" Lu Yang nodded. "But how did you manage to acquire so much bread to facilitate their rescue?" "They came to me, and when I offered money to trade for the children, they refused, insisting on bread instead. You must know, we traditionally exchanged money for people." Chun-Hu seemed somewhat incredulous. "Do not concern yourself with where my bread came from. As the chief just mentioned, they have been abducting people not just once or twice." Chun-Hu suddenly slammed his hand on the table, lamenting, "Indeed, they frequently ambush passers-by, and if they are unlucky and fail to capture anyone, they will surely come to my tribe to take hostages. That I do not wish to offend these ruthless individuals, so I always trade what they desire to secure the release of captives. This time, they somehow learned I had bread and insisted on it, refusing anything else. No amount of money sufficed. However, my bread was long gone, consumed by my son, leaving nothing to barter with." From Chun-Hu's expression, Lu Yang discerned that his plan had succeeded halfway. Regardless of Chun-Hu's character, As long as he was at odds with Hideout and his crew, the matter would be manageable. Rest assured, Chief, if they continue their abductions, bread will not be an issue. The real problem is if they persist in their harassment, not only will we common folk suffer, but you, Chief, will also find it unsustainable. Have you not considered thoroughly eradicating them to eliminate future troubles? Who would have thought that upon hearing El Yang's words, Chun Hu would react as if he had encountered something truly terrifying? He repeatedly waved his hands at El Yang, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum, exclaiming, "No, no, no, this simply cannot be. Hideout and his gang are ruthless killers, capable of unspeakable atrocities. They commit acts of violence and cannibalism, and will stop at nothing. What would happen to my clansmen if we were to provoke them? However, if we allow them to grow unchecked. This time they may kidnap children, and next time, who knows, it could be women. You understand what they do to women once they've captured them, don't you? I fear that no amount of bread could ever compensate for the consequences that would ensue." "Absolutely not. I have made it clear. As the leader, I must prioritize the safety of my people, that Mr. L. Since you have saved my clansmen, we can consider our dealings settled, and I am grateful for what you have brought. But if there is nothing further, I suggest you take your leave." Chun Hu's contradictory stance took El Yang by surprise that he had assumed that Chun Hu, so filled with hatred towards Hideout, would be eager to eliminate them entirely. Yet he found Chun Hu's cowardice astonishingly disheartening. This was a stark contrast to the bravado he exhibited earlier. Chun Hu's resolve was firm, and El Yang refrained from pressing him further. He rose, smiled at the chief and his wife, and departed with Su Shuang. Once outside the Shilin tribe, Su Shuang suddenly halted El Yang, inquiring, "So your intention was to unite the Shilin tribe and eradicate Hideout's stronghold in one fell swoop?" El Yang turned with a smile, replying, "Wouldn't that be a solution for all time? You should have consulted me before making such a decision. At this point, it seems the decision is moot, that if Chun Hu refuses, I shall have to consider alternative strategies. In fact, the Shilin tribe has previously resisted Hideout, though they were unsuccessful." Intrigued, El Yang asked, "Is that so? I wouldn't have guessed that Chun Hu once displayed such courage." "You are mistaken. It was not Chun Hu who led the Shilin tribe against Hideout, but another individual entirely. Who might that be? The former leader?" Su Shuang then began to lead the way back to their dwelling, continuing, "The true leader of the Shilin tribe is not Chun Hu. Or rather, the one recognized by the majority is not Chun Hu. This leader, who commands the respect of the populace, has been imprisoned by Chun Hu for rallying people against Hideout. If you seek someone to assist you in eliminating Hideout, you should find this person." Chapter 41. Another individual, El Yang, found himself puzzled that if this individual was acknowledged by the majority, how could Chun Hu imprison him? Furthermore, if he was indeed the leader recognized by the people, why was Chun Hu still seated in the position of chief? However, El Yang chose to trust Su Shuang's words. He sensed that she was not speaking carelessly. It was evident that Chun Hu's presence was a burden on her as well, which explained her lack of opposition to El Yang's plan to deal with Hideout decisively from the outset. To locate and rescue the leader whom Su Shuang mentioned, El Yang knew he needed to understand the internal dynamics of the Shilin tribe. After returning to their abode, he discreetly extended their time by an hour, then inquired about the details of the Shilin tribe. After providing some food for Xiao Kur, Su Shuang sat down and began, "To be honest, the reason Xiao Kur and I decided to settle here was because of the Shilin tribe. Chun Hu has always been the leader. That much is true, at least since Xiao Kur and I arrived, that I am not entirely clear on the specifics of the relationship between this person and Chun Hu. But his name is Shi Yong, that a year ago, when Xiao Kur and I passed through here, we met him that time. Xiao Kur was ill, and I had neither food nor medicine. Fortunately, Shi Yong helped us find a place to stay and provided us with food without charge. Thanks to his assistance, Xiao Kur gradually recovered, and we began to get acquainted with some members of the Shilin tribe. Later, Hideout's gang emerged, initially robbing passersby. Like Hideout began to gather followers. His power grew, and he set his sights on the Shilin tribe. Shi Yong, unable to tolerate Hideout's actions, rallied a group to confront them after they repeatedly harassed the tribe's people. However, the forces he gathered were insufficient, and with Chun Hu's interference, Shi Yong was unable to defeat Hideout and was injured in the process. Upon returning to the tribe, he was imprisoned by Chun Hu. Since then, Hideout has grown increasingly bold, resorting to kidnapping as a means to acquire food, while Chun-Hu developed a habit of sending tribesmen out to gather supplies, which he then exchanged for gold coins, specifically reserved for the ransom of those abducted by Hideout. Su Shuang seldom spoke so much, and Yang was captivated by her narrative. By the end, he couldn't shake the feeling that this plot resembled something he had read in a martial arts novel. However, Su Shuang's account clearly indicated that Yang was no coward, that if he could be persuaded to assist, matters would become considerably easier. Thus, Yang inquired, "Do you know where he is currently imprisoned?" Su Shuang hesitated before asking, "Are you considering rescuing him?" Yang nodded. "In that case, I think you should reconsider. I know where he is held, but even if you were to rescue him, he would be of no help. Currently, both the Shilin tribe and Hideout's men have their eyes on him, and any move he makes would be scrutinized." Yang was perplexed. Hadn't Su Shuang just stated that the majority of the Shilin tribe recognized him as their leader? How could they simultaneously regard him with disdain? It was as if Su Shuang could read his thoughts, and with a sigh, she explained, "Yang, you do not understand that in this world, survival is our foremost concern. You know how difficult it is for someone to find a tribe that will accept them. Even if the members of the Shilin tribe find Chun-Hu displeasing and support Yang, they would never confront Chun-Hu openly, for that would risk their expulsion from the tribe." Yang immediately thought of Chun-Hu, who appeared rather unimpressive, merely taller than average. Could it be that a leader of such a small tribe wielded such authority in this world? Wasn't the principle that the strong should rule? Su Shuang? Have these people never considered overthrowing Chun-Hu? Are they truly afraid simply because he has a few brutish followers? There are complexities you do not understand, Su Shuang replied, her patience wearing thin. Yet Yang was not ready to concede defeat, that he pressed on. "What complexities? If you share them, I might comprehend." Yang, there are elements of this world that I cannot yet grasp, and I am unsure if what I say is accurate. Do you recall something Chun-Hu's wife mentioned? She said they had gathered supplies from the tribesmen to deliver to someone in hopes of curing her son's illness. Yang recalled that Chun-Hu's wife had indeed made such a statement, which he had initially dismissed but now found suspect. Was it possible that aside from himself, there were others in this world with access to medicine? Su Shuang continued, "The person she referred to is known to many. It is not that we know who this individual is, but rather that we are aware of the existence of certain people in this world, those endowed with extraordinary abilities, capable of performing feats beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk." Chapter 42. Those individuals. As Su Shuang finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to recall something. She stared at Yang for a long moment, and then remarked, "Come to think of it, your actions resemble those of the individuals I've heard about." Yang, could it be that you are one of those people? Yang looked down at himself, and then stretched out his arms in H shape, smiling at Su Shuang. "What kind of person? Am I not just like you?" "No, the items you brought, the medicines, and your inexplicable appearances in that room all suggest you are anything but ordinary to Yang. Please be honest with me. Are you truly one of those individuals?" Though Yang did not fully grasp what Su Shuang meant by those individuals, her words suddenly reminded him of the skills within his system, basic cultivation techniques, laying the foundation for transcendence. Mastering them to perfection can lead to an extraordinary state of being. Could it be that Su Shuang was referring to such beings? Did the world indeed harbor those who practice cultivation? Yang felt a mixture of excitement and confusion that if such individuals existed, what if they turned out to be adversaries rather than allies? Moreover, Yang suspected that he might be the only one aware of the system. Perhaps those whom Su Shuang mentioned were indeed of the same ilk as him. Also, having traversed into this realm, that if that were true, it was clear that they had already forged ahead of him. However, Yang realized that now was not the time to be troubled by these uncertain matters. Regardless of the truth of the situation, he must first resolve the issue with Hideout in order to potentially draw closer to the truth. Yang suddenly thought that since Su Shuang had already formed such an opinion of him, it was likely that Chun-Hu and Hideout shared the same view. Therefore, why not leverage this identity to craft a strategy? He promptly grasped Su Shuang's hand and declared, "Let us proceed to meet Yang." Su Shuang, disliking such physical contact, promptly shook off Yang's hand and retorted, "Did I not say it would be futile? Meeting him now will only bring him trouble." Lu Yang was already accustomed to Su Shuang's demeanor and paid it no heed. With a mysterious smile, he replied, "You are correct. I am indeed the person you describe. Now, I shall become the one who supports Shi Yong from behind, enabling him to ascend to the position of leader." Su Shuang quickly grasped Lu Yang's intention, and he could see her excitement and joy. Although she struggled to express it, the only indication was the sparkle in her eyes. Xiaoke, dressed in the clothes Lu Yang had brought, resembled a doll that Lu Yang surveyed her with satisfaction, but upon noticing her bare feet, he could not help but frown. Xiaoke adored the clothes Lu Yang had provided and cherished them dearly. Even if they became slightly dirty, she would insist on going out to wash them. However, she steadfastly refused to wear shoes. Despite Lu Yang's attempts to put shoes on her amidst her protests, she would seize the opportunity when they were distracted to remove them, ultimately tossing the shoes away. Alas! How will you go out without shoes in the future? Lu Yang lamented, shaking his head that Su Shuang, unfazed, replied, "It matters not. She rarely goes out anyway, so let her be." Lu Yang's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "By the way, what is the story with Xiaoke? How did you come across her?" This question had been posed several times before, but Su Shuang had always deflected it. Once again, she did not respond, instead saying, "Aren't you eager to meet Shi Yong? What are you waiting for? Let's go." Reluctantly, Lu Yang complied, climbing into the basket as per Su Shuang's command. Upon descending, Lu Yang noticed that Su Shuang had brought several loaves of bread, along with some ham and canned luncheon meat she usually refrained from consuming. He approached her and asked, "What are you bringing all this for? We shall return shortly. There is no need for so much food." Su Shuang ignored Lu Yang's query and simply stated, "Why do you concern yourself with such matters? You will find out when we arrive." Following Su Shuang, Lu Yang quickly realized that their direction was not towards the Shilin tribe, but rather towards the waterhole where they bathed. After walking for over half an hour, Lu Yang caught a whiff of a foul, decaying odor. Having traversed this otherworldly realm for some time, he instantly recognized it as the stench emitted by zombies. Sure enough, after a few more minutes of following Su Shuang, he came upon a collapsed gymnasium, its grounds teeming with various zombies. Unlike the ones Su Shuang had previously led him to confront, these zombies moved freely that Su Shuang paused for a moment, producing 2 strips of cloth, handing one to Lu Yang while wrapping the other around her mouth. Following her lead, Lu Yang secured the cloth around his face and continued to walk alongside her. As they approached, Lu Yang finally discerned the state of the gymnasium. Surrounding the collapsed structure were piles of rubble, seemingly placed there intentionally, trapping the zombies inside. Chapter 43. Meeting Shi Yong under Su Shuang's guidance, they discovered an inconspicuous passageway and ventured inside. As they proceeded deeper, the nauseating odor of the zombies intensified. When Su Shuang halted beside a small iron door, she called out loudly, "Lao Jiao, Lao Jiao." Her voice immediately attracted the attention of the nearby zombies, who let out a series of harsh, raspy sounds as they converged. Unperturbed, Su Shuang continued to shout, "Lao Jiao, I have brought food for Shirgo. Please open the door." Before long, Lu Yang observed a commotion among the zombie horde, followed by the arrival of a peculiar little cart. The cart's front, formed from 2 iron plates, created a sharp point that parted the massive zombies, clearing a path at the iron door. That Su Shuang quickly pulled Lu Yang to open the iron door and entered. Once inside, she promptly secured the iron door again before leading Lu Yang onto the cart. Upon boarding, Lu Yang realized it was merely a human-powered cart. Ingeniously constructed with an iron cage, the cart's propulsion relied entirely on mechanical means operated by a single individual. Both the front and rear of the cart featured similar sharp points. After Su Shuang boarded, she approached the driver, handing him the ham and canned luncheon meat, followed by 2 loaves of bread. It appeared that Su Shuang and the driver reached some form of agreement, prompting the driver to begin operating the cart. The cart was not fully enclosed, allowing Lu Yang a clear view of the surrounding zombies, who surrounded the cart, incessantly howling in a terrifying manner. After a while, the cart came to a halt, and Su Shuang waved her arm, signaling Lu Yang that it was time to disembark. The two exited through the opening of the cart and were met with the sight of the gymnasium's spectator area. This gymnasium was not particularly large, with the seating capacity totaling perhaps only a few thousand. divided into 4 sections by wire fencing. The entrances beneath the stands were completely blocked by fallen rubble, leading Lu Yong to realize that aside from the cart they had just taken, there was no other means of exit from the spectator area. "He is over there." Su Shuang suddenly pointed to a figure seated among the audience. Upon entering, Lu Yong took a moment to survey the stands, noticing that each enclosed section contained a few individuals, while the one Su Shuang indicated housed a solitary man in the far corner, who was leaning against the wire fence, intently watching their approach. Su Shuang waved to the man and led Lu Yong closer. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yong discerned that the individual was a middle-aged man, likely in his 30s or 40s, with a thick stubble adorning his face, that he wore an exceedingly worn t-shirt, while his jeans and tattered sneakers barely served to cover him. Shi Yong appeared disheveled, yet his eyes conveyed a sense of hopefulness that set him apart from others. They seemed to radiate an unwavering optimism, as if nothing could diminish his spirit. "Xiao Shuang, did I not instruct you to cease visiting? They will not let me starve," Shi Yong exclaimed upon seeing Su Shuang. "I merely stopped by to check on you and bring you some food," she replied, slipping the bread through the wire fence, followed by the ham and canned meat she had secretly saved in that moment. Lu Yong understood why Su Shuang always consumed only half a loaf of bread and why she refrained from eating those precious meats, which had gradually dwindled over time. He had initially assumed it was Xiao Kua who was indulging, only to realize it was Su Shuang who had been providing for this man. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of distaste washed over Lu Yong, diminishing his regard for the man before him. "Xiao Shuang, who is this?" Si Yong inquiret gesturing towards Lu Yong. "Oh, this is the person I mentioned to you. All this bread and meat were brought by him." Shi Yong seemed delighted upon hearing this, beaming at Lu Yong as he said, "You must be Lu Yong. Xiao Shuang speaks of you often. I have heard you are quite remarkable." As soon as Shi Yong finished speaking, a line of text appeared before Lu Yong. "Host, please note, acquaintance with the leader grants 100 points." Startled by the sudden notification, Lu Yong quickly comprehended that this individual was of a higher caliber than both Chun Hu and He Daniu. When he had formed connections with Chun Hu and He Daniu, he received only 50 points each, yet Shi Yong had instantly awarded him 100 points. It seemed Su Shuang's assertion was indeed accurate. Shi Yong was the true leader of the Shirlin tribe. With this realization, Lu Yong extended his hand to shake Shi Yong's and remarked, "Shi Gu, to be candid, I have come to discuss a matter with you." Chapter 44. More useful individuals before addressing the situation regarding He Daniu. Lu Yong first recounted the incident of Su Shuang and the children of the Shirlin tribe being kidnapped by He Daniu. It was evident that Shi Yong was incensed, as he set aside the food Su Shuang had provided and began to pace back and forth in agitation. "Chun Hu, that coward. I have warned him that He Daniu will incessantly harass our kin. He believes that a mere monetary offering will suffice to quell the matter. Very well. This time it is bread. But what of the next? What if he cannot meet their demands then?" Shi Yong's anger was precisely the reaction Lu Yong had anticipated. After casting a glance at Su Shuang, he addressed Shi Yong, "Brother Shi, He Daniu has entrenched himself here for far too long. Unless we eradicate him completely, he will perpetually torment your clan and us mere passers-by. I have come to discuss how we might thoroughly eliminate them." To his surprise, Shi Yong immediately deflated upon hearing this. He approached and said, "I have considered the removal of He Daniu, but since Xiao Shuang has brought you to me, I assume she has informed you of my struggles against him. He and his gang have long roamed freely. Their physical prowess and experience in confronting others far surpass our own. Last time, although Chun Hu created numerous obstacles, even without his interference, our chances of victory were slim. I understand that this endeavor is fraught with challenges. Yet He Daniu remains an ever-present nuisance. Chun Hu continually caters to their whims, and as such, their appetites will only grow that a direct confrontation with them is inevitable, rather than await that day. Should we not strategize in advance?" Shi Yong was momentarily taken aback. He could not ascertain whether Lu Yong was merely youthful and unafraid or if he regularly engaged in such conflicts. Lu Yang's fervor left Shi Yong momentarily speechless. Though he held Chun Hu's cowardice in contempt, he could not wholly dismiss Chun Hu's fear. The existence of marauding bandits who prey upon the weak was no mere rumor in this world, and anyone who encountered them had to ponder their own ability to contend with such threats, let alone this young man before him, who appeared barely over 20. However, Liu Yang's argument held merit. Hideout and his gang lingered here only because they profited from the Shilin tribe. To expel them, the Shilin tribe must render itself devoid of any advantage, or they would have to confront them directly. Brother Liu, you speak wisely. Confronting them head-on is indeed a matter of time. However, as you can see, I am currently confined here, unable to escape, that I am entirely unaware of the situation outside and cannot assist you. Liu Yang replied with a smile. Do not worry, brother, sure that I will devise a means to free you. And not only that, I intend for you to become the chief of the Shilin tribe. If Liu Yang's previous words about dealing with Hideout sounded audacious to Shi Yong, this proclamation now appeared downright audacious. What did you say? You want me to become the chief of the Shilin tribe? Indeed, Chun Hu is weak and incompetent. This leadership role ought to rightfully belong to you. My actions are merely a restoration of order. Ah! Brother Liu, I do not yet know you well enough to gauge your capabilities. But do you grasp the difficulty of overthrowing a chief to install a new one, setting aside how the tribe members might perceive such a move? If outsiders catch wind of this, they will deem the tribe unstable, a prime opportunity for invasion. Hideout might very well be waiting for such news. Liu Yang had not considered this situation beforehand, and Shi Yong's words induced a measure of hesitation. However, one thing remained certain. Whether for the Shilin tribe's sake or his own grand ambitions, Hideout must be eliminated. Brother Shi, I have acknowledged that this task will undoubtedly present numerous challenges. Nonetheless, the removal of Hideout is non-negotiable, though we can deliberate on the concerns you raised later. For now, we must focus on how to secure your release. At that moment, Liu Yang heard an unpleasant scraping noise behind him. Turning to investigate, he saw a small cart approaching that Su Shuang hurriedly interjected. Liu Yang, the time has come. We must leave at once. Without the chance to inquire further, Su Shuang pulled him to his feet. As they departed, Liu Yang called back to Shi Yong. Wait for me. I will share a detailed plan with you next time. With that, he and Su Shuang exited. Upon returning to their quarters, Liu Yang plopped down and sank into contemplation. The circumstances Shi Yong described had not crossed his mind. He had assumed that sheer numbers would suffice. Yet, he had overlooked the crucial factor of combat experience. Indeed, Hideout and his gang were perpetually embroiled in conflict, frequently navigating this treacherous world. They had encountered myriad challenges, even moments of despair, yet they had always found a way to persevere. This level of combat experience and mental fortitude was something the Shilin tribe could not hope to match. Suddenly, Liu Yang recalled Su Gunzi. His decision to recruit Su had stemmed from the understanding that he was a rogue who knew how to handle other rogues. Why not recruit some of Hideout's subordinates? Compared to the members of the Shilin tribe, these individuals could prove far more advantageous. However, regardless of the strategy, he still required the Shilin tribe's assistance. That as the adage goes, to strike a serpent, one must aim for its vital point. To capture a thief, one must first seize the kingpin. Even if he intended to recruit Hideout's men, he must first eliminate Hideout himself. Thus, rescuing Shi Yong emerged as his most pressing priority. That Liu Yang turned to Su Shuang and inquired, Su Shuang, please elaborate on the relationship between Shi Yong and Chun Hu, as well as the circumstances surrounding Shi Yong's confinement, be as detailed as possible, so I can devise a plan. Su Shuang settled down and replied, the relationship between Shi Yong and Chun Hu is akin to that of a typical chief and his tribesmen. The dynamics within the Shilin tribe are not complicated. Chun Hu is the chief, and everyone else are the tribesmen. However, Chun Hu has surrounded himself with a few like-minded individuals who bully their own kin, yet shy away from confronting Hideout. Shi Yong is one of the more capable tribesmen, but his character differs from Chun Hu's that he cannot abide Chun Hu's oppression of their kin, which compels him to stand up for them. Chun Hu has attempted to expel him from the tribe several times, but due to Shi Yong's growing popularity, Chun Hu has failed. This time, Shi Yong was imprisoned by Chun Hu due to the fear instilled in the tribesmen by Hideout. In their hearts, Shi Yong is seen as their champion. If he cannot contend with Hideout, then surely no one else can. Thus, when Chun Hu decided to detain Shi Yong, few dared to oppose him. And what of the sports hall? What is the nature of that place where Shi Yong is held? And who are the others imprisoned there? Lu Yang continued his inquiry. That location was once where the Shilin tribe first settled. As I learned from Shi Yong, that he mentioned that the tribe's founders established the Shilin tribe there. However, as the tribe grew, they outgrew that space and relocated. Subsequently, it became a place for the tribe's chief to imprison prisoners. As you saw earlier, those zombies were deliberately released there. Ordinary individuals could not possibly enter, and even if they did, escape would be impossible. As for the others you mentioned, I am not well informed. I only heard from Shi Yong that some were imprisoned due to conflicts with Chun Hu. After hearing Su Shuang's account, Lu Yang formulated a rough strategy in his mind that seemed implausible to forcibly extract Shi Yong. He needed a more cunning approach that would allow for his release without confronting the zombies and enable him to return to the tribe afterward. After much contemplation, Lu Yang could not devise a foolproof plan. Ultimately, he glanced at the dwindling food supply in the corner and thought that he might have to rely on that. Chun, who was a greedy man, not only covetous but also deeply affectionate toward his son. Given the way Chun Hu's son consumed the modest gifts Lu Yang had previously presented, they would likely last only a few days. Thus, Lu Yang conceived the idea of bribing Chun Hu with food to secure Shi Yong's release. However, for Chun Hu to release Shi Yong without reservations, there was a prerequisite. Chun Hu must not perceive Shi Yong as a threat. With this in mind, Lu Yang quietly summoned the system. Realizing that his remaining time was limited, he prepared to gather the items he intended to use for bribing Chun Hu, bidding farewell to Su Shuang. Upon returning to the supermarket, Lu Yang discovered that Su Gunzi had not endured until the end of the shift and that the supermarket's doors were firmly shut. It seems Su Gunzi had grown weary of boredom and left early. While preparing gifts for Chun Hu, Lu Yang concluded that merely offering bread would not suffice. He needed something with a bit more substance to win over Chun Hu's son. Observing that Chun Hu's son appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, an age when children are particularly playful, Lu Yang's gaze fell upon a children's bicycle that had long been gathering dust in the corner of the supermarket. This bicycle had been there since Lu Yang's parents were still alive, and despite the passing years, it had never sold. Now, it found itself with a purpose. Consequently, Lu Yang moved the bicycle to the carriage, planning to take it along the following day. Additionally, he prepared 20 loaves of bread, some sausages, luncheon meat, and a few candies that Yang had no intention of prematurely presenting the other food items. He wished to prevent Su Shuang and the others from being overwhelmed by an influx of new experiences, which would only sow seeds of doubt regarding his identity in Su Shuang's mind. The following day, Su Gunzi approached Yang with an apologetic expression, confessing that he had failed to procure the explosives. He lamented that such materials were regulated, and despite consulting numerous individuals, he had found no solution. That he felt embarrassed that he had not fulfilled Yang's initial request. Yang recognized that Su Gunzi's predicament stemmed from his vanity. He believed that any promise made to himself must be kept, lest he suffer embarrassment. Thus, Yang reassured Su Gunzi repeatedly, asserting that it was of no consequence and that he would devise an alternative plan. Chapter 46. Persuading Chun Hu. Yang arrived at Su Shuang's residence with provisions, dividing them into 2 portions, one for Su Shuang to take upstairs for Shaokur, while the other he transported, along with his bicycle, to the Shilin tribe. However, before meeting Chun Hu, Yang needed to speak with Shi Yong. He had to ensure that Shi Yong maintained a low profile, presenting himself as submissive to Chun Hu after his release. Otherwise, Yang's plan could easily unravel. Consequently, Yang and Su Shuang returned to the gymnasium, where Yang, following Su Shuang's guidance, discreetly bribed the guard, allowing them to meet Shi Yong. Upon expressing his intentions, Yang was met with disdain from Shi Yong, who viewed submission to someone like Chun Hu as a humiliation and was adamant in his refusal. Thus, Yang was compelled to engage in repeated persuasion, recounting tales of historical figures like Go Jian enduring hardship and Han Xian's humiliation, teaching Shi Yong as one might instruct a child. Until Shi Yong reluctantly acquiesced, as they journeyed from the gymnasium to the Shilin tribe, Su Shuang curiously inquired, Yang, where did you learn those stories? From history books, perhaps? My teacher taught them, Yang replied casually, entirely unaware that Su Shuang had never received such an education. When Yang once again stood at Chun Hu's doorstep with his offerings, the demeanor of Chun Hu's wife had noticeably changed. She accepted the provisions and welcomed the two of them warmly into the home. Chenhu's son, as before, immediately snatched the items from his mother's hands. When Yang pushed the bicycle inside, Chenhu's son quickly shifted his attention. A bicycle? Chenhu exclaimed in surprise that Yang was taken aback by their familiarity with the object. He had presumed that bicycles were rare in this area. Explaining Su Shuang's lack of inquiry regarding its origins throughout their journey, Yang's spirits plummeted. He had intended to impress Chenhu with something unique, but now it seemed unlikely. "Do you have bicycles here?" Yang inquired. At that moment, Chenhu's son discarded the food he was holding and rushed over, meticulously examining the bicycle, while Chenhu regarded it with evident curiosity, his eyes darting toward the bike. "We have bicycles aplenty, but functional ones are quite scarce. Most are too rusted to be of any use." Chenhu's words led Yang to contemplate the possibility that the chemical industry had all but vanished in this world. Even items like bicycles, which had initially been left behind, could have succumbed to corrosion due to a lack of lubricants and anti-rust coatings. With this realization, Yang's thoughts began to flourish again. If this were indeed the case, the bicycle could serve the purpose he had hoped for. Unsurprisingly, Chenhu's son was utterly captivated by the bicycle, neglecting to even sample the candies Yang had brought. Witnessing this, Yang finally felt reassured and directly stated, "Chief, our visit today is to request a favor. It's not overly significant, but it does require your approval." Chenhu interpreted Yang's politeness as a sign of reverence, and thus his tone shifted to one of condescension as he addressed Yang. "Speak your mind." Yang proceeded, "Very well. Then, Chief, you are undoubtedly aware of the relationship between Shi and Su Shuang, whom you have incarcerated?" Su Shuang was taken aback. She had not anticipated Yang would use her as a point of discussion, and she felt a pang of betrayal. Yet with Yang in the midst of serious negotiations, she refrained from expressing her discontent. Chenhu paused, likely grasping Yang and Su Shuang's intentions, recalling that Su Shuang had come to plead for Yang's release on multiple occasions. However, Chenhu did not articulate this directly. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Su Shuang and replied, "Of course, I am aware. Yang aided Su Shuang during her desperate times. Their bond is strong." "Ah! Since the chief is aware, my subsequent words should be easier to convey. You see, Yang has shown kindness to Su Shuang, and witnessing him languish in that cage surrounded by zombies, she can no longer bear it. Thus, we wish to request your permission to release Yang." Chenhu had anticipated the duo's intentions, so when Yang made his appeal, he exhibited little surprise. "Release him." Chenhu responded, "Mr. L, do you know why I can find Yang?" "I do. Chief, Su Shuang has informed me that Yang instigated trouble with Edania, thereby straining relations between the Shilin tribe and Edania. He also led disturbances that disrupted the order of the tribe." Chenhu had intended to express that Yang was disobedient, but Yang's phrasing gave it a more substantial weight. Consequently, Chenhu appeared to find a convenient excuse in Yang's words, and he smugly remarked, "Indeed, since Mr. L understands, tell me, what reason do I have to release him?" Yang promptly replied, "The reasoning is quite simple. Yang has acknowledged his mistakes, and he has promised to refrain from causing further disturbances." Chapter 47. Rescuing Yang. However, Chenhu remained unconvinced, for Yang had long harbored discontent towards him, constantly opposing him. Even during his confinement, Yang had vehemently declared he would not spare Chenhu. How could it be that Yang had suddenly come to a realization? Thus, Chenhu stated, "Yang, he acknowledges his mistakes. Mr. L, do not jest. I understand Su Shuang's affinity for him, but I must prioritize the stability of the tribe. Yang poses a threat to my tribe, and I am afraid that I cannot acquiesce." Chenhu's response had been anticipated by Yang, who had prepared for such an answer. "I understand, Chief, that it may be difficult for you to believe. Perhaps you should accompany us to see for yourself whether Yang has indeed changed his attitude. If my claims prove false, you may imprison both Yang and me. However, should Yang's acknowledgement of his errors be genuine and you decline to release him, I trust the repercussions of such a decision will be apparent to you." Chenhu recognized that Yang's standing within the tribe far exceeded his own. The only reason he retained his position as chief was due to the fabrications he spun about having powerful allies that in truth, This lie was easily exposed, as he had only heard of such a figure and had intended to visit. But a portion of his funds and gifts had been seized by El Yang, while another portion had been traded for personnel with Hedania. If it were to become known among the tribespeople that Shi Yong, a figure of considerable esteem, had been imprisoned due to Chun Hu's personal grievances, how long could Chun Hu expect to maintain his position? Thus, despite recognizing El Yang's veiled threat, Chun Hu found himself at a loss for words. Seeing Chun Hu's resolve wavering, El Yang continued, "However, let us consider this. Many within the tribe are aware that Shi Yong harbors grievances against you that if you could demonstrate magnanimity by releasing Shi Yong, would that not garner you greater support from the tribe's people?" Chun Hu's interest was piqued. Since ascending to the position of chief, he had been tirelessly working to preserve his authority. The comfortable life he enjoyed was a direct result of his power as chief. He had not hesitated to seize resources from his own people, disregarding their dissent in favor of appeasing Hedania, all in an effort to prolong his tenure as chief. Therefore, if releasing Shi Yong could secure the loyalty of the tribespeople, what was there to deliberate? Chun Hu stood and declared, "Very well, I will agree to release Shi Yong, but he must guarantee that he will henceforth obey my commands and refrain from causing further chaos." El Yang, elated, replied, "Excellent, I assure you. If the chief personally visits, Shi Yong will undoubtedly admit his mistakes to you." Su Shuang, astonished, reflected on how many plans she had devised to secure Shi Yong's release, how many times she had pleaded with Chun Hu to no avail. Yet, El Yang had managed to achieve what she could not in less than half a day, leading her to regard him with newfound respect. Nonetheless, she felt a twinge of worry. She was acutely aware of Shi Yong's temperament. Shi Yong harbored deep-seated disdain for Chun Hu, and persuading him to bow his head in contrition would likely prove no easier than convincing Chun Hu himself. Thus, the three of them rose and exited the dwelling. Once outside, Chun Hu summoned two confidants, and the five of them set off towards the gymnasium where Shi Yong was held captive. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, Shi Yong stood there with his arms defiantly crossed. Exhibiting a proud and obstinate demeanor, he regarded Chun Hu's arrival with evident disdain. The moment Chun Hu beheld Shi Yong's posture, he immediately turned to leave. However, Lu Yang had to step forward to block him, whispering, "Leader, think of our kin, consider the support of our people." This prompted Chun Hu to halt, standing there like a cock ready to fight, lifting his chin and puffing out his chest as he gazed at Shi Yong. After successfully persuading Chun Hu, Lu Yang then approached Shi Yong, saying, "Brother Shi, do you not recall what I previously mentioned about heroes not seeking fleeting glory? Reflect on what is more important, the welfare of the Shilin tribe or your own pride. Have you forgotten the examples I provided of King Gojin of you and General Han Xian?" Lu Yang's words gradually lowered Shi Yong's head before he deliberately raised his voice. "Since you recognize your error, why not promptly apologize to the leader?" Thus, to the astonishment of all present except Lu Yang, Shi Yong bowed to Chun Hu, stating, "Leader, I was wrong that I shall no longer stir up trouble, and upon my departure, I will earnestly assist you that I will heed your commands without question." Chun Hu nodded in satisfaction and then ordered for the barbed wire to be removed. Lu Yang had initially planned to escort Shi Yong to Su Shuang's residence immediately, as he wished to expedite their discussions on how to seize Chun Hu's leadership. However, Shi Yong displayed no urgency, nor did Su Shuang show any intention of returning home. Consequently, Lu Yang had no choice but to follow them back to the Shilin tribe. Upon their return, Lu Yang observed Shi Yong and Su Shuang parting ways with Chun Hu as they made their way toward a secluded corner of the tribe. After walking a short distance, they paused before a wooden house. Shi Yong appeared quite agitated. He nervously rapped on the door. Almost immediately, the door creaked open, and Lu Yang witnessed a woman leap from within, throwing herself into Shi Yong's embrace. This scene, reminiscent of countless portrayals he had seen on television, led Lu Yang to deduce, based on his experience, that the woman was either Shi Yong's wife or mother. However, judging by her age, she must be his wife. That Lu Yang let out a long sigh of relief, as the knot in his heart finally unraveled. After a brief embrace, Shi Yong warmly invited Su Shuang and Lu Yang into their home. Upon entering, Lu Yang noticed that while Shi Yong's house appeared similar to Chun Hu's from the outside, its interior was markedly less opulent. Suddenly, Faint coughs emanated from a dim corner of the room. Lu Yang saw Su Shuang freeze for a moment before darting towards the sound. "Little tiger, have you missed me during our time apart?" Su Shuang's playful tone struck Lu Yang as oddly unfamiliar, akin to how a woman in the real world might address her pet. However, his heart raced at the sound of Su Shuang's voice. "Oh, why is little tiger's body so warm?" Su Shuang's exclamation was directed at Shi Yang's wife, who responded, "He has been burning with fever for several days that I have given him some herbal remedies, but he shows no sign of improvement." Upon hearing this, Shi Yang immediately approached, tenderly stroking the head of the child referred to as Little Tiger. His brow furrowed with concern that Lu Yang moved closer to inspect the child, discovering a 5- or 6-year-old boy whose face was flushed and who lay curled up among a pile of animal skins, appearing quite unwell. Noticing Lu Yang's approach, Su Shuang promptly addressed him. "Don't you have medicine? Can your remedies help him?" Lu Yang reflected on how the child's symptoms resembled those of Chun, whose son from earlier, manifesting as nothing more than a common cold or fever. "It should be effective. The necessary remedies are with Shao Ke. Perhaps we should take him there, as the environment is more conducive to recovery. And there is food available, which would benefit his health." After much deliberation, Shi Yang consented to bring his son to Su Shuang's place, agreeing to take his wife along to care for their child and Shao Ke. Having met Shi Yang's family, Lu Yang's points increased by 20 with Shi Yang's wife present. He also gained a free warehouse manager, leading Lu Yang to consider ways to ensure that Shi Yang's wife could reside there. Upon returning to their lodging, Su Shuang found a room for Shi Yang and his wife to use temporarily. After making some arrangements, Lu Yang eagerly gathered Su Shuang and Shi Yang to discuss future plans. Su Shuang: "Brother Shi, now that Brother Shi has emerged as planned, our next step is to devise a strategy to secure Brother Shi's position as leader. Only when he ascends to the leadership of the Shilin tribe can our plan to eliminate Hideout succeed. Let us share our thoughts." Seeing that Lu Yang had successfully facilitated his release, Shi Yang felt compelled to contribute that he began. The position of tribe leader is simultaneously easy and difficult to attain. When the former leader ceded the role to Chen Hu, he was a man of considerable stature, a person who dared to act and always considered the welfare of his people. However, after establishing a family, he changed, prioritizing his family over the tribe, focusing solely on his son. Consequently, it was from that moment that Chun Hu began to lose his standing among the tribe. Moreover, Shi Yang continued, "In addition to prestige, there are other factors that in our community, survival takes precedence. All actions are centered around this principle. For instance, among two individuals, the one who provides sustenance in times of hunger or care in times of illness is the one I would choose as my leader." Chun Hu retains his position primarily because he once claimed to have a powerful figure behind him who could heal ailments that in the Shilin tribe. Securing food is no longer a challenge. Yet injuries and sickness are commonplace, with many succumbing due to a lack of medical care, particularly the children. Thus, when the tribespeople learned of someone capable of healing, they tolerated Chun Hu's leadership for many years. After listening to Shi Yang, Lu Yang exchanged glances with Su Shuang, then pointed towards Shi Yang's wife, who was administering medicine to their son, and chuckled. "Ha, Brother Shi, if Chun Hu is such a powerful figure behind him, you also possess one." Shi Yang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha! My dear brother Lu, you are indeed correct. You are the powerful figure behind me." Lu Yang then spread his hands, declaring, "Then what are we hesitating for? Let us promptly remove Chun Hu from power." However, Su Shuang disagreed, coldly stating, "It is prudent to deliberate carefully. Chun Hu still has some loyal supporters by his side. To recklessly oust him from leadership would surely provoke his resistance. While Chun Hu may be detestable, these tribespeople are innocent that if the conflict between Brother Shi and Chun Hu harms them, I would prefer that Chun Hu remain in his position." At this, Shi Yang added, "Indeed, if our internal strife causes harm to the tribespeople, it would be an unworthy sacrifice. We should seek a method that minimizes harm." In truth, Lu Yang was indifferent to the safety of these tribespeople. In his view, the well-being of those he did not know was of no concern to him. Furthermore, when the time came to confront Hideout, casualties were inevitable that if fear of potential harm led to inaction, how long would it take to realize his grand ambitions? Additionally, Lu Yang had resolved to recruit Hedania's followers, whose combat prowess and mental fortitude surpassed that of these tribespeople. Thus, sacrificing a few members of the Shirlin tribe held little weight in his conscience. However, Lu Yang did care about Su Shuang. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to prioritize her feelings, wishing to accommodate her in all matters that he believed that as long as Su Shuang smiled, it was worth any number of loaves of bread. Thus, Lu Yang calmed himself. Since both of them wished to avoid harming the tribespeople, they would need to devise another approach. Yet after extensive discussion, the trio failed to formulate a comprehensive plan, observing the passing time. Lu Yang realized the stay was drawing to a close. He bid farewell to Su Shuang and returned to the real world from the shabby little house. Upon opening the supermarket door, he was surprised to find an abundance of boxes within. Curious, he opened one. Discovering it filled with fireworks, he proceeded to open several more boxes, all containing various types of firecrackers. Hurriedly, Lu Yang called Su Gunzi, but found his response both amusing and perplexing. That it turned out that Su Gunzi had failed to procure explosives as promised. However, upon reflection, he remembered his previous dealings with fireworks and possessed a sales permit for them. Since these fireworks too were made from gunpowder, he decided to transport all the leftover fireworks from his prior business endeavors. That Lu Yang had never anticipated that Su Gunzi, who was typically known for his bullying ways, would exhibit such sincerity. Although his actions were somewhat comical, they touched Lu Yang, affirming that his decision to recruit Su Gunzi had been wise. After a busy day, Lu Yang felt fatigued. After organizing the fireworks and firecrackers, he returned home to rest. Early the next morning, Su Gunzi eagerly approached, inquiring about the fireworks and firecrackers. That Lu Yang was at a loss for words. The gunpowder in those fireworks lacked the destructive power he truly required to shatter the zombies. However, he did not wish to dampen Su Gunzi's spirits, so he replied, "They are splendid, precisely what I need, though I won't require them just yet. Let us set them aside for now, that be by the way. Kuan Go, since we have fireworks in the shop, you must refrain from smoking here in the future." Su Gunzi chuckled and responded, "Do I not know that? Don't forget, I plan to sell these fireworks myself. I'm well aware of such basic rules." As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted from the street. That Lu Yang craned his neck to see, then asked Su Gunzi, "Kuan Go, what is happening over there?" Su Gunzi smiled and said, "Oh, it's a minor issue. Your neighbors, inspired by your determination, had initially intended to sign contracts with the developers. However, seeing your resilience, they have begun to stir. The young lady from the pharmacy next door is refusing to sign a contract, and now the developers have sent someone to trouble her." Lu Yang suddenly recalled that the pharmacy next door was once owned by a young couple. When the developers showed interest in the location, the young lady's boyfriend absconded with their savings and the pharmacy's funds. The young lady, named Chen Lily, had borrowed extensively to keep the pharmacy afloat, but after hearing that business was not improving, she decided to sign the contract with the developers. Chen Lily was 2 years younger than Lu Yang, lacking formal qualifications which made finding employment challenging. This pharmacy was her labor of love. It was evident that she would only consider signing the contract as a last resort. Unexpectedly, her plight had inspired her to persevere, emulating Lu Yang's determination. The ruckus next door grew louder, and Lu Yang could hear snippets of their conversation. "Wow, I didn't realize you were such a beauty. Turns out you're quite spicy. I like that. Haha, what are you doing? If you come any closer, I'll call the police." "Go ahead and report it. Getting locked up feels like home to me. By the time the police arrive, we'll all be done here." "You scoundrel." "I am a scoundrel. Just know that as long as you don't leave, I'll keep coming back. If I lose my patience one day, who knows what might happen?" "Beast." Listening to the chaos next door, Lu Yang recalled how Su Gunzi had once dealt with him. That he pondered how difficult it was for a man to confront such hostility, let alone a vulnerable woman. Lost in thought, Lu Yang stepped out of the supermarket, intending to investigate. Chapter 50. The pharmacy. Su Gunzi immediately grabbed Lu Yang, asking, "Where are you going?" Lu Yang replied indignantly, "To see what is happening. She is a woman. We can't just stand by and do nothing." "Lu Yang, consider this carefully. You still have your own troubles to resolve. That is it wise to intervene for someone else? I'll deal with my troubles later. Right now, I can't ignore this." Su Gunzi shook his head and released his grip. When Lu Yong reached the pharmacy, he saw 3 men surrounding Chen Lily, continuously harassing her. Terrified, she shrank against the wall, unsure of what to do. "Hey!" In broad daylight, 3 big men bullying a woman. "How dare you!" Lu Yong shouted with all his might. The 4 men were startled by his outburst. The leader of the 3 men stepped forward, cursing, "Where the hell did you crawl out from? Mind your own business, or you'll regret it." Lu Yong strode into the pharmacy and positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Lily, declaring, "I will take charge of this situation today. Let us see just how tough you really are when you're only capable of bullying women." At that moment, one of the men recognized Lu Yong. Laughing, "Oh, I thought it was someone important that you're just that poor kid from the supermarket, right? I heard you're quite tough. They say even the excavators can't handle you. What's this? Planning to play the hero today? Oh, it's that kid. I knew it. You must have some hidden agenda, showing up here while others stay away. Fine. Since you're here, let us settle this together. I one team missed the chance to make a quick buck today." Their words became increasingly vulgar, causing Chen Lily to nearly burst into tears. Lu Yong prepared himself for a confrontation when he noticed Su Gunzi silently approaching the 3 men from behind. Elated, Lu Yong thought they could flank the men and catch them off guard. However, what happened next left Lu Yong utterly astonished. Su Gunzi seized the leader by the collar and delivered a resounding slap. The man, cursing, attempted to retaliate, but upon seeing Su Gunzi, he froze in place. The other 2 men turned to see Su Gunzi, and they appeared to be genuinely terrified, standing still and speechless. Su Gunzi then began to chastise the leader, slapping him while reprimanding. "Look who's feeling bold. Smack! Daring to bully a woman. Are you? Smack! What I do with my excavator is none of your business. Smack!" The 3 men were left reeling from Su Gunzi's blows, yet none dared to retaliate or even utter a curse. Eventually, Su Gunzi, shaking his sore hand, kicked the 3 men out the door, saying, "Go back and tell your boss that this territory is under my protection, that he'd best keep his distance." Afterwards, Su Gunzi, as if nothing had happened, turned to Lu Yong and asked, "All good with you too?" Lu Yong marveled inwardly. It seems Su Gunzi has not been idling away these years. However, Lu Yong was too preoccupied to praise Su Gunzi. He turned to the still-shaken Chen Lily and asked, "Sister Lily, are you all right?" Chen Lily, trembling, leaned against a chair and replied to Lu Yong and Su Gunzi, "I'm fine, really. Thank you both. As long as you're okay. If they come back, just let us know." Su Gunzi added to their surprise. Chen Lily smiled weakly before bursting into tears, saying, "It doesn't matter if they come back or not. I can't keep this pharmacy open anyway." Lu Yong quickly reassured her, "As long as the pharmacy is still here, there will always be a way forward. Sister Lily, don't be too anxious. If it comes to that, just sign the contract. It might still fetch you some money. Sigh, the compensation from the developers isn't even enough to pay off my debts. If the pharmacy closes, I'll have no choice but to find work, but without qualifications, who knows how long it will take to repay them. Moreover, my family has lent me quite a bit for this pharmacy. If it fails, how will I face them?" Lu Yong wanted to comfort her by suggesting she open a shop elsewhere, but hesitated, remembering how he himself had to move his supermarket due to financial constraints. Thus, he swallowed his words that in truth, Lu Yong had contemplated this issue many times. While he had managed to keep the supermarket for now, the area would eventually be demolished. Offending the developers was one thing, but being labeled as an obstacle to urban development was another matter entirely. Then Lu Yong had a sudden idea. If he had enough funds, he could persuade the developers to retain a storefront for him at the original location. This way, he could preserve the supermarket without incurring the developer's ire. But as for Chen Lily, Lu Yong realized that the true value she held was not merely the pharmacy, but her pharmaceutical qualifications. If he were to establish a supermarket in another world, having a pharmacy to supply medicines would be invaluable. If he could acquire Chen Lily's pharmacy, it would be a remarkable stroke of fortune. Chapter 51. Preserving the pharmacy. With this in mind, Lu Yong addressed Chen Lily. "Sister Lily, I have an idea that might help you keep the pharmacy, but it will require you to hold on a little longer. Are you willing to hear me out?" Chen Lily's relationship with Lu Yong was limited to mere acquaintance. Her pharmacy had not been open long, and she did not know many of the neighbors. When Lu Yong stood up against the developers, she felt a sense of respect for this man, 2 years her junior. inspired by his actions to persevere. Thus, when Lu Yang mentioned he had a solution to help her retain her pharmacy, she seized upon the notion like a lifeline, her spirits lifting instantly. "Tell me, I'm willing to do anything to save the pharmacy." Lu Yang took a moment to gather his thoughts, carefully organizing his words before saying, "In a little while, I will provide you with some funds. The exact amount we can discuss later, but consider my investment in your pharmacy that I believe this money can help you navigate through this challenging time." Chun Lily appeared quite reluctant. She had poured her heart and soul into this pharmacy. And now Lu Yang was suggesting he wanted a share, which felt to her like an opportunistic raid amid her misfortunes. "Are you intending to take my pharmacy away from me?" Chun Lily inquired. Her voice laced with suspicion. Lu Yang understood her perspective. This pharmacy represented everything to her, and until she fully grasped his intentions, she would surely not acquiesce. Thus, Lu Yang explained to Chun Lily, "Sister Lily, please allow me to finish. The shares I seek are not to be taken from your current holdings. Once I invest, all the profits from this pharmacy will belong solely to you. I will not take a single penny. What I require is the ability to procure goods at cost price from your pharmacy, which in effect will help expand your business." Chun Lily remained somewhat perplexed and pressed further, "But my business is barely thriving, even if we preserve the pharmacy as you suggest. Once I exhaust your funds, I just return to square one." "Sister Lily, this is precisely why I urge you to hold on a little longer. Ultimately, this area is slated for redevelopment, no matter how we resist. Demolition is merely a matter of time. In the coming days, I plan to secure some funds to negotiate with the developers, persuading them to allocate 2 storefronts for us. You could use one of those to continue operating your pharmacy. And I would not charge you rent. Once the development is complete, you will be able to resume your business. TU?" Chun Lily smiled faintly, perceiving Lu Yang's words as mere bravado. Although they were not intimately acquainted, their stores were merely meters apart, and she was aware of Lu Yang's financial circumstances. Let alone producing such a substantial sum, she even doubted whether he could afford a decent meal after his family's supermarket closed. Observing the skepticism on Chun Lily's face, Lu Yang turned his gaze to Su Gunzi, hoping he could lend some credibility to his claims that Su Gunzi understood Lu Yang's intent, but harbored doubts about his ability to amass such funds. "Lu Yang, I remember when you suddenly produced several tens of thousands to settle your relative's debts, and you generously advanced me 1,000 as salary. But 2 storefronts, given the current property prices. You do need at least $1 million, unless you strike it rich in the lottery. It's hard to believe you can come up with that much." Lu Yang's pride was severely wounded by their comments. He almost revealed his heroic exploits of battling zombies and bandits in another world. "All right. I concede that claiming I can produce such a sum at once seems outlandish. But Sister Lily, surely you don't wish to lose this pharmacy. What harm is there in trusting me once for the sake of your business? I assure you, if you can hold on for just 1 more month, no, even less, when I next pay Kuing-gu, I'll bring the funds with me. How does that sound?" Lu Yang spoke with earnestness. And Chun Lily, desperate to preserve her pharmacy, found herself swayed by his words, ultimately agreeing that Su Gunzi, unwilling to be left behind, added, "All right then, whether it's 1 store or 2, I'll take on the burden of watching over both." Lu Yang was elated, despite the challenges. Things were finally progressing in accordance with his vision. With the pharmacy under his influence, he would effectively possess a treasure trove, with each pill yielding substantial revenue, bringing him 1 step closer to his grand ambitions. To prevent further disturbances at the pharmacy, Lu Yang and Su Gunzi assisted Chun Lily in closing the doors. Once secured, Lu Yang took out his phone, intending to transfer the little over 2,000 he had to Chun Lily for her immediate living expenses. To his surprise, Chun Lily adamantly refused. "Lu Yang, I still have a few months' worth of living expenses that if you can truly help me save my pharmacy, I would gladly procure goods at cost price. Or even for free." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Free goods? Once business in the other world commenced, the demand would likely outstrip supply, and he worried she might become reluctant to part with them. Chapter 52. Lu Yang's plan. After ensuring Chun Lily was settled, Lu Yang and Su Gunzi returned to the supermarket that Lu Yang needed to hasten to the other world, where more pressing matters awaited him. After exchanging a few playful words with Su Gunzi, he excused himself. Upon arriving back at the dilapidated dwelling, he found Su Shuang looking anxious. After inquiring, he learned that the Shirlin tribe was in turmoil. It turned out that Hideout and his men had finished the bread he had procured within just 2 days. Yesterday, after Lu Yang's departure, they had invaded the Shirlin tribe again and abducted 2 children. Lu Yang seethed with anger. Hideout had truly grown brazen, allowing a few loaves to embolden him to the point of endangering lives. What about Shi Yong? Why isn't he here? He went back to the Shirlin tribe to discuss matters with Chun, who did I worried you would waste time at my place. So I waited for you here. Without further ado, Lu Yang and Su Shuang hastened toward the Shirlin tribe. Upon their arrival, they discovered that perhaps due to Shi Yong's release, the tribe was filled with people, including those who usually dared not venture out. Now peering from their doorways, Liu Yang noticed that nearly everyone was gazing toward Chun Hu's house, and if one listened closely, they could hear the sounds of an argument from that direction. It was clear that Shi Yong could no longer tolerate Chun Hu's cowardice and was confronting him. Su Shuang navigated through the crowd with Liu Yang, but suddenly, he halted, grasping Su Shuang. Pulling her back, that Su Shuang, anxious to reach Chun Hu's house, feared that Shi Yong, having just been released, might clash with Chun Hu again, and if he were imprisoned once more, escaping would be nigh impossible. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang held her back, and before she could react, he turned and began to walk away. To Su Shuang, frustrated and worried, shook off Liu Yang's grip, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Didn't you hear Sherdage arguing with Chun Hu?" Liu Yang shot her a knowing glance, but remained silent, once again grasping Su Shuang's hand to lead her in the opposite direction. If we don't hurry, Sherdage might be confined by Chun Hu again, Su Shuang insisted, nearly in tears. Yet Liu Yang remained unfazed, winking at her. "Let us discuss this outside." He appeared relaxed, as if he had a plan. That Su Shuang had witnessed Liu Yang escape perilous situations before. Many events seemed to transform the moment they passed through his mind. Thus, she hesitantly followed him outside. Liu Yang led Su Shuang away from the Shirlin tribe, continuing until they reached the bathing pool, where he finally halted to address her. "Su Shuang, perhaps this isn't such a bad thing." Su Shuang was bewildered. Children from the Shirlin tribe had been kidnapped, and tensions between Shi Yong and Chun Hu could escalate into violence at any moment. How could Liu Yang dismiss such serious matters as inconsequential? It seemed he had something in mind, as he comforted Su Shuang and began to pace thoughtfully. After a considerable time, he seemed to solidify a notion and approached Su Shuang, asking, "This truly isn't a bad situation, Su Shuang. Tell me, what was Hideout's motive for kidnapping the children?" Su Shuang scoffed, finding the question redundant. "Isn't it obvious? It's for the bread." "Indeed. Now, can Chun Hu provide the bread?" "The bread is in your possession. How could Chun Hu possibly produce it?" Liu Yang chuckled. "Doesn't that resolve the matter? Both Chun Hu and Shi Yong aim to rescue the children, but Hideout's demand is for bread. Even if Chun Hu confines Shi Yong, he cannot conjure bread. Thus, I cannot reveal myself. I must not allow Chun Hu to see a glimmer of hope. As long as he cannot devise a way to save the children, the tribespeople will turn to Shi Yong. Once their support shifts toward Shi Yong, I will emerge with the bread. This way, not only can we rescue the children, but I can also bolster Shi Yong's standing among the people. Such a mutually beneficial outcome cannot possibly be a bad thing, can it?" Su Shuang was taken aback by Liu Yang's foresight. From the moment he learned of the children's abduction until now, only a few minutes had elapsed, and they had been on the move the entire time, with no opportunity to sit and reflect. Yet in that brief span, Liu Yang had devised such a plan. Su Shuang gazed at his youthful, vibrant face, only to uncover a depth she had never witnessed before, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Yet concern crept in throughout Liu Yang's plan. He had not mentioned the fate of the children. They were in Hideout's clutches. He might not hesitate to harm them out of impatience or even resort to consuming them if he lacked bread. Had Liu Yang truly considered these possibilities? What about the children? Su Shuang pressed. "The children? Oh, don't worry. Hideout desires bread. He won't easily resort to harming them." Liu Yang replied with casual indifference. Chapter 53. The Abduction of Children Afterwards. The two returned to their residence, where Xiao Kur and Shi Yong's son were playing separately, neither of them uttering a word. After amusing the two children for a while, Liu Yang rose to survey Su Shuang's abode. Having been here for quite some time, Su Shuang's residence had almost become his second home. Yet he had never taken the opportunity to meticulously examine the place, having only briefly glanced around while helping Su Shuang tidy up the warehouse not long ago. Now, upon a more careful inspection, Lu Yang discovered that the location was truly impeccable. Firstly, this building appeared to be a commercial office tower, and Su Shuang had chosen to occupy the very top floor. Access to this level was exclusively via a specially designed suspended basket, as all other entrances were either blocked by collapsed structures or had been deliberately destroyed by Su Shuang. Secondly, this top floor was originally intended by the developers to serve as an observation deck, apart from a few offices. There were no additional partitions, making the entire level a vast open space. The periphery of the top floor was composed of steel beams and tempered glass, allowing for a clear view of the outside world. Su Shuang and Xiao Ke resided in one of the offices, while Shi Yang's wife and son occupied the adjacent room. The corner Lu Yang used as a storage area paled in comparison to the vastness of the open space. As Lu Yang closed his eyes, envisioning the future of this place, he was suddenly jolted awake by shouts emanating from downstairs. The commotion was caused by Shi Yang's wife, who was loudly calling for Lu Yang and Su Shuang to come down. Without needing to be told, they both understood that something must have happened to Shi Yang, prompting Lu Yang to hastily enter the suspended basket and descend. It turned out that a fierce argument had erupted between Chun Hu and Shi Yang over at the Shilin tribe. In a fit of rage, Chun Hu had ordered Shi Yang to be bound, declaring his intent to return him to the gymnasium. However, the tribesmen were unwilling to comply, insisting that since Chun Hu had no viable plan to rescue the children, they should at least heed Shi Yang's counsel. Thus, the two factions found themselves in a standoff. On one side, Chun Hu and his confidants clung to Shi Yang, while on the other, the tribesmen circled around Chun Hu, preventing him from taking Shi Yang away. Seeing the escalating situation, Shi Yang's wife rushed to find Su Shuang. Upon hearing the news, Su Shuang prepared to head to the Shilin tribe, but Lu Yang stopped her, insisting that Shi Yang's wife should not go either. Frustrated by Lu Yang's grip on her hand, Su Shuang, in a fit of anger, drew her small knife and pressed it against Lu Yang's neck. "Will you let go? If not, I won't hold back." Lu Yang was taken aback, never having anticipated that Su Shuang would one day turn her blade on him. That a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, yet he did not relinquish his hold on her hand. "Su Shuang, have I ever gone back on my word until now?" Lu Yang asked, his tone laced with sorrow. That Su Shuang stared at him, speechless. "Have I ever miscalculated?" Gradually, Su Shuang calmed down, reflecting on their acquaintance. While many matters had required effort, none had truly caught Lu Yang off guard. With this realization, she sheathed her knife. Observing her newfound composure, Lu Yang sighed and addressed the two women. "Rest assured, with the tribesmen protecting him, Brother Shi will be fine. At worst, he may suffer some minor injuries, but as a future leader, what does a little hardship amount to?" Noticing the silence enveloping the two women, Lu Yang proceeded to unveil his plan. "Su Suan, the Shilin tribe is in utter chaos. No one will pay attention to Hedania's side right now. You should quietly make your way over there, ensuring you remain concealed, and keep an eye on Hedania's movements. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Sister-in-law, you must hurry back to the tribe and convey a message to Brother Shi. Tell him I will bring sufficient bread, and he should inform the tribesmen that if they can find me, they can find the bread to save the children." Though still somewhat skeptical, the two women ultimately decided to follow Lu Yang's plan. Upon returning to the tribe, Shi Yang's wife found the tribesmen had surrounded Chun Hu's home tightly. It took considerable effort for her to navigate through the crowd and reach Shi Yang's side. Chun Hu had initially intended to confine Shi Yang back to the gymnasium, but was taken aback when the tribesmen dared to impede him. Consequently, he had no choice but to drag Shi Yang into his dwelling, while his confidants stood guard at the entrance, facing off against the tribesmen. When Shi Yang's wife barged in, Chun Hu was startled. But upon recognizing her, he did not expel her. Chun Hu's wife stood in the room, hands on her hips, angrily shouting at the crowd outside. "You ungrateful lot! My husband toils day and night to ensure your safety. And this is how you repay us? What they want is bread. If we had any, do you think we wouldn't share it? A pack of ingrates. If it weren't for my husband, you would have perished long ago. Where would you find the opportunity to have children? 2 pups have died. So what? My husband isn't responsible for their deaths. If you have the ability, go save them yourselves. Chun-Hu's wife continued to hurl insults, even cursing the two children. Shi-Yong, hoarse from shouting, was about to retort, but was stopped by his own wife. She tugged at Shi-Yong's sleeve and quietly relayed Liu Yang's message to him. Chapter 54. Confrontation. After sending off the two women, Liu Yang had no time to return to the shabby little house. He found a corner downstairs in the residence and opened the passageway. Upon reaching the warehouse, Liu Yang discovered that Su Gunzi had surprisingly closed the supermarket early that day, so he nonchalantly exited the supermarket. With Hideout having kidnapped two children, the meager supplies of bread he had left in the vehicle were clearly insufficient. Reluctantly, Liu Yang pedaled the rickety tricycle back to the bakery and brought back 3 boxes of goods. This time, Liu Yang transported all the bread, leaving 2 boxes for later to rescue the children, while the rest he carried upstairs to the warehouse. After completing these tasks, Liu Yang sat down and waited quietly for news from Shi-Yong's wife. If his plan was correct, Shi-Yong should be on his way to find him now. Indeed, it wasn't long before Liu Yang heard the distant sounds of commotion approaching. It turned out that upon receiving his wife's message, Shi-Yong quickly grasped Liu Yang's intent. His earlier remark about the person behind him had not been a jest. Liu Yang genuinely intended to assist him in becoming the leader. Initially, Shi-Yong had hesitated, as an abnormal change of leadership within a tribe could attract unwanted attention, which would ultimately be detrimental to the tribe. However, witnessing Chun-Hu's cowardly demeanor and his wife's arrogance, Shi-Yong solidified his resolution. Chun-Hu, can you not see the current situation? I tell you, either release me to rescue the children, or figure out a way to save them yourself. Your indecision will only incite the wrath of the tribesmen. If they burst in here, it will be the end for you and your family. Chun-Hu was well aware of the gravity of Shi-Yong's words. Having been a leader for many years, he understood the dynamics better than anyone. Regardless of whether he chose to release Shi-Yong, if he failed to rescue the two children, his standing among the tribesmen would plummet. However, if he neither saved the children nor released Shi-Yong, the tribesmen would inevitably storm in, and his few confidants would be unable to hold them back. Yet, Shi-Yong was reluctant to relinquish his position as leader. He was unwilling to live like the other tribesmen, constantly struggling for survival, risking his life to forage for food while bearing the relentless demands of a leader. Watching his wife bellow like a vengeful spirit, Chun-Hu longed to slap her back into submission. She never considered the lives of others. Not even her own husband did in her eyes, apart from her son and herself. Everyone else was inconsequential. Chun-Hu, there is no time for bickering. We need to quickly devise a plan to save the children. Shi-Yong's words jolted Chun-Hu back to reality. Saving the children is easier said than done. What they want is bread. Do you even know what bread is? Chun-Hu scoffed at Shi-Yong's assertion. Regardless of whether I know or not, staying in this room will certainly yield no bread. Release me, and after we save the children, we can discuss our matters, all right? In truth, while they spoke, Chun-Hu was already regretting his previous decisions that he knew that only Liu Yang had bread. Yet he lamented not taking Liu Yang seriously when he had visited several times, that he had no idea where Liu Yang lived or where to find him. All he knew was that Su Shuang seemed very close to Liu Yang, while Su Shuang was also quite close with Shi-Yong. Chun-Hu suddenly felt as though he had been duped, but it was too late for realizations. Seeing the throngs of tribesmen outside, he understood that he was no longer in control. The son, who usually exudes confidence in front of his kin, now resembled a frightened little tiger, cowering in the corner and refusing to utter a word. Chun-Hu gazed at his son, shook his head, and approached to untie Shi-Yong's bindings. That as soon as Shi-Yong was liberated, he bolted out of Chun-Hu's home. He dismissed his clan members and, accompanied by his wife and 2 robust men, made his way to the waiting El-Yang. The commotion they heard was the 2 sturdy men arguing about how to rescue the child. Upon encountering Shi-Yong, El-Yang handed over 2 boxes of bread, and the 2 men, drawn in by the enticing aroma, fell silent. Let's go. Su Shuang is waiting ahead, El-Yang stated. Thus, the group carried the bread towards the direction of Hideaut's village. Along the way, Shi-Yong tilted his head and inquired of El-Yang. Brother El-Yang, who exactly are you, and where did you acquire this bread? El-Yang chuckled softly, offering no response. It was a question posed by nearly everyone he had just met. Su Shuang. Chun-Hu, and now Shi-Yong. Yet, he was determined to withhold the truth unless absolutely necessary. Brother Shi, my identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I mean you no harm. Not only will I not cause you injury, but I will also assist you. When the time comes to reveal my background, I shall do so willingly. With that, Yang strode forward with long strides. Chapter 55. Fireworks and Firecrackers. Yang and Chun-Yong encountered Su Shuang, who had been observing from the shadows. According to Su Shuang, there was no unusual activity in Hidania's village. They seemed quite confident that Yang would arrive with bread to rescue the children. Yang, feeling exasperated, reflected on the saying that misfortune comes in threes. However, Hidania's gang was relentless, having tasted a bit of success, constantly scheming to extract every last benefit from him, that if this continued, Yang feared not only would his supermarket never open, but he might also face ruin in his attempts to save these people. After a brief discussion, the group approached the entrance of Hidania's village with the bread. The guards outside noticed Yang and Su Shuang first, approaching with smiles. But as they drew nearer and spotted Shi-Yong among them, their expressions shifted to one of alarm. Clearly, this group harbored a greater fear of Shi-Yong than they did of Chun-Hu. Yang noticed one of the men stumbling into a small hillock, soon followed by Hidaniu, who jogged out with his entourage. Yang had expected a direct negotiation, only to find that Hidaniu seemed to disregard him entirely, focusing all his attention on Shi-Yong. If it isn't the legendary Shi-Yong, the one who, despite not being a leader, acts as if he were. What brings you back for another beating after the last one didn't hurt? Shi-Yong shot a glare at Hidaniu, but chose to ignore him. Wait a moment. Wasn't your leader Chun-Hu the one who imprisoned you? How did you manage to escape? That's not right. I've been there, and there were countless zombies. How could you possibly have gotten out? Oh, I see. You must have knelt and begged for forgiveness. Or perhaps you offered your wife to him. Otherwise, he would never have released you. No sooner had Hidania's taunts left his lips than Shi-Yong lunged forward. Yet Yang restrained him, whispering urgently, Brother Shi, endure the humiliation, that we are here to rescue the child. The child is paramount. After saying this, Yang turned back to Hidaniu and remarked, So, how does the bread taste? Hidaniu finally regarded Yang, replying, Delicious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to seek you out. You should pace yourselves with the bread, with your demands of needing it every few days. How can I sustain that? Whether you can handle it or not is your concern. Frankly, even without your bread, we could stew those two children with wild vegetables and manage for a few days. Yang felt a wave of disgust. Su Shuang's words had proven accurate. This gang of robbers was capable of anything. Enough of this idle chatter. I have brought the bread. Now where are the children? Hidaniu moved aside the fence at the village entrance and inspected the boxes of bread, then snapped his fingers twice. Soon, Yang witnessed two individuals emerge, each carrying a child. After the transaction was completed, Hidaniu waved at Yang, casually saying, See you next time. His tone was brazen, leaving Yang feeling powerless. The group suppressed their anger as they departed from the village. Upon returning, Shi-Yong first arranged for the two men to escort the children back to the Shilin tribe. Then he and his wife followed Yang and Su Shuang back to their residence. Once upstairs, Yang addressed Shi-Yong and Su Shuang, stating, Hidania's gang must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, my bread cannot withstand their demands. Shi-Yong paced the room, stroking his chin as he mused. Even if I were to step down from leadership, many would still rally to confront Hidaniu. The issue at hand is that my forces cannot match his. Even if we engage, it would merely be self-inflicted suffering. This predicament weighed heavily on Yang's mind. He realized that in this world dominated by cold weapons, the distinction between cold and hot arms was negligible, that he had observed that Hidania's men wielded nothing more than makeshift steel rods and wooden sticks. Even Su Shuang had marveled at the watermelon knife Yang used to dispatch zombies. In the real world, a single handgun might suffice to scare them off, but acquiring a firearm was out of the question. He could not even obtain regular detonators or explosives. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the pile of fireworks Su Shuang had brought. While their lethality might be limited, they could certainly intimidate Hidania's men, and they were not entirely harmless. He had often seen on television how someone accidentally blew off a finger or blinded themselves while handling fireworks. Chapter 56. The lighter the following day. Yang moved all the fireworks to his location, spending over 100 points to do so. Moreover, after several days of neglecting to check the system, he realized he had depleted his points significantly, leaving him with only 6,455 points. However, he felt optimistic that once Hideout was dealt with, he could freely harvest points and finally open his supermarket. Thus, Yang called back the system and summoned Su Shuang and Shi Yong. Having never seen fireworks before, both were skeptical yet intrigued when Yang explained that these items could shoot out explosives. Regrettably, he couldn't demonstrate their capabilities at that moment, so he implored them to trust him. Yang laid out his specific plan to the two. First, his target was Hideout. Once the leader was eliminated, he believed the rest would lose their fighting spirit and become disorganized. Second, he aimed to separate Hideout from his men, planning to secretly place the fireworks near Hideout's village, where Shi Yong's people would lie in wait for Yang's signal. Yang intended to confront Hideout, ideally luring everyone out of the village. When he gave the signal, Shi Yong's men would ignite the fireworks, creating a commotion that would scatter their adversaries. Yang and Su Shuang could then seize the opportunity to confront Hideout, ideally capturing him alive and confining him in the Shilin tribe's gymnasium. If the plan succeeds, I will take in Hideout's subordinates, ensuring they can no longer wreak havoc, thus bringing peace to our territory. Yang concluded. I support this plan, but I have concerns about whether these fireworks will truly serve that purpose. Aren't they merely cardboard boxes? Shi Yong remarked. Fidgeting with the fireworks, Yang turned to Su Shuang, only to find her wearing a similar expression of doubt. Consequently, Yang opened one of the boxes and extracted a firecracker, using his watermelon knife to cut it open and reveal the powder within. Watch closely, and don't be afraid, he said as he produced a lighter and ignited the powder. That a puff of white smoke enveloped the air, leaving Su Shuang and Shi Yong momentarily stunned. After a moment, Shi Yong crouched down to inspect the remnants of the burnt powder, astonished as he asked, "What was that? And how did you make fire with that thing in your hand?" Yang, brimming with pride, lifted the lighter and ignited it several times. Shi Yong and Su Shuang looked on like primitive humans, both fearful and fascinated by the lighter. I will explain these things to you later, but there is no time now. The sky is darkening. We must quickly set up these devices and aim to act by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shi Yong replied, "Very well. I will return immediately to organize our people." After Shi Yong departed, Su Shuang took a seat and extended her hand towards Lu Yang. Understanding her request for the lighter, Lu Yang produced it and placed it into her palm, prompting Su Shuang to mimic Lu Yang's actions and began to play with it. Lu Yang, do you recall that one time when Xiao Kuo and I were on the road and a torrential downpour ensued? We couldn't find any shelter, and thus we trudged through the rain for an entire night. Eventually, we stumbled upon a dilapidated house, but by then, both Xiao Kuo and I were completely soaked. You know how dreadful it could be to fall ill in our situation that I desperately tried to ignite a fire with flint. But there wasn't a single dry item around to aid me that I struck the flint until dawn broke, the rain ceased. Yet I failed to ignite the fire that if only we had your device then. How wonderful that would have been! Lu Yang noticed that Su Shuang spoke these words with tears brimming in her eyes. After finishing, she returned the lighter to him. "This is for you. Keep it." Lu Yang pushed the lighter back. It was astonishing that a mere plastic lighter, costing only $1 in a supermarket and commonly discarded by smokers, could wield such significant influence in this world, something Lu Yang found utterly inconceivable. The people in this world conversed in the vernacular of their era, and although their attire appeared somewhat antiquated, it bore resemblance to his own. Lu Yang had always perceived this world as a postmodern realm following a great catastrophe. Yet he never fathomed it was, in fact, a primitive world that had regressed by several millennia. That Su Shuang accepted the lighter, cherishing it for a moment before carefully stowing it away as if it were a treasured possession. Lu Yang's feelings towards Su Shuang were now complex. Her perpetual aloofness seemed more a guise than a true reflection of her nature, in her interactions with Xiao Kuo and Xiao Huzi. She exhibited the demeanor of a kind-hearted girl. Yet, she could effortlessly revert to that cold, seemingly indifferent attitude leaving Lu Yong perplexed. One thing he was certain of was that Su Shuang harbored a story behind her fade. He grew curious about the life she led before settling here and what transpired prior to her meeting Xiaoke. Chapter 57. Preparing for action. However, at this moment, Lu Yong had no time for such musings that he needed to concentrate and clarify the details, for the success of tomorrow's plan would directly determine whether he could realize his grand ambitions. To alleviate any worries for the following day, Lu Yong expended 2,000 points to extend his time by 20 hours. Although it pained him to spend so much, the thought of his grand aspirations steeled his resolve. Upon summoning the system, he discovered that after purchasing the extra time, he was left with only 4,455 points. Reflecting on why he had accumulated these points, he realized it was to enhance his own strength. Therefore, why should he lament over a mere few points? These points were intended for exchanging various items within the system. With this understanding, Lu Yong accessed the skill menu and directly spent 200 points to upgrade his combat skills to advanced level. Observing that he still had 3,255 points remaining, Lu Yong considered that acquiring additional skills might benefit him, so he stepped aside and quietly inquired, "System, are there any other skills available?" Beep, system activated. Host, please note that the skill page is being opened for you. Before him appeared a colorful page displaying various skills alongside their point costs, since Lu Yong had already redeemed all combat skills. They were no longer listed on this page. Apart from the now-vanished combat techniques, the only skills available for redemption with his points were firearm skills and mechanical skills, along with some exorbitantly priced cultivation techniques. Realizing he currently had no need for firearms, Lu Yong chose to spend 1,000 points on basic mechanical skills. Upon confirming the exchange, the system displayed a message. Host, please note, congratulations on acquiring mechanical skills. Mechanical skills refer to the host's proficiency in using ordinary tools such as knives, guns, and clubs. The higher the skill level, the greater the host's capabilities. The host may also choose to upgrade this skill to intermediate mechanical skills for 200 points, or to advanced mechanical skills for 1,500 points. Without hesitation, Lu Yong opted to upgrade to intermediate mechanical skills. After expending so many points, he was left with only 1,055 points in his system. It was not that Lu Yong was reluctant to spend his points, but rather that this amount was insufficient for redeeming any further skills. Otherwise, he might have left with no points at all. However, after spending his points, he felt a pang of regret. He had never been extravagant with money, and the frugality ingrained in him from a young age was deeply rooted in his very being. Impulsiveness is a devil, Lu Yong Admoni said himself. At that moment, Shiyong arrived with over 20 members of the Shilin tribe, prompting Lu Yong to swiftly retract the system and approach them. Once everyone had gathered, Lu Yong reiterated his plan to the group, emphasizing that the sound of the fireworks would be quite loud and might startle some individuals. However, regardless of the circumstances, you must not let go. The fireworks must be directed towards Hedania's people. Form pairs of two. If one strays off course, the other must promptly correct it. After explaining this, the group set off with the fireworks in hand. In front of Hedania's village, there lay a series of small hills. Lu Yong instructed the Shilin tribe members to hide in the foremost hill, while he divided Shiyong's group into 12 pairs, distributing 2 boxes of fireworks to each pair. Next came the waiting game, and they remained in anticipation until the sky was completely dark, then waited for the first light to appear on the horizon. After a prolonged wait, Lu Yong finally spotted the change of guard among Hedania's men. He observed 4 individuals emerging from the area Hedania frequently visited, evidently replacing those who had patrolled the previous night. Liu Yang's heart raced. He had long planned to leap into action at this moment. Yet faced with the reality, he hesitated. Many situations unfold this way. When devising a plan, everything seems straightforward, but when it comes to execution, anxiety takes hold. Liu Yang had never encountered such a scenario before. His most daring experience had merely been a recent confrontation with Su Gunzi. Yet today was entirely different. The individuals surrounding him could potentially be injured or even lose their lives because of his plan. Should the operation succeed, it would at least provide a respite of peace for the Shilin tribe. But if it failed, he would no longer be able to remain in this vicinity. Nor would he have the face to do so. He now comprehended why Shiyong had been so hesitant. Experiencing it firsthand revealed that being a decision-maker was no simple task. As the four replacements approached the hill, the newcomers began to disperse for their patrols. That Liu Yang understood that if he missed this opportunity, his plan would undoubtedly falter for the day, without time to ponder further. He pressed his hands against the ground and leaped out from behind the hill. "Hey, you lot, summon Hideout for me." His voice not only called the four about to separate back, but also drew the attention of the newly arrived four who had just relieved the previous watchman. Upon recognizing Liu Yang's face, one of them laughed. "Kid, are you out of your mind? Considering you provided us with bread, just go back for now. I won't mention this to the boss." Chapter 58. The Power of Fireworks. At this moment, Liu Yang drew out his watermelon knife and slowly approached with Su Shuang. "Are you deaf? I said to bring Hideout out to speak with me. Hey, what's up with this kid today? Is he tired of living? That girl over there, I'd advise you to take her back. I really don't want to kill him today, or else there'll be no more bread for us." Liu Yang pointed at the man and declared, "If you want to eat bread, then bring Hideout out to talk. I have something to discuss with him." Realizing Liu Yang was not merely passing by, but was clearly seeking trouble, the man quickly whispered to one of his companions, who then hurried behind the hill. "Kid, you still have time to regret this. Otherwise, when my boss comes out, you and this girl will surely suffer. You have no idea how much we missed her since you rescued her last time. I advise you to speak less, after I deal with your boss. I might even consider letting you tag along." "Haha, tag along with you, for what? To enjoy this girl. Ha, ouch." Before he could finish, Su Shuang picked up a stone and threw it, striking him squarely on the lip. "Damn it, daring to scheme against me, brothers, charge." The man touched his lips, noticing the blood flowing from them. He beckoned his companions. Little did he know, at that moment, Hideout emerged. "Hold on." Hideout halted the advancing figure. "I hear you have something to say to me?" Hideout stepped closer, addressing Liu Yang. "Indeed, I have come to warn you today. Should you dare to kidnap anyone again or seize our belongings, we will raise your stronghold to the ground, that if you attempt to harm even a single one of us, I will ensure the annihilation of you all." Liu Yang widened his eyes, striving to make his expression appear as menacing as possible. However, his words not only failed to intimidate Hideout, but also provoked laughter from him and his subordinates. "Ha ha, you, warning me. Ha ha ha, are you feeling all right today?" Hideout's laughter attracted even more people from within the stronghold, while Su Shuang silently counted nearby. "You may choose not to believe me, but I strongly advise against testing my resolve. My methods are beyond your wildest imagination. That do not think that just because you have a mere handful of men, I cannot obliterate you, even if you were to summon several more strongholds like yours." Liu Yang's proclamation incited even greater laughter among them. Hideout, wiping away tears of mirth, exclaimed, "Have you forgotten how you rescued those two children from my grasp yesterday? Ha ha ha, with just a flick of my finger, I could crush you and that pathetic little tribe of yours. Do you understand?" Just then, Su Shuang quietly nudged Liu Yang, whispering, "All set." A surge of joy filled Liu Yang's heart. They had finally assembled. He raised his hand high into the air and addressed Hideout. "This is your final opportunity. I strongly suggest you contemplate it carefully." Hideout scrutinized Liu Yang, observing the raised hand, uncertain of his intentions. Yet, he could not fathom that the previously compliant youth would conjure any tricks today. "I appreciate your offer, but let me warn you, it would be prudent for you to retreat now. Out of respect for our past exchanges, I shall not pursue today's incident. However, remember this. You and your people belong to me, that I will take what is mine whenever I please. You cannot stop me. Nor can Shi Yong. No one in this world can impede my will." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang shook his head and forcefully brought his raised hand down. That moment, Shi Yong, hidden behind the hill, commanded his tribesmen to ignite the fireworks they had brought along. Screech bang! As the first sound erupted, Liu Yang saw the fireworks soaring over the heads of the crowd, landing within the stronghold. Hideout and his men were startled by the sudden noise, turning to look behind them. However, there was no time for contemplation. The second and third explosions followed swiftly. Liu Yang observed as, although initially most of the fireworks soared over the crowd, they soon began to rain down upon them. He quickly pulled Su Shuang down and retreated to the side. Watching Su Shuang, who was covering her ears in shock, He realized that the fireworks had not only startled Hideinu and his men, but had also frightened Su Shuang considerably. Su Shuang, in our place, we only set these off during festivals. LV Yang couldn't help but laugh heartily. In an instant, Hidenia's men were sent into a frenzy by the fireworks, scattering the crowd. While Shi Yang's men, as if through a sniper's scope, pursued them with the fireworks, LV Yang quickly regained his focus and began searching for Hideniu amidst the chaos. Suddenly, he pointed at a figure fleeing towards the hill and shouted to Su Shuang, "There he is. Hurry, pursue." With that, LV Yang seized Su Shuang's hand and dashed after Hideniu. Once they entered the hill's hollow, LV Yang finally grasped the true nature of the terrain, that it was a circular depression, surrounded by undulating mountains, serving as a natural barrier. Scattered within were makeshift shelters, likely the temporary lodgings of Hideniu and his men. Most notably, a small stream flowed from a nearby cave and into another cave downstream. LV Yang couldn't help but think, no wonder Hideniu chose to camp here. Be careful. Suddenly, Su Shuang's sharp cry interrupted LV Yang's thoughts. Chapter 59. The chase of Hideniu. It turned out that after entering the hollow, Hideniu had hidden himself, anticipating LV Yang's pursuit. Thus, when LV Yang was distracted, Hideniu sprang out from the side, wielding a wooden stick. Startled by Su Shuang's shout, LV Yang instinctively jumped back, but when he steadied himself, he was astonished. His leap had taken him backward, and in his experience, it was rare for anyone to jump a meter backward without tumbling. Yet, when he glanced up, he found himself 3 to 4 meters away from Hideniu, still half kneeling on the ground. Was this the finesse of advanced combat techniques? Yet, LV Yang had no time to revel in this realization, for Hideniu, momentarily taken aback, charged at him once more, brandishing the stick. To LV Yang, Hideniu's movements now appeared as if played in slow motion. He could distinctly predict where Hideniu would land next, even contemplating rushing to Hideniu and retreating in the same breath. However, he chose not to act. Instead, he calmly awaited Hideniu's approach, then swiftly dodged, leaping far away. Had he known he was this capable, he wouldn't have needed Shi Yang's assistance. LV Yang thought, filled with pride. Hideniu, thwarted once again, was seething with frustration. After several repeated attempts, Hideniu had yet to lay a finger on LV Yang, that in a fit of rage, he redirected his attention towards Su Shuang. Su Shuang, too, was taken aback by LV Yang's prowess. The last time she had witnessed his skills was when they first met, during their frantic escape from bandits. Back then, although he exhibited some competence, he was clumsy in his movements, certainly not as formidable as he appeared today. Thus, when Hideniu lunged at Su Shuang, she was caught off guard as Hideniu's wooden stick was about to descend upon Su Shuang. She stood frozen, prompting LV Yang to leap forward. The moment the stick was about to strike Su Shuang, he darted in front of her, grasping Hideniu's wooden stick with determination. Though Hideniu was not renowned for exceptional martial prowess, having risen to the position of leader among a band of rogues, his brute strength was undeniable. They did not require intricate techniques. His sheer force made it challenging for anyone to withstand his strikes. Yet LV Yang had managed to seize the very stick Hideniu intended to bring down upon him, rendering Hideniu utterly astonished that LV Yang, too, was taken aback by his own actions. He had merely intended to shield Su Shuang from harm, not realizing the extent of his own strength, that he had anticipated at least a fracture in his hand. Both of them stood stunned, gripping the stick, until Su Shuang finally snapped back to reality. LV Yang, why are you still standing there? The sound of the fireworks is diminishing. Can't you hear? Su Shuang's voice finally brought LV Yang back to his senses. They had previously agreed that they needed to resolve the situation with Hideniu before the fireworks ran out. For once his subordinates had a moment to breathe, things could spiral out of control. That moment, Hideniu, too, was jolted back to reality by Su Shuang's voice. He discarded the wooden stick and swung a punch at LV Yang. Observing this, LV Yang swiftly crouched down and pushed Su Shuang aside. Just as Hideniu retracted his fist, intending to grasp LV Yang suddenly stood up, seizing Hideniu's returning fist and redirecting it behind him. Crack! Hideniu's right hand immediately slackened. Dislocated, LV Yang's speed was so swift that Hideniu barely registered any pain. Following this, LV Yang deftly maneuvered under Hideniu's arm, reaching around from behind to cover his eyes, that Hideout immediately froze. Acutely aware that LV Yang's thumbs were pressing against his eyeballs. A slight increase in pressure could easily push them into their sockets. No, I concede, I admit defeat. Is that not enough? Hideout exclaimed as he knelt down. Yet, LV Yang did not release his grip. So quick to surrender. Did you not proclaim that with a mere finger you could crush me? Show me. Elfe Yang Chuklet. That was my ignorance, LV. LV hero, please spare me. Spare you. How could I possibly do that? The moment I loosen my grip, you will surely come after me again. Furthermore, I warned you at the entrance of the stronghold that it was your final opportunity. As he spoke, LV Yang tightened his hold. Ouch! Please don't press. Tell me, what must I do for you to release me? Lu Yang, with a resigned smile, remarked, Why can't you comprehend? I have already given you an opportunity, which you chose to forfeit. Rest assured, I only desire your 2 eyes and have no intention of taking your life. Just then, the sounds of fireworks outside diminished significantly, with only a few sporadic echoes remaining. I apologize, but your subordinates will soon arrive. If I don't blind you now, I fear I may never get another chance. With that, Lu Yang exerted all his strength and pressed down. Hideout felt an immense pressure on his eyes, followed by a wave of excruciating pain, as though his eyeballs were on the verge of bursting. Wait, I have money. I have money. Can I buy back my eyesight? Money? Lu Yang was intrigued. He needed money at that moment. Thus, he released his grip and drew out a watermelon knife, positioning it against Hideout's neck. Chapter 60. The death of Hideout. Where's the money? How much? Lu Yang inquired, upon seeing Lu Yang release Hideout. Su Shuang quickly interjected. Lu Yang, what are you doing? His men will be here soon. Lu Yang glanced at Su Shuang, but chose not to respond, continuing to question Hideout. Where's the money? It's in the cave. Take me to see it. I warn you, don't try any tricks, or I'll slit your throat. Subsequently, Hideout led Lu Yang to the end of a small creek, where the water vanished into a cave. The money is all inside, collected by my brothers and me over the years. Hideout pointed towards the cave. Collected? More like stolen. I presume that you also have the ransom for the children from the Stone Forest tribe? Hideout lowered his head and nodded. Lu Yang's thoughts were now solely fixated on the money as he leaned forward to peer into the cave, hoping to ascertain the truth of Hideout's claim. Just then, Hideout snatched the watermelon knife from Lu Yang's hand and kicked him into the cave. In a panic, Lu Yang crouched and rolled on the ground, but when he stood up, he found Su Shuang already in Hideout's embrace, the latter using his only functional left hand to press the knife against her neck. Don't move, or I'll slit her throat. As Lu Yang regretted his greed for money, he suddenly noticed Su Shuang giving him a subtle signal that he instantly recalled that Su Shuang was no helpless damsel, with Hideout's left hand incapacitated. If he could just distract him slightly, Su Shuang would be able to counter him. Therefore, Lu Yang began to plead with Hideout using the begging phrases he had learned from television. Let her go. I will agree to any condition. Just spare her. All right. I won't move. I promise not to move. Just don't harm her. Lu Yang uttered every word he could think of. Hideout, believing he had the situation under control, became smug. Well, kid, you've got some skill. I have no conditions. When my brothers arrive, I will let them have their turn with this little lady, that if they find her satisfying, perhaps they might spare her life. If you don't want to see her die, you better not move. Just as Hideout arrogantly pointed the knife at Lu Yang, Su Shuang pushed against Hideout's knife hand with one hand while using her other hand to stab at Hideout's thigh with her small silver knife. With a cry of pain, Hideout crouched down, but he did not forget he still held a knife, lunging at Su Shuang. She nimbly dodged his attack, and at that moment, Lu Yang rushed in, kicking the knife out of Hideout's hand and seizing his left arm. However, Hideout, desperate like a cornered dog, summoned all his strength and lunged at Su Shuang, knocking her to the ground. Inadvertently, Lu Yang lost his grip on Hideout, who successfully tackled Su Shuang. As Hideout opened his mouth to bite Su Shuang's neck, Lu Yang swiftly wrapped his arms around Hideout's head. True to his name, Hideout exerted all his might to kill Su Shuang, and even Lu Yang, with his enhanced combat skills, found it challenging to restrain him. While grappling with Hideout, Lu Yang suddenly noticed that Su Shuang lay motionless on the ground, igniting a surge of rage within him. Clinging tightly to He Dinyo's head, Lu Yang twisted with all his might. As He Dinyo howled in defiance and fought back fiercely. Ultimately, Lu Yang gained the upper hand. As He Dinyo gasped for breath, Lu Yang forcefully twisted, and with a sickening crack, He Dinyo's neck snapped. With no time to catch his breath, Lu Yang quickly pushed He Dinyo's lifeless body off Su Shuang to check on her. He first felt for her breath, relieved to find it steady, and then began examining her injuries. After a thorough inspection, he realized that Su Shuang had merely been knocked unconscious when He Dinyo tackled her. He fetched cool water from the creek and splashed it on her face. After several firm slaps, he finally roused her, just as the sounds of fireworks outside came to a complete halt. Fearing that He Dinyo's men would soon rush in, Lu Yang gathered Su Shuang in his arms and hurried into the cave. However, after waiting for a considerable time, he still hadn't encountered any of He Dinyo's subordinates. That it was only upon hearing Shi Yang's shouts that he emerged with Su Shuang in tow. It turned out that many of He Dinyo's men had been injured during the first wave of fireworks, while others were simply frightened, and a small number had fled by the time the fireworks ceased. Shi Yang found that the remaining individuals were either incapacitated or too terrified to stand. Leaving the Stone Forest tribe to guard them, Liu Yang dusted himself off and said to Shi Yang, "Brother Shi, please take Su Shuang back. She hit her head and might still be a bit dazed. I will handle He Dinyo's men. They are injured and cannot be left to fend for themselves." "Correct?" Shi Yang nodded, took Su Shuang from Lu Yang's arms, and left. Once Shi Yang and Su Shuang were gone, Lu Yang finally calmed down. The adrenaline from the earlier fight had kept him exhilarated. But once he settled, he found himself unable to stop vomiting. He Dinyo's corpse lay nearby. While Shi Yang and Su Shuang were accustomed to such sights, it was the first person Lu Yang had killed. Chapter 61. Taking over the village after arriving in this otherworldly realm. Lu Yang had initially regarded the inhabitants as inconsequential, treating this world merely as a game, apart from those he knew. He felt indifferent to the lives and deaths of others. However, now, gazing upon the body of He Dinyo, whom he had slain with his own hands, he felt a twinge of fear. He could almost sense the life ebbing from He Dinyo's body, a sensation akin to reaching inside him and forcibly extracting his soul. After vomiting for a while, Lu Yang followed Shi Yang outside. Upon stepping out, he saw that within the village's enclosure, many individuals lay scattered about. Some crying out while others sat in stunned silence. That Liu Yang approached to examine their injuries, discovering they were merely superficial wounds, not life-threatening, their current state more a result of shock. After seeing Shi Yang and the others off, Lu Yang gathered He Dinyo's men and proclaimed, "Everyone has witnessed my methods, have you not? I have delivered on my promises. Now, your leader is dead, killed by my own hand. I snapped his neck. If you don't believe me, you may go inside and see for yourselves. His body lies within. From this day forth, your days of wrongdoing are over. That I will take over your village, and those willing to follow me will be guaranteed bread at every meal. For those unwilling, I'm afraid I cannot allow you to return to a life of banditry. I will kill you. Thus, your only choice is to obey me. Now, check your injuries. Those uninjured, stand to my right. Those wounded, stand to my left." The intimidated followers of He Dinyo complied like puppets, following Lu Yang's orders. After they had separated into groups, Lu Yang directed the uninjured to assist their wounded comrades into the village and tend to their injuries. He also arranged for He Dinyo's corpse to be gathered and buried outside the village. Among the group, Lu Yang recognized the man with whom he had exchanged harsh words earlier. And he approached him. "Do you remember what I said?" The man immediately knelt, crying, "Please spare me, Mr. Lu. I was blind to your worth and spoke foolishly. I shall never dare do so again." Liu Yang looked at him with disdain, feeling a deep aversion towards such a spineless individual. However, this man appeared to have previously served as a minor leader under He Dinyo. Moreover, such a pliable character was easily manageable, prompting Liu Yang to suppress his disgust and inquire, "Do not rush to bow down just yet. If I truly wanted your life, you would have been dead long ago. Pray tell, what is your name?" "Thank you, Mr. L. Thank you for sparing my life. That I am called Li Shun, or rather, He Dinyo used to call me Shunzi," he stammered. "Are you their leader?" Yes. When He Dinyo went out, He entrusted the village to me, and my brothers all heed my commands. Yang's curiosity was piqued. Despite Hidania's despicable nature, he was undoubtedly a man of grit. How could he possibly appoint such a feeble individual as his lieutenant? Surely it was not merely because he was adept at flattery. Very well. From now on, you shall continue to lead under my command. Your duties will remain unchanged, but you shall no longer engage in robbery or abduction. Yes, yes. We will certainly follow Mr. L's orders. Whatever you say, we shall comply. Subsequently, Yang interrogated each person individually, inquiring about their names and past occupations. Once he had a rough understanding of the situation, he pulled Li Shun aside and asked, Hidania mentioned that there is treasure within the cave. Did I ask that true? Li Shun nodded. I just entered, and I didn't see anything. Did you not see it? It is right inside the cave. Li Shun replied, leading Yang into the cave, that as it turned out, when Yang had glanced into the cave earlier. He had only observed its entrance and failed to notice a much larger opening on the side. Now, guided by Li Shun, he discovered that the interior was brimming with coins of all sizes. Alongside the so-called gold bars, Yang was overjoyed and whispered to Li Shun, all the riches within here belong to me. You must not disclose this to anyone. Otherwise, beware of my wrath. Li Shun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly ingratiated himself, saying, Of course, Mr. L. If you instruct me not to speak of it, I shall remain silent. However, even if I were to divulge it, it would not matter. These riches are of no use to us aside from trading for food. When we followed Hidaniu, our sustenance was acquired through theft, and we had no need for money. Now that Mr. L has promised us regular meals of bread, we have even less need for this wealth. Besides, these riches originally belonged to the boss, and since you have taken on that role, they naturally belong to you. Reflecting on Li Shun's words, Yang realized their validity. Did I end this world? Gold coins were merely a means to procure food. And he felt justified in claiming the cave. He promptly expelled Li Shun from the cave, ordering that no one else be permitted entry. After Li Shun's departure, Yang summoned the system and began transferring the mountains of gold coins and bars into the passageway. However, the sheer volume of coins rendered it impossible for Yang to quickly toss them all by hand, necessitating a return to the storage area. There, he retrieved a broom and dustpan from the supermarket and returned to continue his task. After nearly half an hour of pouring the coins into the newly opened passage, Yang finally claimed all of Hidania's wealth. Once his labor was complete, he sat down to rest for a moment, checking the system and glancing at the balance in his account. Upon doing so, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment that he first looked at the leading digit, which was a 1, and then counted the digits from the unit place. Units. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, million, 10 million. Yang covered his mouth, striving to stifle an exclamation, and rubbed his eyes, recounting until he confirmed that the 1 indeed resided in the 10 million position, that he then scrutinized the precise amount. 17. 854, 700.00. Indeed, Yang verified once more, considering the 2 decimal places, and confirmed that the figure was accurate. A total of 17,854,700 yuan. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Yang exited the cave and informed Li Shun and the others that he would return the following day with medical supplies and sufficient bread, instructing them not to leave the village under any circumstances, or he would pursue them relentlessly. Yang was uncertain whether his intimidation tactics would effectively control them, but he could not conceive of an alternative approach that in truth, if they were not frightened into submission. Even if they fled at that moment, he would be powerless to stop them. Upon returning to Su Shuang's residence, Yang briefly recounted the situation in the village to her, after confirming that her injuries were not severe. He took his leave and descended the stairs. With an exhilarated heart, he entered his small room, ensuring no one was around before exclaiming aloud, Over 10 million! This is something I once dared not even dream of. Even now, I have no clear concept of just how much 1 million truly entails. Yang sat on the floor, gesturing to illustrate the thickness of 10,000 yuan, then attempted to measure how many stacks of that thickness would equal 10 million. However, after considerable effort, he was unable to determine a specific thickness. Consequently, he returned to the passageway and re-entered the vehicle. When Yang arrived home, Su Gunzi had already left, gazing at the tightly shut supermarket doors. He suddenly felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Oh, system, how I wish you had appeared sooner. With 10 million, I could afford the best medicine and hire the finest doctors to treat my father's illness. With 10 million, my mother would not have been forced to work outside and met with tragedy. Sighing, Yang refrained from entering the supermarket and instead headed straight home. Chen Lily's pharmacy was conveniently located along his route, and as he passed by, he cast a glance at it. Now that the supermarket was secured, it seemed the pharmacy would also be safe, and it felt as though everything was beginning to fall into place. Upon returning home, Yang casually snacked on some treats before lying on his bed, contemplating how best to spend this newfound wealth of over 10 million. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, he drifted off to sleep without arriving at a conclusion. The following day, Yang sought out Chen Lily and in front of Su Gunzi, transferred 500,000 yuan to her. That Su Gunzi's eyes widened as he stared at the transaction on Chen Lily's phone, incredulously asking Yang, have you been robbing banks these past few days? How is it that money flows from you, as if it were childish play? Yang switched off his phone and replied with a smile, rest assured. My money is neither stolen nor robbed. It is entirely clean. But surely money must have a source. I refuse to believe you landed some good job. No legitimate position could yield 500,000 in just 2 or 3 days. Speak up. Have you won the lottery? Yang pondered, and the notion of winning the lottery did indeed present a convenient excuse that he feigned a sense of having his secret exposed and whispered, Sure. Kuan-ge, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want others to hear that I did win the lottery, and it's quite a sum. Su Gunzi, upon hearing this, playfully slapped Yang on the back and chuckled. I knew there had to be a reason behind your recent extravagance. Fear not. Your winnings are yours to keep. Others have no say. Yang smiled and remarked, So, I told you I could afford to pay a monthly salary of 10,000, didn't I? Su Gunzi offered no comment, but gave Yang a thumbs up. Chen Lily hurriedly brought forth a contract for Yang to sign, and afterward, he addressed both of them earnestly. Now that Lily's basic living expenses are secured, we must contemplate how to protect the pharmacy and supermarket. Kuan-ge, you must have had dealings with developers before. Could you arrange a meeting with them? We need to discuss the Storefront matter. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Su Gunzi's face immediately displayed an expression of discomfort. Yang quickly realized that Su Gunzi had previously made arrangements with the developers, intending to oust him for a payout. That it was likely that at that time, Su Gunzi had been quite confident. But now, unable to displace Yang, he feared ridicule for seeking their counsel. Thus, Yang decided against pressuring Su Gunzi and offered to approach them personally. To his surprise, Su Gunzi acquiesced, stating that having received Yang's money, it was impossible for him to remain idle, and besides, safeguarding the supermarket was a promise he had made to Yang. Recognizing Su Gunzi's resolute stance, Yang ceased to argue further, but insisted on renting a good car for Su Gunzi to enhance his stature. The next day, upon awakening, Yang's first task was to visit the bakery, where he placed a deposit of 100,000 yuan, requesting that the owner deliver 2 boxes of bread to his supermarket every morning. Furthermore, he took all remaining stock from the bakery. When the bakery owner arrived in his vehicle with 5 boxes of bread for Yang's supermarket, Yang realized he had no space to store them, as the vehicle was already filled with items that he could not very well bring the bread to another world in front of Su Gunzi. Suddenly, Yang concluded that it was time to confide in Su Gunzi about his travels to another world. Otherwise, many future endeavors would be cumbersome. Having Su Gunzi assist in maintaining a facade would greatly facilitate matters. Thus, Yang instructed the owner to transfer the bread into the supermarket. Today, Su Gunzi did not arrive at his work on time. Yang speculated that he might have gone to negotiate with the developer regarding the storefront, so he did not wait for Su Gunzi's return. Instead, he took 2 bottles of white liquor from the shelf and carried 2 boxes of bread to the carriage. Additionally, he brought along all the remaining Band-Aids and anti-inflammatory medicine from home. Upon arriving at the dilapidated house, Yang suddenly realized that apart from Su Shuang, he now had another place to go in this strange world. The helplessness he felt upon his arrival dissipated instantly. With money in hand, Lu Yang deemed it essential to renovate this rundown abode properly. Rather than seeking out Su Shuang directly, Lu Yang made his way to the village with the bread. Upon reaching the village, he noticed that the individuals he had left behind yesterday were sitting together, seemingly awaiting his return. Upon seeing Lu Yang, Li Shun immediately sprang up from the ground and hurried over to take the boxes from Lu Yang's hands. Upon discovering that the boxes were filled with bread, he exclaimed with delight, "It appears our leader, or rather, Hideout, was indeed correct at Mr. Lu. Oh no, our leader truly possesses extraordinary abilities." Lu Yang was taken aback. Had Hideout already uncovered his secret? He cautiously inquired, "Extraordinary abilities? What do you mean?" Li Shun responded, "If our leader did not have extraordinary abilities, how could he consistently produce such an abundance of bread?" Relieved, Lu Yang realized that they merely suspected his identity while remaining unaware of his true secret. He instructed Li Shun to open a box of bread for everyone to share, while the remaining bread was to be stored for later consumption. Furthermore, he distributed the liquor and medicine to those who were uninjured, guiding them on how to clean the wounds of the injured and administer the medicine to Li Shun. Catching a whiff of the liquor, leaned in and asked Lu Yang, "Leader, did you conjure this liquor with your extraordinary abilities as well?" Lu Yang was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that liquor was a rarity in this world, only to find that Li Shun recognized it. "What? Have you ever had it?" Li Shun quickly shook his head and chuckled. "I lack the fortune for that. I've merely seen it before. Ordinary folks seldom encounter such things. Leader, using this liquor to wash wounds is a tremendous waste." Lu Yang frowned at the term leader, which made him uncomfortable, as it invariably reminded him of Hideout, whom he had personally slain. "Li Shun, please refrain from calling me leader in the future. I prefer Mr. Lu. It sounds more agreeable." "Ha, very well, Mr. Lu. I am not accustomed to calling you leader either." Li Shun, allow the brothers to rest for the next few days that do not worry about food. I assure you they will not go hungry. During this time, have those who are uninjured and able-bodied tidy up the village and reinforce the fences surrounding it. Once the brothers have healed, you shall accompany me on tasks to be why then, I assure you. Not only bread, but even canned meat will be in plentiful supply for your every meal. Lu Yang's actions had already demonstrated his ability to fulfill his promises, so Li Shun wholeheartedly accepted his orders. After making some arrangements in the village, Lu Yang set out to find Su Shuang. However, upon arriving at Su Shuang's dwelling, he discovered that she was not home, and even Xiao Kuer and Xiao Huzi were missing. Lu Yang's first instinct was that they had gone to the Shilin tribe, so he hurried downstairs and raced towards the Shilin tribe. Then dawned on him that after the fierce battle with Hideout's men, he had been so preoccupied with securing some money that he had completely disregarded the matters concerning Shi Yong and the Shilin tribe. He still had no idea how Shi Yong fared after returning victorious. Before he could enter the Shilin tribe, Lu Yang heard a cacophony of commotion from within. Initially, he thought it was the tribe celebrating Shi Yong's victory over Hideout, but upon entering, he realized the situation was far from what he had imagined. Surrounding Chun Hu's home were members of the Shilin tribe, hurling stones and various objects at him, while Su Shuang and Shi Yong valiantly shielded Chun Hu. Shi Yong's wife, along with Xiao Huzi and Xiao Kuer, was also present, and Lu Yang saw her protecting Chun Hu's son beneath her. Chun Hu's wife was clinging to him for safety. That Lu Yang quickly understood. Shi Yong's defeat of Hideout also meant the downfall of Chun Hu. Without needing to be reminded, the tribe's members naturally elevated Shi Yong to a position of leadership. The ousted Chun Hu, having previously incurred the wrath of the people, was now unable to escape the long-standing resentment of the tribe. Chapter 64. Rescuing the children. Upon grasping the situation, Lu Yang rushed over. He initially intended to squeeze through the crowd, but the enraged throng no longer cared about who was beside them. They merely surged forward, eager to strike Chun Hu. Unable to push his way in, Lu Yang leaped, stepping onto the shoulders of several individuals, and after a few jumps, finally landed next to Su Shuang. As he stood beside her, the items being thrown by the tribe members rained down upon him like a storm. "What happened?" Lu Yang shouted at Su Shuang. "I don't know that it was like this when I brought Kuer in today. I suspect the person who set off the fireworks incited it," Su Shuang replied while deftly batting away the incoming projectiles as if playing badminton. "We need to get the children out." Shi Yong shouted from the side. Lu Yang quickly turned to check on Xiao Kuo and Xiao Huzi behind them. Without a moment to lose, he picked one child in each arm and jumped down from the precipice at the back of Chun Hu's house. The tribe's members were focused on Chun Hu, so they paid no attention to Lu Yang's escape. Liu Yang ran to Shi Yong's home, comforted the children briefly, and then returned. This time, he did not attempt to push through the crowd. Instead, he climbed up the precipice. After upgrading his advanced combat skills, Lu Yang found his agility greatly improved, and this type of height was no longer a challenge for him. Entering Chun Hu's home again, he rescued Chun Hu's son. However, the boy, frightened, began to wail for his mother. Liu Yang, feeling helpless, decided to go back and retrieve Chun Hu's wife. Yet, when the tribe members noticed Lu Yang's intent to take her away, they erupted in protest. Among Chun Hu's family, his wife was the most domineering, and Lu Yang even pondered that if it weren't for her, perhaps Chun Hu would not have ended up in this predicament. With no other option, Lu Yang shifted his focus to Shi Yong's wife, who had been protecting Chun Hu's son. After a brief discussion with her, she agreed to help. However, when Lu Yang brought her to the edge of the precipice, he hesitated. The two children and an adult were entirely different matters. No matter how petite Shi Yong's wife was, she still weighed over 100 pounds, and Lu Yang lacked the confidence to leap down with her. Seeing Chun Hu's son about to escape from Shi Yong's home, Lu Yang gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. He hoisted Shi Yong's wife onto his back and shouted, then leaped down. The moment Lu Yang's feet touched the ground, he distinctly felt his calves gradually absorbing the pressure from his body, and his knees began to bend. However, the speed at which they bent was too rapid. He knew his legs could not withstand such pressure. Thus, he quickly leaned forward to shift his center of gravity. Fortunately, Shi Yong's wife, gripped by fear, clung tightly to Lu Yang, allowing him to successfully transfer his weight to his torso. Once Lu Yang landed completely, he found himself supported by his hands and feet. The entire landing sequence resembled Lu Yang performing a push-up while carrying Shi Yong's wife on his back. Regardless, he had just jumped down from an incredible height with an adult woman and emerged unscathed. With little time to revel in his success, Lu Yang offered a few quick words of reassurance to his sister-in-law before climbing back up. The tribe members were becoming increasingly frenzied. Had it not been for Su Shuang and Shi Yong standing in front, they might have already torn Chun Hu to shreds. Observing the scene before him, Lu Yang couldn't help but think that it seemed inevitable for Chun Hu to face some suffering today in the Shilin tribe. However, Lu Yang hailed from a modern civilized society governed by law, and he could not fathom a justification for allowing a defenseless individual to endure such torment. Just then, a sudden idea struck him. He approached Su Shuang and asked, Su Shuang, where's the lighter I gave you? It's in my pocket, why? Su Shuang replied, puzzled. Take it out and ignite it, Lu Yang instructed. Pulling out his own lighter, Su Shuang quickly understood his intent. She recalled her awe when she first saw that lighter, thinking she had encountered a divine being capable of conjuring fire from their hands. Without delay, Su Shuang retrieved the lighter, and together with Lu Yang, they ignited the flames. The moment the two lighters flared to life, the crowd seemed to hit a mute button. Falling silent, the murmurs surged around. The attention of the crowd swiftly converged upon the hands of Yang and Su Shuang. Even Chun Hu and his wife, who stood behind, gazed incredulously at the two flickering flames. Everyone, lend me your ears. Yang seized the moment to address the gathering. Let us remain calm and heed my words. Chun Hu's actions are indeed atrocious. He bullies others with his power, disregarding his fellow tribesmen, and neglects their troubles, that he deserves punishment. Yang's proclamation resonated with the crowd, and as his words faded, a resounding chorus of agreement erupted from the assembly. Recognizing that he had seized control of the narrative, Yang continued, this tribe can no longer accommodate him. The leadership should rightfully be bestowed upon Shi Yong. Yes, he shall be expelled from the tribe, never to set foot in the Stone Forest tribe again. Yes. Now, I implore you all to part ways and assist us in driving Chun Hu out. Chapter 65. Expelling Chun Hu. Yang, capitalizing on the herd mentality, skillfully swayed the anger-fueled tribesmen, who caught in the fervor. Followed Yang's lead. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, gently parting the crowd, prompting others to emulate his actions and create a path that Yang pushed Chun Hu and his wife to the forefront, followed closely by Su Shuang and Shi Yong. As they walked, El Yang fervently shouted, "Drive Chun Hu out! Never let him step forward again! Down with the befuddled leader Chun Hu! Intercept by El Yang is for." The tribespeople joined in his cries that El Yang's tactics, learned from television, proved surprisingly effective in practice. After successfully escorting Chun Hu and his wife out of the Stone Forest tribe, El Yang turned to Shi Yong and said, "Brother Shi, we must divert the tribesmen's attention that it would be ideal if you could organize a ceremony for the ascension of a new leader. The tribesmen have suffered greatly under Chun Hu's oppression. They need an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. Allow me to temporarily take Chun Hu away. I will ensure they are settled in the village while you return." Shi Yong pondered this. Since the establishment of the Stone Forest tribe, there had never been a ceremony for a leader succession. Unsure of the appropriateness of such an act, he recognized El Yang's point. The tribespeople had indeed endured Chun Hu's tyranny for far too long. The tribe had, for years, resembled a desolate city devoid of life. Perhaps a celebration could provide much-needed relief for their grievances. Thus, Shi Yong retreated, halting the drive to expel Chun Hu further. Su Shuang, accompanied by Xiao Kuer, followed El Yang out. "Are you not joining their ceremony?" El Yang inquired with a smile. That Su Shuang shook her head, replying, "I am not particularly fond of bustling places." "Then, would you care to accompany me back to the village?" "That is my domain now." Su Shuang smiled, remaining silent as she led the way toward El Yang's village. Chun Hu and his wife grasped their son and, without needing further prompting from El Yang, trailed behind. For them, years of untroubled living had dulled their survival instincts. Without the support of their fellow tribesmen, they would likely perish within days. Thus, following El Yang became their only means of survival. El Yang hesitated to let Chun Hu's family reside with Su Shuang, fearing that if too many people learned of her dwelling, his sole escape route in this world would be jeopardized. Currently, only Shi Yong's family and El Yang and Su Shuang were privy to her whereabouts, and El Yang had no intention of disclosing it. Upon reaching the village, El Yang called over Li Shun, instructing him to allocate a room for Chun Hu's family and to overlook past grievances. The provisions he brought must be shared equally with Chun Hu's family. Although Su Shuang had visited the village twice before, it was under duress, preventing her from truly observing it. This time, she seized the opportunity to explore the village thoroughly. Upon her return, Su Shuang gently inquired of El Yang, "What are your plans for this village? Will you simply sustain them?" El Yang chuckled, responding, "I intend to relocate goods here for sale. Over the past days, I have observed that establishing a traditional supermarket here is impractical. Instead, I should create a marketplace to operate a general store. This way, I can conceal your residence and alleviate concerns about potential theft." Su Shuang suddenly understood. El Yang's retention of Edania was for this very purpose. His people could fight and had experience with banditry, making them ideal guardians for this place. Inwardly, Su Shuang marveled at El Yang's farsightedness. After returning from the village, El Yang bid farewell to Su Shuang. Re-emerging from the dilapidated hut, that Su Shuang had grown accustomed to El Yang's mysterious comings and goings, knowing he never lingered long. Thus, when she sensed his departure, she refrained from saying much. Settled in the vehicle, El Yang summoned the system, gazing at the dwindling points he had left, feeling a wave of concern wash over him. While he had sufficient funds at present, his points had dwindled to just over 1,000. That the system was explicitly clear. It enabled him to transport items from this world to another in exchange for points and money. However, to earn money, he needed to accumulate points to enhance his strength. Thus, without points, the system was rendered useless. That Su Shuang could provide him with a plethora of immobile corpses to accumulate points, and he could also barter goods for points. But such methods were slow and laborious. The thought of engaging with those foul-smelling corpses made El Yang feel queasy. He had had enough of that stench. Consequently, he found himself revisiting his previously conceived notion of mass destruction weapons. It now seemed that acquiring gunpowder was out of the question, and firearms were unlikely, leading him to ponder how to eliminate those zombies on a grand scale, a dilemma that now weighed heavily on his mind. After contemplating for quite a while, without arriving at a satisfactory solution, El Yang vacated the vehicle, driven by hunger. Upon stepping out, he noticed the supermarket door ajar, yet Su Gunzi was nowhere to be seen.